Chapter 381. Boom. Zheng Hong pushed back Shang Wuji, whose eyes were red, with a single palm strike. What's going on? What was going on? Your high nether sex people are all crazy, all crazy. Zheng Hong roared. Shang Wuji's eyes were bloodshot. Months of resentment, anger, and grievances were all mixed together, and it was extremely chaotic. In his eyes, there was only Zheng Hong's death. As long as Zheng Hong died, everything would be solved. Everything would be solved. Kill! Shang Wuji roared as he charged forward. However, Zheng Hong wasn't someone that Shang Wuji could defeat in a short period of time. You mad dog! Zheng Hong's eyes were filled with anger. The battle continued. The loud sounds caused all the cultivators in Worry-Free City to look up at the sky, watching the people fighting in the sky. Ah, that's the city lord? Is that Shang Wuji? How is that possible? Am I seeing things? Isn't the Triu sect like a family? How did this happen? Are you crazy? They're all in the Divine Realm. Divine Realm warriors from the Senyu sect? Are they all crazy? The people in the city all looked up at the sky in confusion. However, at that moment, no one stepped forward to help. However, the Qi Realm and Essence Realm cultivators of the three sects noticed it. People from the High Serenity sect? Beat 'em up. Central Serenity sect? Bullshit city lord. Sect master will definitely get rid of him. The four battle groups grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Qi Realm and Essence Realm disciples from the three sects joined the battle. The entire Worry-Free City was filled with earth-shattering sounds of battle. Boom, boom, boom. Battles were taking place in all directions. Explosions were taking place in all directions, and dazzling light from the collisions of various magical treasures could be seen everywhere. King of Hell's Palace. ZZ looked at the battles that were going on all around her like fireworks, and a wonderful feeling welled up in her heart. Flowers blossomed and explosions erupted all around. The entire Worry-Free City began to explode. Feng Tyran smiled bitterly. I finally know why you're not afraid of ZZ's curse. Huh? Everyone looked at Feng Tyran. Wherever you go, you're even crazier than ZZ. We wouldn't even have dared to imagine such a huge explosion in the city. But now it was right in front of him. No matter where you go, you can cause trouble. Feng Tyran said with a bitter smile. ZZ smiled. Feng Tyran was praising Yin Chuan as if he was praising himself. It's not over yet. Be careful. Just in case. Yin Chuan shook his head and smiled. Just in case? What's there to worry about now? The Triu sect has been fighting amongst themselves, and now that they're all injured, it's too late for them to come to their senses. All 11 of us are at full strength, and we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. King Yimu said confidently. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan did not say anything. Until the very end, Yin Chuan would never let his guard down. In the battle between the 8 great deity realms, the one who was having the most trouble was Sect Master Yu. He was caught off guard at the start. Even though he didn't die from the sneak attack, he was severely injured. Coupled with the fact that he was being chased around by a Celestial Realm cultivator, it had been a few hours since then, and he seemed to have reached his limit. His left arm was chopped off in a moment of carelessness. The eyes of the Divine Realm martial artist who was chasing him were bloodshot. Go to hell. No, I can't die. Sect Master Xia Yu's face was filled with fear. Boom. Unleashing the last of his potential, he forced his opponent away. Sect Master Xia Yu soared into the sky in fear. I can't die. Sect Master Xia Yu rushed out of Worry-Free City and escaped. Rumble. As he soared into the sky, a storm blew over. Sect Master Xia Yu, who was about to rush out, was unable to continue flying. Chapter 382. How can this be? Why is there an array here? Sect Master Xiaoyu shouted. Give me your life. A voice came from behind. No, an array? Why is there an array here? Why can't we go out? Sect Master Xiaoyu fled in fear. Kaboom! The entire carefree city was filled with explosions. The fog in the sky was thick. Anyone who rushed up would be suppressed by a huge force. An array? Why are there arrays everywhere? How can this be? The entire city is sealed? Sect Master Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Sect Master Xiao suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Had they been tricked? Had Senyu Sect been tricked? As he fled, he looked at the city. The city was exploding and countless Dharma treasures were colliding. And these people were all from Senyu Sect. All of them? Were they from the Great River Sect? No. Demon-controlling sect? No. We've been tricked. Senyu Sect has been tricked. Sect Master Xiao suddenly shouted. Screw you, Dot. The immortal state expert behind him stabbed again. Boom! Sect Master Xiao's legs were cut off by the immortal state expert behind him. Ah! With a scream, Sect Master Xiao fell down the mountain. Boom! When he landed, Sect Master Xiao suddenly felt something. Buzz! Sect Master Xiao's body suddenly emitted a yellow light. The yellow light rushed out of his body and exploded. Merit pool? My merit pool has been destroyed? Destroyed? Sect Master Xiaoyu exclaimed. Suddenly, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. 40,000 mercenaries? Only them, it must be them. Yin Chuan? It's Yin Chuan. Sect Master Xiao exclaimed. At this moment, Sect Master Triyu finally understood. 1 year ago, everything started from 1 year ago. At that time, Triyu Sect was united against the outside world and treated each other like family. But now, lying on the ground, Sect Master Xia finally understood what was going on as he watched the battle that had broken out all over the city and Triyu Sect killing each other. Yin Chuan, it's Yin Chuan. Sect Master Xiaoyu exclaimed. Go to hell. The divine realm warrior who descended from the sky didn't listen to him at all. Boom! The sword slashed Xiao's Sect Master into pieces. Even in death, Sect Master Xia, you refused to believe this hopeless truth. Was the mighty Triyu Sect about to be killed by Yin Chuan? Bang! The immortal realm expert who killed Sect Master Xiaoyu instantly soared into the sky. Raising his sword, he headed towards the battlefield where Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji were fighting. Shang Wuji's entire body was covered in blood as he was ruthlessly suppressed by Zheng Hong. Sect leader, let me help you. The divine realm expert roared. Boom! Boundless sword light slashed out. 2 against 1. Shang Wuji's disadvantage was instantly reversed. Why are you here? Zheng Hong's expression changed. One more God Realm warrior? Didn't that mean that another God Realm expert had died? Ah, Sect Master. The sorrowful roar of the underworld sect came from afar. Sect Master Xiaoyu is dead? Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji were both shocked. No matter what, the 3 of them used to be very close. Now that one of them had died, their hearts tightened. No, my merit? My merit? The person in the distance shouted again. Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji both felt that something was wrong. However, they couldn't stop now that the battle had reached such a stage. Kill! 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 The battle was getting more and more intense. After the stage of killing each other was over, everyone was exhausted and started to be killed by each other. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Countless commoners were shocked to the core. Chapter 383. Caw! 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 The sound of a rooster crowing could be heard from Carefree City. A ray of dawn pierced through the darkness and shone on the entire city. It was daybreak. At daybreak, people could see clearly that the bodies of the Triyu Sect experts were covered in blood. Boom! Zheng Hong, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly emitted a yellow light. The yellow light exploded with a bang. Merit? My merit? Zheng Hong exclaimed as he forced back 2 immortal state experts. Shang Wuji, who was covered in blood and blinded in his left eye, also looked at Zheng Hong in shock. Merit pool! Shang Wuji exclaimed. Boom! The surface of Shang Wuji's body also emitted a yellow light. The yellow light then dissipated. My merit! Shang Wuji's expression changed. My Shang Yu sect was uprooted. My Shang Yu sect was uprooted. The remaining 7 immortal state experts all stopped fighting. Impossible! Impossible! Zheng Hong exclaimed. How did this happen? Shang Wuji's expression also turned ugly. They weren't stupid. Seeing that the people fighting around them were all from the Triyu sect, they immediately understood. Is it the 40,000 troops? It must be. Shang Wuji's expression changed. Demon-controlling sect? They sect? King Mai? Yin Chuan? Zheng Hong was enraged. Clang, clang, clang. 10 rays of sword light shot into the sky. These were the sword lights of an immortal state expert at his peak. They were extremely powerful and weren't something that the heavily injured people could withstand. Moreover, they were all attacking an immortal state expert from the Triyu sect. Zheng Hong didn't have any sword light. The other 4 immortal state experts all had 2 or 3 sword lights attacking one. 4 heavily injured and exhausted immortal state experts were killed in the blink of an eye. No, junior brother, Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji exclaimed. Their sect was uprooted and the immortal state experts in front of them were almost all dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew into the sky. Everything had come to an end. King Yimu and the other 9 immortal state warriors stared coldly at the 3 severely injured immortal state warriors. King Mai? You. Shang Wuji pointed at King Yimu in fury. Divine Realm warriors from the Day sect? You're all back. You all actually came back. Zheng Hong's expression changed as he said. At this moment, Zheng Hong understood everything. Shang Wuji also understood everything. However, the situation was hopeless. The situation was hopeless. Kill, King Yimu ordered coldly. Xing. The 10 immortal state warriors attacked the 3 severely injured and exhausted men at the same time. Boom. Shang Wuji soared into the sky. No, we can't get out. This is the Day Sect's formation. The Day Sect's mountain guarding formation? Shang Wuji exclaimed. Zheng Hong also knew that the situation was hopeless. Zheng Hong's face flashed with ruthlessness. He reached into his bosom and took out a jade talisman. It was a purple jade talisman. Ha! Zheng Hong crushed the jade talisman. The moment the purple jade talisman was crushed. Boom! In a private residence in the carefree city. Boom! The sound of someone breaking through the door was heard. Bastard, I was at a critical moment in my cultivation. Zheng Hong, you bastard, you disrupted my seclusion. Bastard. An old man with furrowed eyebrows broke through the door. Elder Yu, help! Zheng Hong screamed. In the king of Hell's palace. Elder Yu? Who is Elder Yu? Feng Tairan was puzzled. Yin Chuan's face changed. Oh no, it's a variable. Hurry, King Yimu, do it now. Chapter 384. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Not good, it's a variable. Quick, King Mai, do it now. King Yi and the others also knew that the situation had changed. Kill! The 10 immortal state warriors attacked at the same time. Rays of blade chi shot toward the remaining 3 immortal state warriors. How dare you attack me? The old man's roar came from afar. Boom! 10 rays of sword light exploded. But they were too far away and there was a limit to what they could do. The other immortal state warrior of the Shangyo sect died on the spot, and the old man only managed to save Zheng Hong, Shang Wuji, who was severely injured. Bang! Bang! The 10 immortal state warriors were forced back by the old man. They all looked into the distance in horror. Phew! After leaving behind an afterimage, the old man instantly appeared in front of Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji. Greetings, Elder Yu. Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji said respectfully, even though they were grieving. What happened? I have only been in seclusion for a few months. How did you end up like this? Elder Yu asked coldly. It's Yin Chuan. We've fallen into Yin Chuan's trap. Zheng Hong said in grief. The Sanyu sect has been annihilated. We are the only ones left. Shang Wuji said sadly. Impossible. Your Triyu sect alliance is the strongest force here. How many months has it been? How is that possible? Elder Yu exclaimed. It's Yin Chuan. It's the Day sect. They are here for revenge. We fell into their trap. Zheng Hong said bitterly. Yin Chuan? Yin Tao's son? Yin Tao from the Day sect? Elder Yu's face darkened. Yes. He is the Yin Tao who was forced to death by your great winged heaven school. That Yin Tao. He is over there. Over there. Zheng Hong pointed at a direction with hatred. The 10 immortal state warriors also retreated toward the direction of Yama's palace. Elder Yu? An abyssal realm warrior? An abyssal realm warrior? King Ye's face darkened. in front of Yama's palace. Abyssal Realm Warrior? There's an Abyssal Realm Warrior in the Sanyu sect? I didn't know about it. King Ye's face darkened. Abyssal Realm Warrior? What should we do? Z said, inform Meng Hongying. She's also an Emptiness Realm expert. Ask her to stop Elder Yu. Yin Chuan said, cousin, she is an Abyssal Realm Warrior? Meng like Elder Yu. Abyssal Realm Warrior. Like Meng Yu. But I didn't know cousin was. Zizi's face was filled with anxiety. I am. Meng. Meng, heaven Meng. Cousin, help me stop that Emptiness Realm expert. Zizi shouted. Why? Meng. Me? Meng. Then he ignored Meng Hongying and looked into the distance. Phew. The 10 Immortal State warriors retreated. Elder Yu, Zheng Hong, and Shang Wuji also approached them. Who is Yin Chuan? Elder Yu asked coldly. That's him. Zheng Hong pointed at Yin Chuan. So you are Yin Tao's son? I didn't kill you back then, but you ruined the Great Winged Heaven School's plan. Elder Yu said coldly. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. An Immortal State warrior near Yin Chuan shouted, Sect leader, take Yin Chuan away. We will stop him. Senior brother Yin Tao only has one son. Sect leader, protect Yin Chuan. Chapter 385. Sect Master, leave now. The Immortal State warriors of the Day sect shouted. You want to run away? Elder Yu sneered. The Immortal State warrior of the Imperial Monster Clan frowned and asked, Sect Master, what should we do now? King Ye's face darkened. He knew that all the hatred was on Yin Chuan. He couldn't stop the Immortal State warriors. What should he do? Abandon Yin Chuan? No. The Imperial Monster Clan was involved in the destruction of the Sanyu sect. We will fight with the Day sect. King Yi shouted. Yes. With just the two of you? Elder Yu revealed a look of disdain as he extended his palm towards Yin Chuan. Attack! The 10 Immortal State warriors shouted in unison. Boom! 10 dazzling sword auras flashed and slashed at Elder Yu. Boom! The sword and palm collided, creating an unprecedented explosion. The wind blew and the waterfall in front of the King of Hell's palace flew up. Bang! The power of the sword and palm dissipated. Huh! Elder Yu's face darkened. Kill! The 10 Immortal State warriors attacked at the same time and surrounded Elder Yu from all directions. Clang! 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 Elder Yu was fighting against the 10 Immortal State warriors alone. Even if the 10 Immortal State warriors used all their strength, they couldn't do anything to Elder Yu. Humph! How dare you stop me? Elder Yu shouted angrily. Boom! One of the Immortal State warriors was severely injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill! The 10 Immortal State warriors didn't give up. Misfortune has arrived. Misfortune has arrived. It's all my fault. Yin Chuan, hurry up and leave. ZZ cried out anxiously. Seeing that ZZ had taken all the blame on herself, Yin Chuan's heart ached slightly. It's not your fault. Really, don't blame yourself. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, But, trust me. Yin Chuan shook his head. Okay. ZZ's expression was still ugly. In the King of Hell's palace, Meng Hongying narrowed her eyes and frowned. Is there really a love that doesn't involve anything else in this world? Meng Hongying murmured. No, that's impossible. There are no good men in this world. Yin Chuan must be trying to trick me. Humph, humph. Meng Hongying said coldly. Meow. Big gangster, let's run. Meow jumped and shouted. Escape? You still want to escape? Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji's faces darkened as they surrounded him. Although the 10 Immortal State warriors were suppressed by Elder Yu, they managed to stall Elder Yu. Feng Tairan was the only Immortal State warrior left in front of the Yama Palace. Shang Wuji, you stop Feng Tairan, I will kill Yin Chuan. Zheng Hong said with a gloomy face. All right. Although the 2 Divine Realm experts were seriously injured, one of them could still hold Feng Tairan back for a short time. Feng Tairan was about to stop the 2 of them. Sect Master, let me do it. Yin Chuan shook his head and said. Feng Tairan's face changed as he remembered what happened at the Demon Wind Mountain range. Yin Chuan had killed 2 immortal state warriors and was much more powerful than he was. Since he trusted Yin Chuan, Feng Tairan nodded immediately. Ding! Yin Chuan pointed his finger between Feng Tairan's eyebrows. Zheng Hong, Shang Wuji, and Meng Hongying were all curious. Buzz! A large amount of essence qi came out of Feng Tairan's pores and formed an essence qi avatar. It was Feng Tairan's essence qi avatar, but its eyes were as sharp as Yin Chuan's. Oh! Meng Hongying was shocked. She couldn't understand how powerful an immortal state warrior could make an essence qi avatar. Weren't these two fooling around? Chapter 386. Yin Chuan stepped forward. This time, Yin Chuan didn't draw his sword. Yin Chuan? Feng Tairan? Zheng Hong's face tensed up. Boom! In the distance, Elder Yu unleashed his power again and sent the 10 immortal state warriors flying. Oh no, run! Yin Chuan, run! The immortal state warrior's Jiaohu voice came from afar. Kill! Kill them all! Zheng Hong shouted. Okay. Shang Wuji roared and rushed over. Yin Chuan stomped his foot. Boom! The ground shook and countless rocks shot up into the sky. Rumble! A large number of rocks surrounded Yin Chuan and spun faster and faster. It was as if Yin Chuan had turned into a star with countless planets orbiting around it. Stop fooling around. Zheng Hong attacked with his sword. Heavenly cycle of stars. Yin Chuan said in a cold voice. Boom! The countless rocks surrounding Yin Chuan suddenly exploded with dazzling starlight, as if they were shining stars. Boom! A large number of stars rushed toward the 2 immortal state warriors. Boom! Boom! The rocks didn't break when they hit the 2 swords. Instead, they pushed the 2 swords away. Boom! Ah! Impossible! Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji were both hit by a few stars. The powerful force even broke through their human chi walls instantly. Puff! Puff! The stars hit them, and they were sent flying. Blood spurted out of their mouths. Impossible! How did this happen? The 2 were in so much pain that they couldn't fight anymore. Meng Hongying said in surprise, turning a mortal into a saint and a void god? This is the power of the void realm. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation art is this? Ah, in the distance, the 10 immortal state warriors were scattered. Some of them even vomited blood. However, when Yin Chuan forced Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji to retreat, the battle in the distance stopped. Sect Master? No, that's not the sect leader. It's Yin Chuan. While everyone was still in shock, Elder Yu raised his sword and charged over. Bastard, I really should have killed you back then. Today you must die. Elder Yu's long sword slashed down. He slashed out with his sword, sending out a massive sword light. Countless berserk sword chi rushed out from all directions. Heavenly cycle of stars, meteor shower. Yin Chuan formed claws with his hands and grabbed in the direction of Elder Yu. Rumble. The stars that surrounded Yin Chuan were really like meteors that rushed toward Elder Yu. The meteor shower fell. Hundreds and thousands of meteors rushed forward, shattering the sword chi. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, he charged straight at Elder Yu. Dang, 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 dang. Elder Yu immediately changed the direction of his sword, and his sword energy shattered the stars. Boom! A large number of stars exploded. Elder Yu was fine, but his heart was palpitating. 20 years old? Less than 20 years old? You're a monster. You're even more of a monster than Yin Tao. Elder Yu said in shock. If you don't die today, you'll be a disaster for the great winged heaven school in the future. You will. Elder Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Let's attack together. All the immortal state warriors, follow me and kill him. Yin Chuan shouted to the immortal state warriors. After all, Feng Tairan was only an immortal state warrior, and this was only an essence chi clone. Yin Chuan couldn't use the power of his previous life at all. He had no choice but to ask the 10 immortal state warriors to cooperate with him. Okay, the immortal state warriors shouted. Yin Chuan took a step forward and soared into the sky. Around him, countless stars revolved around Yin Chuan. As he stretched out his hand, The stars streaked across the sky and rushed towards Elder Yu. Rumble. Chapter 387. Yin Chuan and the 10 Immortal State Warriors surrounded Elder Yu. Rumble. More and more crushed stones were sucked into the air, condensing into a saint. Countless stars surrounded everyone, like a black hole in the galaxy. The stars shot into the center of the black hole, shooting toward Elder Yu. Clang, clang, clang. Elder Yu was in the center of the black hole. His face was pale, but he was still able to break the stars with his sword. What kind of skill is this? Elder Yu was surprised. Kill. King Yi and the others attacked at the same time. Their sword Qi assisted the stars. Elder Yu, who was an emptiness realm expert, was in a difficult position. However, he was only in a difficult position. He was unable to hurt Elder Yu. Is this a heaven-level skill? Meng Hongying frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. Meng Hongying had never seen a heaven-level skill like Yin Chuan's before. Ha! I can also force an emptiness realm expert to retreat. An immortal state warrior shouted excitedly. Even if you have a powerful skill, you are only an immortal state warrior. Elder Yu shouted. Elder Yu's aura suddenly surged. It was as if the black hole was going to explode. Rumble. A large number of stars exploded under the pressure of Elder Yu's aura. Oh no, this old man is going to come out. King Ye's face changed. Everyone, if you trust me, Yin Chuan, how about letting me set up the array? Yin Chuan said. You? An immortal state warrior asked. Okay. King Yi was the first to agree. Good, good. Everyone reacted and shouted at the same time. Whoosh! In an instant, a strong wind blew. The 10 immortal state warriors were blown to 10 different directions. Under normal circumstances, the 10 of them would have broken free from the wind. However, they didn't do so at this moment. Instead, they allowed Yin Chuan to move them like puppets. Attack! Yin Chuan shouted. Kill! Boom! 10 sword lights slashed toward Elder Yu from 10 tricky angles. At the same time, the power formed by the 10 sword lights seemed to produce a strange resonance of the same frequency. Buzz! The original might of the 10 swords suddenly soared, giving off a dazzling light. Under the huge light, the light in the surroundings seemed to dim. It was like a sun had been born in an instant. It was so dazzling that the cultivators watching from afar were blinded, unable to see anything. Boom! Ah, bastard, bastard! Elder Yu screamed. The 10 immortal state warriors looked at Elder Yu in surprise. There was a long sword scar on Elder Yu's face. It was as if his face had been sliced in half. Blood flowed out. This was the first time Elder Yu had been injured. I did that, King Yi exclaimed in surprise. King Mai had never thought that he would be able to injure a virtual realm expert. Although there was a difference of 1 level between the God realm and the emptiness realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. How could he hurt a God realm expert? Again, Yin Chuan shouted. Buzz! Under Yin Chuan's control, the 10 immortal state warriors changed their positions again. Attack! Yin Chuan shouted again. Kill! The 10 immortal state warriors shouted excitedly. This might be the most glorious thing in their lives. They were all very excited. In front of the king of Hell's palace, ZZ heaved a sigh of relief. Meng Hongying's expression changed. Yin Chuan, Meng Hongying said with a complicated expression. Boom! In the distance, the 10 swords slashed again. Another deep sword scar appeared on Elder Yu's body. Chapter 388. Roar, roar, roar. Elder Yu was furious. A group of immortal state warriors? He was injured by a group of immortal state warriors? How could he be so badly injured? Again, Yin Chuan shouted. Elder Yu's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't let this go on. With my blood, I will use the disintegration poison. Elder Yu shouted. Oh no, he's going to use the disintegration poison. King Ye's face changed. Slash. The 10 of them slashed at the same time. Buzz! The dazzling light blinded the eyes of many cultivators. Elder Yu's aura surged as he unleashed a power that was several times stronger than before. He swung his long sword, and a huge sword aura blocked the attacks of the 10 immortal state warriors. Buzz! The 10 Immortal State Warriors and Elder Yu were in a stalemate as the two forces clashed. The 10 Immortal State Warriors didn't dare to withdraw their swords for fear that Elder Yu would kill them all. Yin Chuan and the 10 Immortal State Warriors fought back with all their might. Roar! Elder Yu roared as he suppressed the 11 figures in front of him. Not long after the disintegration poison, Elder Yu was more ferocious than ever. However, Yin Chuan was able to control the array of the 10 Immortal State Warriors. Although he was able to suppress them, he couldn't kill them all. Mother and son sword. Elder Yu's eyes flashed. Buzz! The long sword in Elder Yu's hand suddenly separated from the center as if a small sword had been hollowed out. The long sword became hollow, but it still carried Elder Yu's power. However, the small sword shot up to the sky and shot towards the king of Hell's palace. Stop right there. Yin Chuan's expression changed as he shouted. Cousin, ZZ cried out in alarm. The direction the small sword was shooting towards was where Yin Chuan's body was. Elder Yu would only be satisfied after he killed Yin Chuan. Meng Hongying also saw it, but she didn't want to save Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was the key to holding ZZ back. Why should she save him? Meow. Meow shrieked out. But Meow's powers were simply too low right now. Even though she had managed to scare off the heavenly tribulation back then, there was nothing she could do right now. The long sword was about to hit Yin Chuan's body. Meng Hongying looked on coldly, while Elder Yu revealed a maniacal smile. Yin Chuan and the 10 experts of the God Realm couldn't do anything at all. Ha ha! Elder Yu said excitedly. The small sword was about to hit Yin Chuan. Oh! Suddenly, a purple figure appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Cheat! The sword instantly pierced through the purple figure's chest. ZZ! Meng Hongying exclaimed. It was ZZ. At the moment when Yin Chuan was struck by the sword, ZZ used her body to block the attack for Yin Chuan. The power of the small sword was extraordinary, but strangely, it couldn't go any further after stabbing into ZZ's chest for a while. ZZ! Yin Chuan also exclaimed. Bastard! Elder Yu said furiously. The sword was about to kill Yin Chuan, but it was blocked by a girl. Time seemed to have stopped at the moment when ZZ was struck by the sword. ZZ looked at Yin Chuan through the golden mask. Their eyes met, and a flash of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. ZZ! Yin Chuan, in the distance, suddenly unleashed all the power of his essence Chi avatar. The stalemate between the two sides was broken. Whoosh! The essence Chi avatar flew over. In a blink of an eye, it entered Feng Tyrant's body. Yin Chuan's body opened his eyes immediately. Ha ha ha! Elder Yu let out a sigh of relief as soon as he saw Yin Chuan leave. He laughed excitedly. Today, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. Elder Yu said excitedly. However, before Elder Yu could kill King Yimu and the others, a powerful aura suddenly pressed down on him, suffocating him. Chapter 389. What's going on? Elder Yu asked in horror. Elder Yu had never felt this kind of pressure before. It was too terrifying. What's going on? King Wild looked at ZZ, who had been struck by the sword, and then at Elder Feather, whose expression had changed drastically. He looked at Elder Yu with pity. You're dead. King Yi shook his head. He ordered the Immortal State Warriors to back off. The Immortal State Warriors looked at Elder Yu with the same expression. You're dead. Just as Elder Yu was feeling puzzled, a loud explosion suddenly sounded above his head. Rumble! With a huge boom, the early morning sky suddenly darkened. In an instant, the sky turned dark. Dark clouds gathered in the vast sky, and boundless thunder and lightning looked like thunder dragons rolling about in the dark clouds. The target of the dark clouds was Elder Yu. Hurry up and remove the formation. King Wild Moo roared in all directions. Rumble! The disciples of the Day sect who were responsible for activating the array in the city quickly removed the array. Elder Yu looked at the sky. Among the rolling dark clouds, some of the dark clouds had already turned fiery red. The terrifying heavenly punishment was more than 10 times stronger than what Yin Chuan had faced previously. It was spectacular. The lightning dragons seemed to be wrapped in heavenly fire. The oppressive pressure made Elder Yu's face turn pale. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Elder Yu was almost unable to breathe from the enormous pressure of the heavenly might. The divine punishment was too terrifying. He had never seen such a terrifying divine punishment. Why is it targeting me? Why is it targeting me? Elder Yu shouted in his heart. However, the divine punishment didn't change its target. It was him. Why? Why? Zheng Hong, Shang Wuji, tell me why. Elder Yu shouted. Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji, who were lying on the ground, looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky and the lightning dragons in the clouds. They were petrified. Tell me why. Elder Yu shouted. Zheng Hong looked at ZZ and shook his head with a bitter smile. I should have known. I should have known. It's ZZ. You killed someone you shouldn't have. You're doomed. Shang Wuji shouted. I'm doomed? What do you mean I'm finished? Elder Yu roared in disbelief. Looking at ZZ, who was stabbed by the small sword in the distance, Elder Yu's face flashed with grief and indignation. Impossible, impossible. Are you God's woman? Why? Why? Elder Yu was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Boom! Finally, a bolt of lightning that was hundreds of feet thick came down from the heavenly punishment. The bolt of lightning was in the shape of a dragon and was surrounded by heavenly fire. Everywhere it passed, the air was set ablaze. It was as if the entire world was burning. No, no. Elder Yu roared as he flew outside. Tears welled up in his eyes as he fled. This was too unreasonable, too unreasonable. Why did the heavens favor that woman so much? Why? Elder Yu fled, but the heavenly fire thunder dragon was even faster. Roar! The roaring heavenly fire thunder dragon charged towards Elder Feather and crashed into him. Rumble! Heavenly fire and lightning enveloped Elder Yu in the blink of an eye. Oh my God! Oh my God! In the heavenly fire, Elder Yu roared for a while and then stopped. Boom! The heavenly fire returned to the tribulation clouds. The original Elder Yu was destroyed in the blink of an eye, not even leaving behind ashes. The powerful emptiness realm expert was gone in the blink of an eye. It was too shocking. Countless cultivators in Carefree City looked at the sky in horror. They knew that Miss Z was terrifying, but who would have thought that Miss Z was so terrifying? Emptiness realm expert? That was the emptiness realm expert. In the blink of an eye, nothing was left. It was too frightening. Chapter 390. King Yi and the rest of the Immortal State warriors watched Elder Yu turn into ashes. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked by the scene. Was he vaporized in an instant? Lady Z was too terrifying. They wondered how Lady Z was doing now. Everyone turned around and looked. In the distance, Feng Tairan was exhausted. Yin Chuan had used up a lot of his Essence Chi avatar. Feng Tairan felt weak, but as long as he was alive, he would be able to recover. On the other hand, Yin Chuan woke up and rushed to ZZ, holding her in his arms. Kaboom! The tribulation clouds in the sky did not disperse, as if they were targeting Yin Chuan. However, he was not harming ZZ after all, so the heavenly punishment was much weaker, just like when he combed her hair that day. Meow! Meow! Meow screamed at the sky. The group of Immortal State warriors was confused. They didn't know what was wrong with Yin Chuan's cat. Why was it making so much noise at this time? Only Feng Tairan and Lu Ji knew that Meow was trying to stop the tribulation clouds. Meow! Meow stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky as its fur stood on end. Z. Meng Hongying panicked and wanted to rush up. Get lost! Yin Chuan shouted at Meng Hongying. You! Meng Hongying was furious, but she still stood 2 meters away from ZZ. Meng Hongying did not expect ZZ's curse to be so terrifying. Although she was worried about ZZ, she was still careful of the curse. The small sword in ZZ's chest was bleeding. ZZ's eyes were filled with reluctance as she looked at Yin Chuan, who was hugging her. Yin Chuan stopped Meng Hongying and touched ZZ's chest, touching the place where the small sword was inserted. Heart! Stabbed into his heart? Yin Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. Yin Chuan, I'm so happy. It feels so good to be protected by someone. It feels so good to lie in your arms. ZZ said weakly. Quickly find all the medicinal pills. Quickly find all the life-saving medicinal pills. Yin Chuan shouted at Feng Tairan. Okay. Feng Tairan quickly asked everyone to find the elixirs. It's useless. My Violet Palace realm is broken. ZZZ shook her head. She grabbed Yin Chuan's Violet Palace realm sleeve. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. That day, you came to my Violet Heart Villa. You asked me why I was alone, why I'm not in the city in Violet Palace realm. Don't you feel lonely? ZZ's eyes were filled with desolation. Why? Why? Yin Chuan followed ZZ's words, and a pained expression flashed across his face. I'm afraid of being alone. I'm afraid of being alone. Although there are many people in the downtown area, and it's lively, once I enter the downtown area, I feel even more lonely, and my heart is even colder. I'm afraid of the cold. I'm afraid of being alone. ZZ said in fear. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Yin Chuan hugged ZZ. It wasn't that ZZ was hopeless. In his previous life, Yin Chuan had the ability to save ZZ. But now, Yin Chuan had no choice but to continuously transfer his essence into ZZ's chest. He kept transferring the essence into her body. I was born alone, and everyone avoided me. I'm so sad, but there's always someone in my heart. Because I'm married, I still have a husband. All these years, I've been supporting myself with this. When I went to Yinjing last time, I was so scared. I was so scared that you would really divorce me. ZZ said weakly. He won't. Never. Yin Chuan's eyes moistened. Chapter 391. I'm so happy that you didn't sign the divorce papers. Even if you don't come to see me in the future, I'll have enough. At least I'll keep the warmth of that time in my heart. But you came, and you didn't abandon me. You even accompanied me and combed my hair. ZZ said weakly. You're my wife. This life is destined. It's only right that I comb your hair. Yin Chuan's eyes gradually moistened. ZZ seemed to be having a terminal lucidity. She couldn't stop talking. Can I call you husband? ZZ asked expectantly. She seemed to know that she was about to die. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Husband. ZZ cried out with tears in her eyes. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded in the sky, and the tribulation clouds that were originally there suddenly rose sharply. Meow. Meow's voice became even more shrill. It was as if her throat was about to go hoarse. Looking at ZZ, Yin Chuan hugged her with one hand and continued to circulate his essence energy. His other hand, however, gently lifted ZZ's mask. No, don't! ZZ cried weakly. However, Yin Chuan didn't listen. He forcefully lifted the mask. As soon as the mask was lifted, an extremely delicate face was revealed. King Yimu and the others nearby were just about to take a look when an enormous pressure suddenly pressed down on them. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation was targeting them as well. King Yimu and the others quickly retreated as far as they could. The power of the curse had increased. Rumble. The tribulation clouds grew thicker. Meow. You big hooligan. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Meow cried out. The two of them, who were hugging each other, couldn't hear anything from the outside world. Yin Chuan looked at the beauty in his arms, deeply moved. ZZ was so moved that she didn't know how to react. Husband. ZZ could only say these words. Her eyelids were about to close. Looking at those delicate red lips, Yin Chuan kissed her. He kissed ZZ's lips. ZZ, who was about to close her eyes, suddenly opened them. Her eyes were filled with surprise and joy. At this moment, there was no longer any regret in ZZ's eyes. With a sweet expression, she slowly closed her eyes. Rumble. The tribulation clouds in the sky became even thicker. This violation once again triggered the wrath of the heavens. A great punishment was about to descend. Meng Hongying said with a complicated expression, Get out of the way. Do you really want ZZ to die? Yin Chuan finally parted his lips from purple and looked at Meng Hongying in annoyance. Meng Hongying took out a huge, transparent sphere. It had a diameter of 3 zhang. Its interior seemed to be filled with endless blue liquid. Spring of life. Yin Chuan immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Carrying the unconscious ZZ, he rushed over. Boom! Yin Chuan pushed ZZ into the hole and pulled out the long sword from her chest. Purple floated in the blue liquid. You know about the spring of life? Meng Hongying was surprised. The spring of life can keep ZZ in this state. That's great. I'll find a way to save her. Yin Chuan was overjoyed. There's no need for that. I don't know how long it will take for you to find it. I'll bring ZZ back. I have a tree of life at home. As long as I put ZZ in it and extract the essence of the tree of life, ZZ will be fine. Meng Hongying said confidently. Really? Yin Chuan was overjoyed. You should worry about yourself. Meng Hongying said. After what happened just now, Meng Hongying's attitude towards Yin Chuan had improved. However, she still rejected Yin Chuan. Meow. Chapter 392. Meow, 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 meowed weakly. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. The tribulation clouds were getting thicker and thicker. Although it wasn't as thick as the one that killed Elder Yu, it was at least twice as thick as the one that combed Elder Yu's hair. Pervert, it's over. I can't hold on any longer. Meow. Meow cried out in pain again. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning with a diameter of 10 feet struck down from the sky. Its violent aura made the surrounding cultivators terrified. Even an immortal state warrior wouldn't be able to withstand such a huge bolt of lightning. Meng Hongying carried ZZ and flew away. The bolt of lightning was heading straight for Yin Chuan and Meow. Yin Chuan wasn't the only one who had offended the heavens. Meow had done the same, so they were being punished together. Meow! Meow cried out in pain. Yin Chuan quickly pounced on Meow and hugged Meow in his arms. Boom! The huge bolt of lightning struck down and instantly enveloped Yin Chuan. Boom! The entire mountain where the king of Hell's palace was located was blasted apart. My king, Lu Jin, who had been blasted into the sky, screamed. King Yimu and the others were in despair. Sky swallowing poison. Amidst the lightning, Yin Chuan hugged Meow Meow and roared with difficulty. Kaboom! One could vaguely see a black aura around Yin Chuan's body. The black aura was violently absorbing the lightning that had enveloped Yin Chuan. Kaboom! Lightning fell from the sky. It was as if a huge crater had been created. Yin Chuan fell into the crater with Meow in his arms. The crater shone brightly as countless bolts of lightning fell, as if they were going to blast Yin Chuan to pieces. Meow was shivering in Yin Chuan's arms as she looked around Yin Chuan. Roar! Yin Chuan opened his mouth and roared, but countless lightning bolts quickly rushed into Yin Chuan's mouth. It was as if Yin Chuan was swallowing endless thunder and lightning. Roar! Yin Chuan continuously swallowed the pool of lightning into his stomach. The more he swallowed, the more lightning there was. Pa. Although a large amount of lightning struck Meow's body, it was just the aftermath. Most of it was swallowed by Yin Chuan. Meow. Meow looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Boom! Yin Chuan's body was also lacerated. However, his face was incomparably ferocious. He swallowed the thunder and lightning in his mouth. After the thunder and lightning were swallowed, the thunder and lightning surged into his Divine Hall acupoint. The Divine Hall acupoint contained the tribulation clouds that Yin Chuan had swallowed during his tribulation. As the thunder and lightning rushed into it, the tribulation clouds churned. Rumble! Because Yin Chuan kissed ZZ, the thunder and lightning outside lasted for an incense stick's time. Lu Jin was already in despair. King Yimu and the others also looked regretful. After an incense stick's time, the tribulation clouds in the sky slowly receded. The lightning pool was still crackling and flashing, but gradually the thunder and lightning dissipated into the ground. There was a huge pit that was 50 feet deep. The huge pit was char-black. Everyone thought that Yin Chuan was done for. A voice came from the bottom of the pit. Meow, big hooligan, it's done. Damn it, the tribulation is over. Meow's weak voice came. What? King Yimu's expression changed. Is he still alive? Feng Tairan was also ecstatic. Meng Hongying looked at the bottom of the pit in disbelief. A lump of coal seemed to be twisting its body. Whoosh! Miao climbed out of the coal with difficulty. The coal turned over. Yin Chuan's body was char-black. He seemed to be unable to move, but he could still open his eyes. He opened his eyes and looked out of the pit. Ha ha ha, he's still alive. Yin Chuan is still alive. Feng Tairan shouted excitedly. That's impossible. How can you still be alive? You're only in the essence state. Meng Hongying exclaimed. Save ZZ. Tell her that I'll come for her. I promise. Yin Chuan said weakly in a hoarse voice. Meng Hongying's expression was strange. Humph. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeve, and with the spring of life wrapped around ZZ, he soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he flew out of Worry-Free City and headed south with ZZ in tow. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at ZZ's departure, Yin Chuan revealed a gratified smile. At least ZZ was saved. Yin Chuan, are you all right? Feng Tairan flew over. A group of Immortal State warriors flew over. I'm severely injured. Prepare some pills for me, Yin Chuan said with a wry smile. Don't worry, I'll give you as much as you need. Feng Tairan shouted excitedly. Congratulations, King Yimu exclaimed. King Yimu, I'll leave the remaining members of Sanyu sect to you. Don't disappoint me, Yin Chuan said weakly. Although Yin Chuan was extremely weak and his cultivation was pitifully low, King Yimu did not dare to be careless. He was even a little afraid of Yin Chuan. Don't worry, I'll get it done. King Yimu nodded. Meow. Meow meowed weakly. / Chapter 393. The fact that Yin Chuan was still alive under the wrath of the heavens was a shock to the Immortal State warriors. The king of Hell's palace was destroyed by the heavens, but a new one would soon be born. The overlords of the Day sect led Yin Chuan away, as if he was a hero. Only the members of the monster-controlling sect were left behind. King Yi and 3 Immortal State warriors stood in front of a pile of rubble. 2 bodies lay on top of the rubble. Zheng Hong and Shang Wuji. Yin Chuan's stellar cycle cultivation method was too powerful. With just one strike, the 2 Divine Realm experts were no longer able to move. Ha ha ha! Yin Chuan brat! Yin Chuan brat! Zheng Hong cried out in grief. A year ago, no one dared to look down on Yin Chuan. He was humiliated by the Triyu sect in the Carefree Palace. Even though Yin Chuan was famous as the Blood Demon, he was nothing in the eyes of the Immortal State warriors. But now, it had only been a year, and the Triyu sect had been destroyed? Zheng Hong, Yin Chuan is not even 20 years old, but your defeat was justified. King Yi sighed. A year ago, King Yi didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so powerful. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Zheng Hong roared with bloodshot eyes. Initially, he had the strength of an entire sect. He had the Worry-Free City under his control. But now, he was all alone on the verge of death. I can't accept this. Zheng Hong roared as he channeled the last of his energy to escape. Kill. King Yi didn't need to do anything. The 3 Immortal State warriors attacked at the same time. Boom! The struggling Zheng Hong was slain by the 3 great deity realms with a loud bang, dying instantly. Bang! Zheng Hong's body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was the most powerful cultivator in the Carefree Palace a year ago, but now he was dead. Shang Wuji smiled wryly. Brother Shang, rest in peace. King Yi raised his sword and shouted. King Yi, Shang Wuji said weakly. King Yi glared coldly at Shang Wuji. Back then, when the Triyu sect ostracized your demon-controlling sect, it was my high transcendence sect that had always been biased towards you. Am I right? Shang Wuji smiled bitterly. King Yi raised an eyebrow. This time, my Triyu sect was destroyed mainly because of your demon control sect. However, I don't blame you. I know that there's no way out for me. Before I die, I want to ask you for a favor. Shang Wuji said bitterly. Go ahead, Brother Shang. King Yi said in a deep voice. The Shangyu sect must have been destroyed. I'm not begging you to release the Shangyu sect, but I beg you to release my son. Shangyan, I only have one son now. He's the only bloodline of the Shang clan. I beg you, on account of our past relationship, please let him live." Shang Wuji begged. King Wild furrowed his brows. "You can cripple his cultivation and make him immortal for the rest of his life. I only beg you to spare his life. I beg you." Shang Wuji begged. Various emotions flashed across King Ye's face as he thought back to the past. In the end, he let out a soft sigh and said, "Amen. Many thanks." Shang Wuji revealed a gratified expression. Boom! Shang Wuji's body suddenly let out a muffled sound. The three Immortal State warriors quickly checked. Senior Martial Brother, Shang Wuji self-destructed his Yuan spirit. He committed suicide. The three Immortal State warriors exclaimed. "After all, we've known each other for many years. Let's bury them properly." King Yi sighed. Yes. With the destruction of the Triyu sect, the Carefree Palace welcomed a round of massacres. The Day sect and the demon-controlling sect both took action to capture and kill the remaining members of the Triyu sect. At the entrance of a busy city, a large number of cultivators gathered around a high platform in the center. On the high platform, there were 30 bound cultivator prisoners. They were all pressed to the ground. Chapter 394. Lu Gang stood on the high platform and looked at the people below. "Everyone, be my witnesses. These 30 people are harboring the remnants of Triyu sect and deserve to die. Today, I will use them to prove the law of Carefree City." Lu Gang shouted coldly. "Kill!" Lu Gang ordered coldly. The disciples behind him raised their swords. CI. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, 30 heads rolled off the stage. Lu Gang looked at the 30 corpses and then at the cultivators below the stage. "I know, the Triyu sect has been the worry-free city for many years, and its disciples are on good terms with many people in the city. We can let bygones be bygones, but anyone who harbored a disciple of the Triyu sect will be killed without mercy." Lu Gang snorted coldly. The cultivators below were shocked. What a vicious person. His name is Lu Gang, right? His temperament is too vicious. Lu Gang's ruthlessness left a deep impression in everyone's heart. However, the effect of the public decapitation was obvious. The subsequent hunt for the remnants of Triyu sect went much smoother. Lu Gang was in charge of investigating and killing along the way. Junior brother Lu, a cultivator, ran over. Although Lu Gang's cultivation wasn't high, his vicious methods in the past few days had raised his prestige by quite a bit. That cultivator whispered in Lu Gang's ear. "What? Master crippled Shang Un's cultivation and wants to let him go?" Lu Gang's face darkened. "Yes, Junior brother told me to keep an eye on him, so I kept an eye on him." That cultivator said. "Stop Shang Un, don't let him escape." Lu Gang ordered coldly. That was released by the sect master. How can I stop him? What if the sect master blames me?" That cultivator was shocked. "I will bear all the blame. Go and capture Shang Un. I will go and see the sect master now." Lu Gang said solemnly. All right. That cultivator left with a bitter face. Lu Gang naturally rushed to the Imperial Demon Palace. In the Imperial Demon Palace, there were only King Yi Mu and Lu Gang. "Master, you released Shang Un?" Lu Gang asked respectfully. "That's right. What's wrong?" King Yi Mu asked calmly. "Master, Shang Un is Shang Wuji's son. This person is extremely important and sensitive. If we let him go like this when Yin Chuan recovers, how are we going to answer to him?" Lu Gang said worriedly. King Yi glared at Lu Gang and said with a frown, "It's my business how I explain myself. I'll explain myself. I've already sent people to intercept Shang Un." Lu Gang said. "What? How dare you, Lu Gang?" King Wild's eyes turned cold. In the demon-controlling sect, no one dared to disobey him. How dare Lu Gang do that? "No, Master, Shang Un cannot be released. He is Shang Wuji's son. All the more he should be killed. Not to mention Yin Chuan's intentions. For the sake of our Imperial Demon sect, we cannot release a tiger back into the mountains." Lu Gang knelt down and insisted. "Release the tiger back to the mountain? I've already crippled his cultivation. How can he threaten my demon-controlling sect? King Yimu said coldly, cutting the weeds without removing the roots. The Triu sect is the example of my demon control sect. Liu Gang shouted. The Triu sect? King Wild's face twitched. Master, the Triu sect also cut the weeds without removing the roots and forced Yin Tao to his death. They didn't go too far and didn't kill Yin Chuan. How many years has it been since then? Master, did anyone think that Yin Chuan was a ferocious tiger? Did anyone think that he was a threat? Liu Gang insisted. King Wild's heart tightened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. My demon-controlling sect has a blood feud with Shang Un. Yin Chuan put my demon-controlling sect in charge of encircling and killing the Triu sect for the same reason. If the remnants of the Triu sect rise again, my demon-controlling sect will be the first to bear the brunt of their revenge. It's best if a monster like Yin Chuan doesn't appear. But what if a monster like Yin Chuan is born among the remnants of the Triu sect? Liu Gang advised. Cold sweat trickled down King Wild's forehead. It was obvious that he regretted his previous soft-heartedness. Master has already released Shang Yin. It was Disciple's idea to capture him. Master has already done his best. Leave the rest to Disciple. Liu Gang said solemnly. Looking at Liu Gang kneeling in front of him, King Wild didn't know why, but he felt a sense of horror in his heart. This disciple was too ruthless, too vicious. Fortunately, he was a disciple of the demon-controlling sect. King Yimu sighed softly and said, "All right, pass down my orders. The demon-controlling sect disciples are all under your command during this operation." "Yes," Liu Gang said respectfully. Carefree City, City Lord's mansion, Carefree Hall on the floating island. The plaque of Carefree Hall had been changed to King of Hell's Palace. After Zheng Hong's death, Carefree City no longer had a city lord. Similarly, the Day sect, the strongest force in the city, had officially moved into the city lord's mansion. Yin Chuan was recuperating here. The doors to the hall were tightly shut. Meow. Meow lazily slept on the roof of the hall, basking in the sun. Inside the hall, Yin Chuan sat cross-legged, recuperating. Rumble. The tribulation cloud in his shunting meridian had grown by more than 10 times. Of course, Yin Chuan was the only one who could hear the rumbling sound. The tribulation cloud continuously released lightning, tempering Yin Chuan's body. Boom! A muffled sound came from Yin Chuan's body, and a huge gust of wind blew in all directions. Meow! Meow, who was sleeping on the roof, lifted a tile and immediately crawled in. Whoosh! Meow jumped in front of Yin Chuan. "You broke through?" Meow said happily. "Yes, I'm in the 9th stage of the profound realm." Yin Chuan smiled. "Only the 9th stage? That's so slow. I heard from that Zhu Jiansheng that Hua Guang had reached the Qi state when he attacked the Sanyu sect. How can you be worse than a subordinate?" Meow said. Yin Chuan smiled and said, "Hua Guang has been fighting in the Demon Wind Mountain range for the past year, so his cultivation is naturally faster. Moreover, the Tao that I cultivate is different from his." "Keep bragging," Meow said disdainfully. "What about you? How much have you recovered?" Yin Chuan smiled. "Me? More than you." Meow did not mention it. "Ha ha, you're still in the strength state." Yin Chuan smiled. "Who said it's the strength state? Who said it's the strength state? I've already broken through to the profound realm after suffering the tribulation with you last time. I've already broken through." Meow suddenly became anxious. "All right, LV won the profound realm." Yin Chuan smiled. At this moment, Meow realized that Yin Chuan was trying to get information out of her. Humph, pervert, bad guy. I'm not talking to you anymore." Meow jumped up angrily and jumped onto the roof to sleep under the sun again. Yin Chuan got up. After more than a month of rest, the charred skin on his body had disappeared and he was as good as new again. However, he had just broken through and his body was covered in sweat. He opened the door to the main hall. Lu Jin was waiting outside. "Your Majesty, the hot water is ready. Please take a bath and change your clothes." Lu Jin said respectfully. "Okay, Your Majesty, Hua Guang is back." Lu Jin said respectfully. Tell him to come and see me after I take a bath and change my clothes. Yin Chuan nodded. Chapter 395. Day Sect, Great River Hall. Feng Tairan sat in the main seat, surrounded by a group of divine realm experts. This time, the four of you have worked hard. Feng Tairan said to Duan Sanshu and the three Peak Lords. Their faces were slightly pale, but overall, they were fine. Duan Sanshu smiled faintly. We're fine. We only delayed those three divine realm experts for a few days. More importantly, you guys were fast enough in the Carefree City and came to our aid. Otherwise, we would have been worried that they would run away. The Three Serenities sect was annihilated. Everyone has done their best. Our Carefree City's tax revenue will be doubled, and the rise of the Day sect is just around the corner. Feng Tairan laughed. That's right. Doubling the resources means that the spirit stones allocated to us will double every year. It's beneficial to our cultivation. Gao Bufan laughed. Feng Tianyu frowned slightly. Father, why is it only doubled? Feng Tianyu asked with a frown. Feng Tairan was confused. Yin Chuan is now the Carefree City's castellan. Since everyone agreed, I won't object. However, our Day sect went all out to help the Three Serenities sect. Why is it only doubled? Feng Tianyu frowned. That's right, Sect Master. We should have gotten more. What's going on now? The Carefree City's tax revenue is divided into 15 portions. 4 for the Imperial Monster Sect, 5 for the Day Sect, and 6 for Yin Chuan alone. Why is Yin Chuan taking so much? Another divine realm expert asked. Yin Chuan wants to use the tax revenue to raise an army. Feng Tairan explained. Raise an army? That group of mercenaries? Why? Feng Tianyu frowned. That's right. Isn't it a waste? Our Day sect is already the biggest sect in Carefree City. Why do we need to raise an army? Besides, why is Yin Chuan taking more tax revenue than our entire Day sect? Another divine realm expert said solemnly. Enough. Feng Tairan's face sank. Everyone fell silent. Peak Masters of the Three Peaks, those who oppose my decision, please speak. Feng Tairan looked at the Peak Masters of the Three Peaks. Gao Bufan and Mo Wuhue remained silent. Feng Tianyu opened his mouth to speak, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Feng Tairan looked at the crowd and said, Since the 4 Peak Masters have agreed, then this old man's decision will not change. The decision-making power of the Day sect belongs to me and the 4 Peak Masters. If you want to make decisions, then give up on traveling outside and compete for the position of Peak Master in the sect. When you become a Peak Master, then you can participate in making decisions. There was a moment of silence. Everyone was used to being free. There were countless wonders in the world. Everyone wanted to travel and explore the world, seeking to break through to a higher level. They didn't have to worry about the matters of the sect, and they also had a fixed amount of spirit stones. How good was that? With less responsibility came less authority. They were not allowed to participate in the decision-making process. If you want to make a decision now, don't go out. Everyone could only shut their mouths in embarrassment. Seeing that everyone had stopped talking, Feng Tairan said, It's already twice as much as before. Everyone should be content. Feng Tairan, will definitely not do anything that will let down the Day sect. I guarantee with my life that Yin Chuan will not do so either. Yes, everyone finally accepted this reality. Carefree City, City Lord's Mansion, King of Hell's Palace. Yin Chuan sat high up. Hua Guang bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan. Congratulations, my king, on becoming the City Lord of Carefree City, annihilating the Triu sect, and making a name for yourself. Hua Guang smiled respectfully. In this battle, you also contributed greatly. Yin Chuan smiled. Chapter 396. It's all thanks to the king's teachings. Hua Guang said sincerely. The annihilation of the Sanyu sect didn't go well, did it? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, there were about 15,000 disciples in the Sanyu sect. The main problem was that there were too many Qi realm experts, so it was very difficult. The First Legion lost about 4,000 men. Hua Guang sighed. It's inevitable that there will be casualties on the battlefield. The annihilation of a Sanyu sect took a lot of spiritual stones and resources. Don't be stingy. Prepare enough compensation and continue to recruit soldiers in Carefree City. Keep it around 40,000. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Huo Guang replied. How's the morale of the First Legion? Yin Chuan smiled. In this year, we slaughtered all the monsters in the Devilwind Mountains and ate countless monsters. Our soldiers' cultivation has increased, and we even have spiritual stones to earn. They are in a much better condition than the mercenaries. The morale of the soldiers is high, and many of them are clamoring to extend the one-year agreement. Huo Guang said excitedly. How many Qi Realm experts are there? Yin Chuan asked. In this year, 12 of them broke through to the Qi Realm, but none of them were my match. They are now holding important positions in the army. Huo Guang said respectfully. You are the Legion commander. Of course, you have to suppress everyone. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes. Lu Jin, what about the Demon Slayer sect? Yin Chuan looked at Lu Jin. My king, the Demon Slayer sect worked very hard this time. King Mai put Liu Gang in charge of annihilating the remaining members of the Sanyu sect. Liu Gang was very ruthless. Many of them were killed in public. His methods were vicious. Many people were afraid, so it went very smoothly. Lu Jin said respectfully. Oh, in the mortal world, Yifeng also sent over some information. In the information, Liu Gang was a ruthless person when he was young. He was also good at currying favor. But after reaching the full mastery of the Strength Realm, he stopped participating in many things. As a consecrated, he lived like a prince. It has a certain amount of intelligence, but not much. Lu Jin said, back when you were in the Strength Realm, you were able to trick the Essence Realm demonic snake into working for you. It seems that you are quite clever. Yin Chuan nodded. Yifeng's evaluation of him is that he's capable of doing things, but not enough to plan the world. Lu Jin said respectfully. I got it. Yin Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, when will your Majesty establish your country? Huo Guang asked curiously. Yin Chuan thought for a moment and decided not to hide anything. There's still more than 2 years to 3 years before the Heavenly Bestowal Conference at the Julu Academy. At that time, I'm going to fight for something. When I come back, I'll establish a dynasty. Oh, Huo Guang nodded. Therefore, in the following period of time, you must train the First Legion well. After the establishment of the nation, we will have many things to do. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, your subject will do his best. Huo Guang replied. Yin Chuan nodded. It had been a month since the grand siege of the Three Serenities sect ended. Carefree City regained its peace once again. However, the topic that countless practitioners were discussing the most was the city lord of Carefree City, Yin Chuan. 20 years old, a mere 20 years old city lord. In the entire world, other than some wealthy second generations of large sects, who could compare to Yin Chuan? It was said that the destruction of the Three Serenities sect was single-handedly facilitated by Yin Chuan. Although he was young, Yin Chuan had won the respect of the entire city. Walking on the streets, many practitioners would pay their respects to Yin Chuan. Because of Miao, many practitioners even imitated Yin Chuan and found kittens as their own demonic pets, showing the same taste as the city lord. On this day, Yin Chuan carried Miao on his shoulder and walked out of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Chapter 397. Miao said lazily, thinking of Sister Zizi again, coming to her shop to drink again. What do you know? Yin Chuan joked. I know everything. I'm the smartest Miao. Miao said proudly. Just as Yin Chuan and Miao were bickering, Lu Jin rushed over from afar. My king, someone from the City Lore Manor is here. Lu Jin said respectfully. Oh, Yin Chuan was puzzled. It's Xing Long. He's here on behalf of Miss Mo. Lu Jin said. Let's go back. Yin Chuan nodded. Miss Mo? Who's Miss Mo? And who's Qing Long? Miao asked curiously. The saintess of the Dazhao Holy Land, Mo Yushi. Qing Long is one of Miss Mo's 4 attendants. Lu Jin explained kindly. Saintess? Moyushi? What's going on? Meow. Meow's eyes lit up. Her gossipy soul was burning. Enough. Yin Chuan stopped Meow from asking random questions. Meow, tell me, what's your relationship with Moyushi? Why is a saintess looking for you? Meow asked anxiously. If you make any more noise, I won't bring you back. Yin Chuan said. If you don't bring me back, I'll go back by myself. Meow. Meow said disdainfully. In front of the king of hell's palace, Yin Chuan and Lu Jin returned. Meow sat on Yin Chuan's shoulder and looked curiously at the three people in front of the palace. Hua Guang was currently receiving the two figures, one green and one white. They were Mo Yushi's two subordinates, Qing Long and Bai Hu. Seeing that Yin Chuan had returned, the two immediately stepped forward. Greetings, Prince Yin. There was a hint of joy in their expressions. How did you find me? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Prince Yin is indeed not an ordinary person. Now that we're here, we just have to ask around, and we'll know where Prince Yin is. Qing Long said excitedly. That's right. Big Brother and I were prepared to rest in Worry-Free City for a while before heading to Beijing. However, everyone in Worry-Free City was talking about Prince Yan's miraculous abilities. At that time, I thought that it was someone else with the same name. To think that it was really Prince Yan. White Tiger is impressed. Meow's expression suddenly changed. Prince Yan. White Tiger was about to say something when he was interrupted. Meow, what did you just say? Meow stood up immediately. I just realized that Prince Yin, this little cat, can talk. It's true. Cat, your sister. You're the cat. Your whole family are cats. Meow immediately scolded. White Tiger's expression stiffened. He's not a cat. He's a tiger. You got the wrong person. Also, Meow, you can't be rude. Yin Chuan said. Oh, so it's a tiger. It was a slip of the tongue. White Tiger smiled apologetically. Say it again. What's your name? Meow said sternly. My name is White Tiger. What's wrong? White Tiger was confused. White Tiger, your uncle. You're a human. How can you be a white tiger? Meow suddenly shouted. White Tiger's expression stiffened again. It's just a name. Meow, stop fooling around. Yin Chuan said. No, he's not allowed to be called White Tiger. I'm the White Tiger. Don't call me that. Don't call me that. Meow shouted. Everyone, it's just a name. Meow, don't be so overbearing. Yin Chuan frowned. This isn't overbearing. This is a matter of principle. If he's a white tiger, what am I? Meow shouted. Principle? Yin Chuan was amused. This is a matter of principle. It's like you have a donkey and you call it human every day. Do you think you're insulting the donkey or yourself? Meow insisted. Yin Chuan was stunned by this line of thought. Meow was right. Looking at things from a different perspective was different. Yin Chuan turned his head to look at White Tiger, who was about to meet a tragic end. White Tiger looked confused. Donkey? Chapter 398. White Tiger, I think you should change your name. After a long debate, the Azure Dragon looked at the aggrieved White Tiger with a conflicted expression. Change my name. White Tiger looked at Qing Long with a sad face. This is too much. Meow. Meow nodded insistently. White Tiger looked at Meow, who was wearing a small felt hat. Her originally cute image was now a bad person. Big Brother. This name was given by the saint. If I change it, no. White Tiger was still making a final struggle. It's okay. I'll tell him Yushi. Yin Chuan interrupted. White Tiger. White Tiger knew how important Yin Chuan was in Mo Yushi's heart. During this period, although Mo Yushi didn't say it out loud, her attitude showed that she missed Yin Chuan. Change. White Tiger wanted to cry, but had no tears. How did this happen? Change it. A name is just a code. Qing Long persuaded again. Big Brother. White Tiger was at a loss. Change it. You're insulting Meow's personality. No, Meow's tiger character. Qing Long persuaded again. White Tiger wanted to bang his head against the wall, but could only nod. Then if I don't call myself White Tiger, what should I call myself? White Tiger said gloomily. Meow. So many names, Little White, Little Tiger, by Little Tiger, who by, who by. Meow suddenly became happy. White Tiger. What do you want to be called? Qing Long asked. I'll be called Dragon like Big Brother. I'll be called Bai Long. White Tiger gloomily chose a name for himself. Okay, Bai Long. Qing Long smiled and nodded. Bai Long. Not bad. Meow Meow complimented. Bai Long looked at Meow and unconsciously took a step back. This was a little devil. I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you've already reached the emptiness realm? Yin Chuan looked at Qing Long and sighed. Yes, thanks to Prince Yan's help last time, I have reached the emptiness realm, and so has the Saintess. Bai Long will be there soon. Qing Long said with a smile. Yes, please come in. Yin Chuan invited with a smile. Actually, we're here to invite Prince Yin on behalf of the Holy Maiden. Qing Long didn't enter the hall. Instead, he spoke concisely. Oh, Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. We've received news that a great treasure might have appeared in the ruins of the Undying Holy Land. The Holy Maiden wants to fight for it, so we'd like your help. Qing Long said solemnly. Undying Holy Land? What do you mean? Yin Chuan asked curiously. 6,000 years ago, the most powerful sect in the East wasn't my Dezhao Holy Land, but the Undying Holy Land. However, for some reason, the Undying Holy Land was destroyed. After the Undying Holy Land was destroyed, my Dezhao Holy Land rose and became the new Holy Land. Qing Long explained. A destroyed Holy Land? The ruins of the Undying Holy Land? What news did you get? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Rumor has it that 5 months ago, multicolored light soared into the sky from the Undying Holy Land. Although no one knows why, they all understand that there must be a heavenly treasure that caused the multicolored light to soar into the 9 heavens. Thinking about the location of that place, it must be a huge treasure left behind by the Undying Holy Land 6,000 years ago. Oh, Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Some experts from my Dezhao Holy Land have already gone there, including Mr. Monroe. However, this time, they're assisting Guyu Holy Sun. Not only Guyu Holy Sun, but other holy sons and saintesses of the Dezhao Holy Land have also gone there. The saintess wants to ask for your help, Qing Long explained. Chapter 399. Qing Long looked at Yin Chuan as if he was worried that Yin Chuan would reject him. The treasure of the Undying Sanctuary? Is it far? I'm going to participate in the Julu Academy's Heavenly Bestowal Conference. I'm worried that it'll be too late. Yin Chuan said rationally. It's not too late. There's still time. The saint is also planning to go, and it's on the way. We'll definitely make it. Qing Long said. On the way. Yes, the ruins of the Undying Sanctuary are on the way to the Julu Academy. Bai Long said. Dalu. Yin Chuan, you have nothing to do in Carefree City. Let's go and take a look. There might be a lot of spiritual stones there. Meow's eyes lit up. Yin Chuan thought for a while and finally nodded. All right, that's great. With Prince Yin around, we'll definitely get the treasure. Qing Long smiled. Yes. Even if we can't get the treasure, the saint will be very happy with Prince Yin around. Bai Long also laughed. Meow, the saint will be happy? What do you mean? Meow's gossipy soul was ignited again. Unfortunately, White Tiger's heart had just been broken by Meow Meow, so it ignored Meow Meow. Big guy, tell me. Meow said anxiously. Oomph. Bai Long ignored her. Stingy guy. Meow said helplessly. Bai Long's face twitched. He was determined to stay away from Meow. Hua Guang. Yin Chuan turned to Hua Guang. Yes, Your Majesty. Hua Guang said solemnly. I'll be away for a few years. From today onwards, you'll be the acting mayor of Carefree City. When I'm not around, you'll be in charge of Carefree City. Guard Carefree City well. Yin Chuan said solemnly. This subject is not going? Hua Guang asked in surprise. Yin Chuan smiled and said, You can already be independent. In the future, take good care of the First Legion. Yes, Hua Guang replied solemnly. My king, what about that old slave? Lu Jin asked worriedly. You stay as well. During this period of time, you will be in charge of the various tedious preparations for establishing the nation. Once I return, I will establish the nation. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Jin nodded. King, this space scroll. Lu Jin took off the space scroll on her back. There's no need for that. Meow's hat is also a spatial treasure. There's a space inside. Don't worry. I've already pacified this place. Just wait for me to come back and establish my country. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, the two of them answered. Yin Chuan left behind a few more letters and took some things. Then he brought Meow, Qing Long, and Bai Long and soared into the sky. On a white cloud, Qing Long and Bai Long brought Yin Chuan and flew quickly. Prince Yin, the Saintess is waiting for us in Ice Snow City. Let's go there and meet up with the Saintess first. Qing Long said. And Yin Chuan nodded. The group flew for a month. After passing through countless regions, they finally arrived at Ice Snow City. When they reached the outskirts of the city, Yin Chuan called for Qing Long to stop. At a glance, it was a boundless snowfield. In the distance, in the middle of the snowfield, there was a huge white city. A large number of cultivators entered and exited the city. At a glance, the city was slightly bigger than Carefree City. There's so much snow, Meow said in surprise. The sky was filled with snow. It was extremely strange. Other than this snowfield, the temperature in the outer regions was not high at all. It was extremely abrupt to appear in the snow-covered region. This is Ice Snow City. We don't know why either. Anyway, the surroundings are covered in snow all year round. It seems like it has been here for a few thousand years. It has always been like this. Qing Long was puzzled. This Ice Snow City actually belongs to the Saintess. Bai Long smiled. Chapter 400. Oh, I heard that it used to belong to the Saintess's father. After the Saintess's father died, this place was naturally inherited by the Saintess. Other sects would not dare to have any ideas about the property of the Dezhou sacred ground. Qing Long said proudly. Let's go. Yin Chuan nodded. This area was covered in ice and snow, but the temperature was not enough to freeze Yin Chuan. The group arrived at the entrance of Ice Snow City in the blink of an eye. Ice Snow City originally belonged to Mo Yushi, so the guards naturally did not dare to stop Qing Long's group. After entering the city, the interior of the city was similar to Carefree City, but there were more features of ice crystals. It was extremely beautiful. The group quickly flew to a huge floating island in the center. On the floating island, the palaces were all made of ice crystals. It was extremely dreamy. Greetings to the Qing Long Guard and the White Tiger Guard. A large number of guards came over and greeted respectfully. Bai Long's face flushed red. Clearly, he remembered the heartache of being forced to change his name a month ago. You may leave. Qing Long Guard waved his hand. Yes. Everyone retreated. The group arrived at the center of Ice Snow Palace. I will go and call the Saintess. Qing Long said. I will go too. Bai Long shouted. Meow. Coward. Meow said disdainfully. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. After Qing Long and Bai Long left, Yin Chuan walked around. Many servants looked at Yin Chuan curiously. In the city, other than the Saintess, Qing Long and the White Tiger were next. However, the two of them were so polite to this man who was carrying a kitten. Who was he? Yin Chuan walked and walked. Suddenly, his expression changed. Meow? Big hooligan, what happened to you? Meow hugged a spirit stone and asked curiously. Don't talk. Let me be alone. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yin Chuan stood in front of Ice Snow Palace with his eyes closed. Buzz. Yin Chuan felt his bloodline tremble slightly. It was extremely light. If Yin Chuan's spirit was only at the essence realm, he wouldn't be able to sense it. However, although Yin Chuan's cultivation was at the essence realm, his willpower and spirit were at the emptiness realm. His sense of self was different from that of others. A slight tremor in his bloodline. Why was it trembling? It was so weak that he almost couldn't feel it. My bloodline? Did his bloodline sense something in Ice Snow City? Could it be related to my bloodline? Yin Chuan frowned. Buzz. The more he sensed, the weaker the trembling of the bloodline became. Meow also stopped eating spirit stones and looked at Yin Chuan curiously. No, it's not my bloodline that's sensing something. Something is sensing my bloodline. Someone or something is sensing my bloodline. I'm the passive party, and the other party is the one sensing it. He's sensing me, and he's directly sensing my bloodline? Yin Chuan was surprised and guessed the possibility. At this moment, Qing Long and Bai Long walked over again. Prince Yin, the saintess, went ahead with Rose Finch and Xuan Wu because of something. She asked the housekeeper to inform us. If the saintess doesn't appear, we'll go there ourselves. Qing Long smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Prince Yin, why are you standing here with your eyes closed? Bai Long asked curiously. I want to stay here for a few days. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Ah. Qing Long and Bai Long were surprised. Please help me look for the history of Ice Snow City. I want to take a look. Can we go to the ruins of the immortal sacred land in a few days? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Okay, no problem. After all, no one has found the treasures of the immortal sacred land yet. Qing Long nodded strangely. Bai Long also looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. How about this? Bai Long, go to Mo Yushi first and tell her that I'll be late. Yin Chuan thought for a while and said, All right, Bai Long, do as Prince Yin says. Qing Long nodded. Chapter 401. How about this? Bai Long, go to Mo Yushi first and tell her that I will be late. Yin Chuan said after thinking for a while. That's good too. Bai Long, do as Prince Yin says. Qing Long nodded. But, no buts. The saintess said that when she's not here, listen to Prince Yin. Moreover, with me here, no one can hurt Prince Yin. Qing Long said in a low voice. Okay. Bai Long nodded. After Bai Long left, Yin Chuan stayed in the Ice Palace. In the Ice Palace, Yin Chuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, constantly sensing the outside world. He stayed there for 2 days. However, he still couldn't find where the feeling came from. Meow. Meow lifted the roof tiles and jumped into the palace from the roof, waking Yin Chuan up. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yesterday, you read that Ice Snow City suddenly appeared about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Today, I looked around and found that this Ice Snow City seems to be a city guard. Meow said. City guard? What's a city guard? Yin Chuan asked curiously. It's a city of ice and snow. What is it trying to do? Meow Meow said. Oh, really? A city guard? Yin Chuan was surprised. Yes, I have recovered some of my memories. I remember that there is such a method. The thing you are looking for might be under Ice Snow City. Meow said after thinking for a while. Under Ice Snow City? Logically speaking, after thousands of years, if there is something underground, it should have been discovered long ago. Yin Chuan didn't understand. No, this city guard is not ordinary. It requires a huge amount of power. It's not a mortal method. Meow recalled. Immortal? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Meow thought for a moment and said, At the very least, it was an immortal who used great power to open up a space and then used Ice Snow City to attack. Therefore, the thing that was attacked was not underground, but in a new space under the city. Then how we break it? Yin Chuan asked. Destroy the city. Meow confirmed. Yin Chuan nodded. Sensing one's bloodline was also an extraordinary method. Even Yin Chuan couldn't do it in his previous life. Now that something was sensing him, it was related to him. Yin Chuan had to figure out. With Meow by his side, Yin Chuan stood up and opened the door to the hall. As soon as the door opened, he heard the noise from the outside world. Mo Yushi, come out. I'm Yang Zigu. A loud shout came from outside the palace. Yang Zigu? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. It was the son of Mohina Dojin who went with Mo Yushi to the Feng Shui formation. When the door opened, Yin Chuan immediately saw Qing Long blocking 5 figures. The leader was Yang Zhijio, and there were 4 attendants behind him. When the door opened, Yang Zigu's face was filled with joy. However, when he saw Yin Chuan, his pupil shrank. Yin Chuan? Why are you here? Yang Zigu said with a gloomy face. Young Master Yang, I already said that the saintess is not here. The saintess has already gone to the ruins of the immortal sanctum. Qing Long smiled bitterly. What about him? Why is he here? Yang Zigu looked at Yin Chuan unhappily. The immortal sanctum may have a feng shui formation. Young Master Yang is proficient in feng shui, so the saintess invited Prince Yin. Unfortunately, when I brought Prince Yin back, the saintess had already left. Qing Long explained. Hearing this explanation, Yang Zigu secretly sighed, but still looked at Yin Chuan impatiently. In that case, let's go, Yang Zigu said. Chapter 402. Young Master Yang, you can go there by yourself. There are many people from the Dazhao, holy ground there. It seems that your brother, Guyu Holy Son, is also there. You don't have to wait for us. Qing Long smiled. Guyu? Yang Zigu showed a hint of displeasure. I'll follow you. Are you going or not? Yang Zigu said coldly. I'm very sorry. The saintess has plans for me. I won't leave until I'm done with my business. Qing Long said directly. You, how dare you? Yang Zigu shouted angrily. Young Master Yang, please understand that I only listen to the saintess. The others, including the 3 Dao lords, have no right to order me around. Qing Long said with a solemn expression. Yumph. Yang Zigu snorted coldly again. Young Master Yang, why don't you all go first? Qing Long persuaded again. No, I'll follow you. If you leave, I'll leave. Yang Zigu said stubbornly. All right, then young Master Yang can stay here for a few days. Qing Long said helplessly. Yang Zigu left slowly with his 4 subordinates. Prince Yin, I'm sorry to have startled you. Qing Long said with a smile. No worries. Why is Yang Zigu here? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yang Zigu? He has been pestering the saintess. He should take a piss and look in a mirror. Is he worthy? The saintess has never shown him any respect. It's a pity that he's too thick-skinned. Qing Long said disdainfully. Yin Chuan nodded. Prince Yin, have you found what you want? Qing Long asked doubtfully. Almost, but the price is not small. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Oh, I want to push down the 4 walls of Ice Snow City and break into the city. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Qing Long looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Can I? Then I'll convince Miss Mo when I see her. Yin Chuan sighed slightly. No, I can't. Qing Long looked at Yin Chuan with a conflicted expression. Although the saintess isn't the strongest in the Dazhao Holy Land, she has a lot of properties. In terms of cities, the saintess has as many as 8. The saintess will definitely be able to take out this city. Moreover, even if we destroy the city wall, no sect will dare to have any ideas about us. We can just rebuild the city wall in the future. Qing Long said with certainty. All right, thanks a lot. Yin Chuan smiled. Prince Yin is so serious. There must be something very important to Prince Yin. The saintess has instructed us to listen to everything Prince Yin says. I will do my best to assist. Qing Long said. Yin Chuan nodded. Qing Long would personally make the arrangements. Although the guards in the city didn't understand, they still did as they were told. Boom! The ceiling array of Ice Snow City was removed. Qing Long brought Yin Chuan and flew into the sky. On the peak of a mountain not far away, Yang Zigu and 4 attendants were also staring at Qing Long rumble. The cultivators in the surroundings were continuously removing the array on Ice Snow City's walls. Is Qing Long crazy? Yang Zigu looked at the sky not far away in shock. It seems like he wants to destroy the city. I wonder how the Saintess she is going to punish him. One of the attendants shouted. Yin Chuan and Qing Long were waiting in the sky. The removal of the array in Ice Snow City shocked the entire city. Countless citizens put down everything they were doing and looked around. Prince Yin, the 4 people beside Yang Zigu, are his attendants. Among the 4 of them, Dongyang, Nanyang, Xiang, and Beiyang, Dongyang's cultivation is the highest. He is in the divine realm. The other 3 are in the Qi realm. Qing Long explained. Yin Chuan looked below and nodded lightly. Chapter 403. The entire city obeyed the order. In less than 2 hours, all the formations were withdrawn. The world suddenly became colder. The cold wind whistled and snow swirled in the air. I was right, wasn't I? This is a town. If the fog gets weaker, the snow will get heavier. Meow said confidently. Qinglong looked at Meow in surprise. He just found out that this broken city was actually Meow's idea. Where did this Meow come from? Let's begin, Yin Chuan said. And Qinglong nodded. Break! Qinglong shouted in all directions. His voice instantly spread throughout Ice Snow City. Boom! 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 The sound of many Xiuzha attacking came from all directions. The enormous impact quickly destroyed Ice City, which had 5,000 to 6,000 years of history. Rumble! A large number of city walls collapsed. Ooh, the frost was getting bigger and bigger. So cold. Why is it so cold? I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving the city. The people quickly dodged in shock. More and more city walls collapsed, and the city grew colder and colder. Under the former city lord manor, snow and fog gathered, forming a giant whirlpool. Meow, it's there, Meow said excitedly. Young Master Yang, look, what's going on over there? One of Yang Zigu's attendants called out. Who? Yin Chuan, Qinglong, Yang Zigu, and the others quickly flew towards the center. Rumble. The ice and snow danced and formed a huge whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, there seemed to be a huge entrance. Buzz. Yin Chuan felt that the feeling had become even stronger. Qinglong, please guard the entrance for me. I'll go in and take a look, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Be careful. Qinglong nodded. Who? Yin Chuan jumped into the cave with Meow. As soon as he landed, he heard noises from the outside world. Qinglong, get out of the way. Yang Zigu's voice rang out. Young Master Yang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Qinglong immediately stopped him. Why did you let Yin Chuan in? Why can he enter? Yang Zigu roared angrily. Qinglong still looked at them coldly and said, With me here, none of you can think about going in. Get out of my way. Yang Zigu roared. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from the outside, but Yin Chuan did not care about the outside world and continued to walk inside. Below, it was like a crystal chamber with a large number of stairs. Yin Chuan followed the stairs and walked step by step into the depths, being careful of unknown mechanisms. Unfortunately, there were no traps along the way. Finally, they reached the end. There were a large number of night luminescent pearls in the surroundings. It was a huge sealed secret room. Meow exclaimed. The secret room was very simple and empty. There were only two special things in the room. On the wall of the secret room, there was a long bronze saber. The handle was wide and thick, but the tip of the saber had a beautiful arc. It was a long saber that was filled with ferocity. On the long saber, two words suddenly appeared. Green kill. Although there was no aura, Yin Chuan could feel the weight of the saber. It was no weaker than his jade emperor sword. The green kill saber was stuck on the wall, and there was a line of words that seemed to be carved by fingers on the wall. From today onwards, you are the new saber demon. The line of words was filled with dominance. Just by looking at it, one would feel like they were being stabbed by thousands of sabers. It was very oppressive. Of course, this was not the reason why Meow exclaimed. In other words, Meow did not see the scene here. Meow was looking at the center of the secret room. There was a 3-foot-long cube of ice. A woman in white was sealed in the ice. She stared at the green kill saber on the wall, motionless. The woman had long hair, starry eyes, and sharp eyebrows. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she had a heroic aura. She should be a strong-willed woman. However, although the woman was sealed in ice, her eyes showed that she was crying before she was sealed in ice. She was motionless in the ice coffin for who knows how long. Yin Chuan's senses came from this frozen woman. Is she sensing me? Chapter 404. Meow, is this the person? Meow asked in surprise. That's right. She's the one who's sensing me. Yin Chuan said gravely. She sensed you? Why is she sensing you? She's still alive? Meow. Meow exclaimed. Crash. The huge ice coffin seemed to be melting quickly. Soon, A layer of melted water overflowed from the bottom. The seal on the city has been broken, and the spell on the ice is gone. The ice coffin is going to melt, and she's coming out. Meow said. Crash. The ice coffin melted faster and faster. Gradually, the woman was revealed. Buzz. The woman trembled slightly, as if she could move. Buzz. The woman twitched, as if she had just woken up from a frozen environment. Alive. She's really still alive. Meow. Papa papa. More and more of the ice melted, and the woman fell straight to the ground. Yin Chuan didn't go forward to help him. Instead, he looked on coldly. The woman twitched and gradually regained her ability to move. Cough, 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 cough. He let out a series of long coughs, as if he was coughing out warm air. Gently, the woman stood up shakily. He stared at the bronze knife stuck in the wall. He staggered forward. Buzz. The bronze saber trembled slightly, as if it had sensed the woman's presence and was vibrating with joy. The woman did not look at the saber, but at the words on the wall. From today onwards, you are the new blade demon. The woman reached out with her right hand and touched a line of words on the wall. Father, why is this happening? The woman cried out in pain. As he had just woken up, his throat had yet to recover, so it was still very hoarse. After crying for a while, the woman decisively pulled out the bronze knife that was stuck in the wall. Boom! The woman's strength was very great. With a pull, the fierce and long bronze saber appeared in her hand. He stroked the words Qing Sha on the bronze saber. Father, we really shouldn't have come here. We really shouldn't have come here. You said that my saber nature is stronger than yours. But before, your daughter was too naughty, the woman said painfully. The woman's eyes turned cold. She grabbed the long saber with one hand and pulled her long hair with the other. She pulled the long saber towards her long hair. Bang! The beautiful long hair was instantly cut off by the woman, turning it into short hair. Furthermore, she cut the words on the wall. Father, this is absolutely irreconcilable. Father, I will avenge you. I swear in the name of the new Blade Devil that there will be a day when I will kill all my enemies and kill everything. The woman's eyes revealed a malevolent expression. Roar! The woman snorted. Who? The woman turned her head and looked at Yin Chuan with hostility in her eyes. Screech! With the Jade Emperor's sword out, Yin Chuan looked at the woman coldly. I can sense you. Are you Yin Zizai's descendant? The woman asked in a low voice. My name is Yin Chuan. I don't know who Yin Zizai is. You? Do you know any super divine abilities? The woman asked in a low voice. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan nodded and said, That's right. This is the super shun that I inherited from my bloodline. Then there's no mistake. This super shun was created by Yin Zizai. You must be his descendant. Father placed a lead in my bloodline, and what he sensed was actually Yin Zizai's bloodline. Why did Father do that? The woman asked in confusion. Super shun? Yin Zizai? Yin Chuan could probably believe what the woman said. After all, super shun was very secretive. You know my ancestor? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Sword demon Yin Zizai. My father is the blade demon. The two of them used to be close friends. Since you're the descendant of sword demon Yin Zizai, you'll be responsible for protecting me for a month, the woman said bluntly. Chapter 405. Who are you? Yin Chuan asked with a frown. My father is dead. I am the new blade demon. You can call me Empress. The woman said coldly. Empress? Meow. Meow looked at the woman in shock. Put away your sword. The Empress said lightly. Yin Chuan looked at the woman and finally nodded. He put the sword back into the sheath on his back. This is one of the swords in the set, right? The woman said lightly. Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. Don't look at me like that. My father and Yin Zizai often went out. I follow them. Naturally, I know something about swords. The Empress said in a deep voice. No? How did you know? Yin Chuan said seriously. The Emperor's eyesight was too exaggerated. Until now, no one had been able to tell that the Jade Emperor's sword was actually one of a set of swords. No one knew, but the Emperor in front of him had seen through it with a single sentence. Your sword has been refined to perfection. For most sword cultivators, their initial swords were extremely crude. As their cultivation increased, they would constantly perfect the sword that was suitable for them, making it more and more suitable for them. But your sword is different. Your sword is not rough. With your cultivation in the essence realm, you have this sword, but it is not someone else's sword. It must be a set of swords that you want to refine. The Empress said in a deep voice. The Empress did not say how she knew that the sword was not someone else's, but it was enough. Meow, is she right? Meow looked at Yin Chuan curiously. Yin Chuan did not answer, but his silence said everything. Yin Zizai once said that it is very difficult to refine a set of swords. Many sets of swords are neither fish nor fowl. It is better to specialize in one sword. But once it is formed, its power is not something that can be replaced by one sword. Yin Zizai refined this set of swords. The Empress said lightly, "Since you're from the same era as my ancestor, why do you need me to protect you for a month?" Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. "I've been sealed here by my father for so many years that I've lost most of my cultivation. I need a month to recover some of it. You only need to protect me. I don't need you to help me break through." The Emperor said coldly. From the very beginning, the Emperor's expression was incomparably cold. Yin Chuan coldly looked at the Emperor. After a long period of silence, Xiao Chun digested the information that the Sovereign Emperor just revealed and analyzed everything. The Emperor also waited quietly. "All right." Yin Chuan finally nodded. "Divine ability?" Yin Chuan knew very well that this was something that only immortals could create. Could his ancestor, Yin Zizai, create a divine ability? Didn't that mean that Yin Zizai was already an immortal at that time? This woman's cultivation was unknown at that time, but it was definitely not low. It was just like him. Even though he had lost all his cultivation in his previous life, he still had the power to fight back against the strong. This woman was the same. It was not suitable for her to take risks. Why not do her a favor? Let's go. There's nothing in here. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. I still have to investigate my father's death back then. The Emperor said coldly. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. The two of them and the cat slowly retreated along the path that they came from. Along the way, the woman's expression was incomparably cold. When they reached the exit, "Qinglong, how dare you hit my people? How dare you hit Danyang?" Yang Zigu's noisy voice could be heard. Yin Chuan and the Emperor stepped out of the ice cave and immediately saw the scene outside. A large number of strong cultivators had already rushed over, but they all looked from afar and did not dare to step forward. Only Yang Zigu and his group dared to offend Qing Long. Yang Zigu's 4 subordinates were lying on the ground. Obviously, they were seriously injured. Yang Zigu and Qing Long were tit for tat. When the two of them walked out, the original conflict suddenly stopped. They looked at each other in surprise. Chapter 406. Huh? Another one? Yang Zigu looked at the Emperor in surprise. One had to know that Yin Chuan was the only one who had entered earlier. Why was there another one? Qinglong was also surprised. 7 days later, in a forest, Yin Chuan, Miao, Qinglong, and Yang Zigu stopped at the top of a mountain. Below them, the Emperor held a long saber in his hand. Chi, chi, chi. With a flash of blood, 10 huge demon wolves fell to the ground. The Emperor kept his saber and looked at the result of his battle coldly. "Prince Yin, who is this?" Qinglong asked with a complicated expression. "Just treat him as a friend." Yin Chuan smiled. "Meow, what friend? You look so cold every day. Did your father die?" I think he died." Meow Meow was halfway through a reprimand when she realized what was going on. On the side, Yang Zizhou also coldly looked at the Emperor at the foot of the mountain. "Young master, this woman is too strange," one of the attendants said with a terrible expression. Her cultivation is improving too fast. 1 level a day. When we saw her that day, she was only at LV1 of the power realm. After killing demon beasts in the forest for a few days, she improved by 1 level a day. Now she's already at LV6 of the power realm. This is too strange. 1 level a day? the attendant said with a strange expression. Yes, and she killed 10 demon beasts today. Young master, she's only at the power realm. These 10 demon wolves, no matter how weak their cultivation is, they're at least at the essence realm. This doesn't make sense. Yang Zigu's face was gloomy. Qing Long, when are we leaving? Yang Zigu asked. Young Master Yang can go first. Qing Long said with a smile. I'll follow you. Yang Zigu snorted. Below them, the emperor did not care about the demon beast corpses. He walked to the side and took out some food. Space treasure? What kind of spatial magic treasure is she using? Yang Zigu was filled with confusion. 10,000-year stalactite milk? Qing Long exclaimed. The emperor swallowed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and sat for a while. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and with the emperor as the center, a gust of wind blew out in all directions. Another breakthrough? 7th LV of the power realm? Was she a demon? Don't you need to stabilize your realm with every level you advance? Yang Zigu was surprised. Another 10 days passed. It was still the same forest. Boom! A wild boar demon at the peak of the fine realm fell to the ground. The emperor sat down cross-legged again. He took out something from his spatial treasure and swallowed it before sitting down cross-legged again. Boom! The emperor had broken through again. Dongyang, how is it? Yang Zigu asked. She broke through again, LV5 of the essence realm. She broke through again in less than 2 days? Yang Zigu's servant said with a complicated expression. Who is she? Yang Zigu frowned. Young master, why don't we let Beiyang test her tonight? Dongyang said. All right. Yang Zigu nodded. On the other side, Yin Chuan approached the emperor. Can we talk? Yin Chuan asked. The emperor opened his eyes and looked at Yin Chuan. No need. I'll leave once the 30 days are up. Are you accumulating killing intent? Yin Chuan asked curiously. The emperor glanced at Yin Chuan and said, I'm condensing my saber will. I'll be done in a month. Then I won't have to trouble you anymore. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Do you want me to kill those 5 for you? The emperor asked. Huh? Yin Chuan followed the emperor's gaze. It was Yang Zigu and the other 4. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. You can't kill the leader. I still need him. I know. The emperor nodded and closed his eyes, ignoring Yin Chuan. Chapter 407. It was nighttime, in the forest, inside a tent. Yang Zigu waited impatiently. Yang Zigu and the other 2 attendants were also in the tent. Why isn't Beiyang back yet? Yang Zigu asked. Although Beiyang is in the early stage of Qi Jing, he should be back soon. One of the attendants said. Useless. Yang Zigu scolded. The 4 of them waited impatiently in the tent. The sun was about to rise. Dongyang, go and find Beiyang. Yang Zigu said angrily. Yes. 2 hours later, Yang Zigu and the 3 attendants stood quietly in front of a mountain. There was a corpse lying on the ground. It was Beiyang who had not returned for the night. He killed Beiyang with 1 strike. Dongyang said with an unsightly expression. He accurately slashed Beiyang's major acupoints. Is it that girl? That's impossible. Impossible. She's only in the essence state. Everyone was in disbelief. Let's go and have a look. Yang Zigu said coldly. They ignored Beiyang's corpse and went to the top of the mountain. Looking from afar, they saw the emperor practicing his saber art in the middle of a pack of demon wolves. LV6 of the essence state? Dongyang exclaimed. It was not because his cultivation was too high, but because his cultivation was too fast. He was only at LV5 of the essence state yesterday. Boom! In the distance, nearly 10 demonic wolves soared into the sky with a loud rumble. Several saber lights flashed, and the 10 demonic wolves were instantly beheaded. Bang! The 10 demon wolves fell to the ground. The emperor left the pack of demon wolves and took out some high-quality food from his space artifact. He swallowed it and sat down cross-legged. Let's go, Yang Zigu said coldly. The 4 of them were about to rush toward the emperor. Whoosh! Yin Chuan and Qing Long suddenly stood in front of the 4. Young Master Yang, where are you going? Yin Chuan smiled. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. Yang Zigu said coldly. I can let you go, but Dong Yang is not allowed. Yin Chuan shook his head. What did you say? Yang Zigu asked. My friend is speaking of the essence state. Dong Yang is too dangerous. It's better not to go. As for the other three, I won't stop you. Yin Chuan said. Yin Chuan, are you looking down on me? Yang Zigu said. No, I'm just stating a fact. Yin Chuan smiled. Take Yin Chuan down. Yang Zhijiu ordered coldly. Who? Chuan Chuan's on. Chuan Chuan, Chuan Qing. Is our words Chuan? Chuan 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 Chuan. Young Master Yang, don't be impatient. Please don't make things difficult for me. Qing Long shook his head. You. Yang Zigu stared coldly at Qing Long. Humph. Yang Zigu snorted, turned around, and left. In the valley, the emperor slowly woke up. He looked at Yin Chuan, who was blocking the enemy for him, and stepped into the forest again. When Emperor entered the forest, Azure Dragon frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. Prince Yin, who is this woman? Why do I feel that her saber skills are getting stronger every day? Qing Long frowned. Oh, you can tell? Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, on the first day, her saber skills were still vulgar. But then, with each day, her saber skills improved tremendously. This is too strange. Qing Long frowned. Looking at the emperor who had entered the forest, Yin Chuan said, Her name is the emperor. She will rise like the sun. One day, her name will be known all over the world. Ah, Qing Long was surprised. Continue to protect her. If any divine realm demonic beasts barge in, continue to chase them away. Although this is a small matter to you now, you will be thankful for what you have done today in the future. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 408. Yes, I believe in Prince Yin. Qing Long nodded. In another mountain forest. This is infuriating. Infuriating. Damn that Yin Chuan. Damn that Qing Long. Yang Ziga grumbled. Young master. Qing Long is protecting that woman. What should we do? One of the attendants asked worriedly. That's right. That woman is insane. It's only been a few days, and she's already reached LV6 of the essence state. It doesn't make sense. Nanyang, Xiang, go together tonight. Capture that woman for me. Yang Zigu ordered coldly. Yes. The two attendants answered. The next day, in another mountain valley, Yang Zigu's face twitched. Dong Yang stood in front of Yang Zigu with an equally ugly expression. Lying in front of them were the corpses of Nanyang and Xiang. She died in the same way as Beiyang. It must be her, Dong Yang said. Let's go and find them. Yang Zigu's face was frosty. Beside a large river, the emperor sat cross-legged. A whirlwind blew around him. The whirlwind formed a blade around the emperor. LV7 of the essence state. She's already at LV7. Dong Yang exclaimed. Get out of my way. Qing Long, get out of my way. Yang Ziga scolded. Young Master Yang, did the emperor kill your three attendants? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yin Chuan asked coldly. Meow. Meow glared at Yang Zi. Capture her, and we'll know once we interrogate her. Dong Yang shouted. Hee, that's impossible. Yin Chuan smiled. In the distance, the emperor slowly opened his eyes. Yin Chuan, let them come here. The emperor said. Yin Chuan frowned. Qing Long was puzzled. Yang Zigu led Dong Yang toward the emperor. Speak, did you kill my three attendants? Don't try to quibble. Yang Zigu said coldly. The emperor coldly looked at the two of them and said, Those who offend me will die. I killed them. Since you admit it, don't blame me for being rude. Dong Yang, take him down. Yang Zigu said coldly. Yes. Xing. Dong Yang pulled out his sword, but the emperor slashed with his saber. Boom. The sword and saber collided. The emperor was sent flying, but Dong Yang took 2 steps back. Such power! Dong Yang exclaimed. In midair, the emperor took out a golden pill and put it into his mouth. Boom! The emperor's aura suddenly surged. Level 8 of the essence state? Qing Long exclaimed from afar. Meow. Her cultivation is rising too fast. Yin Chuan shook his head. It's not an increase, it's recovery. The emperor's body had a high cultivation base to begin with. At this moment, it was just recovering. It was different from when he was reborn. Boom! The emperor stood on the surface of the river and swung his saber. A bone-chilling, killing intent burst out. Crack! 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 The river was instantly frozen by the bone-chilling, killing intent. Monster! Dong Yang's expression changed. He swung his sword at the emperor. Boom! A vast sword aura slashed down, instantly shooting out hundreds of sword chi towards the emperor. Boom! Emperor stomped the ground and shot toward Dong Yang at lightning speed. He followed the energy swords and shot toward Dong Yang. Whoosh! The emperor swung his saber, and a vicious saber light slashed at Dong Yang. Dong Yang's expression changed. The energy sword changed direction, and the saber and sword collided. Boom! The emperor was sent flying. He fell into the river again. Boom! A muffled sound came from the emperor's body. Level 9 of the essence state? Level 9 of the essence state? Dong Yang exclaimed. The emperor flicked his short hair and soared into the sky again. He charged toward Dong Yang. Chapter 409. Even though Dong Yang's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Huang's, he was still shocked by the increase in her cultivation. Heavenly light slash. Dong Yang roared and swung his sword at Huang. There seemed to be a huge, transparent saber chi around the emperor, which collided with Dong Yang's attack. Saber chi? He's only in the essence state. How can he have saber chi? Qing Long exclaimed. That's saber will, not saber chi. Did she succeed? Yin Chuan was surprised. Saber will? Formed by will. When she reaches the chi state, then? Qing Long exclaimed. Boom! The saber will and the energy blade collided again. The powerful saber will actually shattered the sword aura of the divine realm. The sovereign was once again sent flying backward and fell into the river. 10th level of the essence state. Impossible. You can't have reached 10th level of the essence state. Dong Yang exclaimed. My cultivation increased by 1 level each time? How is that possible? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbles sounded in the sky as dark clouds covered the sky. The second tribulation cloud had arrived. Is it really 10th level of the essence state? Really? Dong Yang exclaimed. Huang shot Dong Yang a cold glance and said, You've lost your chance. Chance? What do you mean? Dong Yang was puzzled. Dong Yang soon realized what Huang Xiaolong meant. Lost my chance? Humph. I have plenty of chances to kill you. Now that the tribulation cloud has arrived, you still want to fight me? 10th level of the essence state. I can start accumulating chi now. Huang said. Chi. Huang looked at the tribulation cloud in the sky coldly. Rumble. Lightning flashed as heavenly might descended. Part of the river that was frozen by the saber chi beneath Huang's feet began to thaw. The thawed river churned and created many saber waves. Rumble. The saber waves rose higher and higher into the sky, as if they were challenging the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Finally, the heavenly tribulation began. 9 huge lightning bolts fell from the sky. Huang's eyes turned cold as he swung his saber at the sky. Boom! Following the outline of a long saber, a golden saber chi soared into the sky. The saber chi soared into the sky, growing larger and larger. The huge saber chi condensed from the sovereign saber intent was like a heavenly sword soaring into the sky. Wherever it passed, the 9 heavenly thunders from the sky would collapse. The saber chi was getting stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to 10,000 feet in size. Impossible. Dong Yang stared at the scene in shock. Hong. Wherever the saber chi passed, the tribulation clouds in the sky were cut in half. Impossible. Yang Zigu exclaimed from afar. Qing Long was also in disbelief. Tribulation clouds? Those were tribulation clouds. Even if this woman was a pervert, she shouldn't be so exaggerated. A single slash had severed the tribulation clouds? Rumble. The severed tribulation clouds slowly dissipated, revealing a clear sky. The second level of heavenly tribulation had ended. Did he just cut the heavenly tribulation with a single slash? Other than Yin Chuan and Miao, everyone else was at a loss and cursed inwardly. First stage of Qi Jing? Qing Long said in confusion. Rumble. A huge wave suddenly appeared above the river. The wave was shaped like a saber and carried the sovereign higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, the saber had reached the same height as Dongyang. Dongyang gripped his long sword tightly. Although he knew that the sovereign had just reached the Qi state, he still felt like running away. Fear! Fear! The sovereign looked coldly at Dongyang and said, "It's your turn." As he spoke, the sovereign sheathed his long bronze saber. However, a huge azure saber Qi appeared in front of the sovereign. Boom! The saber Qi condensed from the sovereign's will slashed at Dongyang. Bastard! Dongyang raised his sword and slashed at the sovereign. The sovereign's actions had deeply humiliated Dongyang. Die! Dongyang slashed at the sovereign. Buzz! The sovereign's saber Qi was like a supreme being descending from the heavens. Fish! The saber Qi continued onward as the huge saber Qi was cut in half. No! Dongyang screamed as the saber Qi cut through his body. Bang! Dongyang's body, which had been killed by the saber Qi, fell from the air. Immortal state? That's the immortal state. It doesn't make sense that the sovereign is only in the Qi state. Qing Long said in disbelief. Qing Long, save me. Yang Zigu screamed. The sovereign ignored Yang Zigu and looked at Yin Chuan. There's no need to wait a month. I'm strong enough to protect myself. See you later. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. The sovereign stepped on the saber Qi and disappeared into the distance. Chapter 410. After watching the emperor leave, Yang Zigu finally caught his breath. Evildoer, evildoer, Yang Zigu muttered with lingering fear. Meow, I protected her for so many days, but she didn't even smile. So cold. Meow wagged its tail and said angrily, "All right, my business is done. Let's go to the Undying Holy Land ruins now." Yin Chuan said with a serious face. In. Qing Long nodded. Bring me along. Qing Long, bring me along. I don't want to stay here. Yang Zigu immediately shouted. Qing Long looked at Yin Chuan, and Yin Chuan nodded. With a flick of his sleeves, Qing Long brought 2 people and a cat, and quickly flew towards the southwest. Half a month later, the 3 of them had already arrived outside the Undying Holy Land ruins. The Holy Maiden said that it's in front of the Undying City. Qing Long explained while flying. Undying City? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. After the Undying Holy Land was annihilated, my Dazhao Holy Land opened up a city nearby and named it Undying City. Although it is very far from the Dazhao Holy Land, no sect dared to disturb us. Therefore, as long as the people from the Dazhao Holy Land came, they would all gather in the Undying City. The Holy Maiden should be there too. Qing Long said. In that case, the experts of the Dazhao Holy Land are all gathered in the Undying City now. Yin Chuan asked. It should be. Although the Undying Holy Land was glorious in the past, the current environment is extremely bad and the Yin energy is dense. Therefore, most cultivators are unwilling to stay in the outside world. The nearby cultivators usually live in the city. Qing Long explained. And, over there, we're here. Qing Long's eyesight immediately saw the distance. Not long after, a huge city appeared in front of the 3 of them. Whoosh! In a blink of an eye, everyone arrived at the Undying City. Entry and exit inspection. A guard at the city gate shouted. Are you blind? How dare I investigate? Yang Zigu immediately scolded. Ah, young Master Yang, I was mistaken. The guard immediately recognized Yang Zigu and quickly apologized. Where does Mo Yushi live? Yang Zigu shouted. Holy Maiden Mo Yushi? He lives in North Mo Hall. That's right. Young Master Yang, your older brother lives in the City Lord's mansion. Do you want him? That guard tried to curry favor. Ooh, Yang Zigu frowned. Guyu Holy Son, do you want me to inform him? The guard asked. Who said I want to see him? Don't block my way. Yang Zigu said coldly. Yes, yes. The guards naturally didn't dare to stop him. Yin Chuan's group also successfully entered the city. The Undying city was roughly the same size as the Worry-Free city. However, the population was slightly higher. Undying city, North Mo Hall. Mo Yu Shi, dressed in a black Confucian robe and holding a folding fan, paced back and forth in the hall. Her brows were deeply furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuanwu stood in the hall. Rose Finch's expression was ugly. Holy Maiden, I've also lost. What should we do next? Yes, Mr. Monroe's chess skills are too strong. Although Rose Finch and I placed our pieces separately, it was still the Holy Maiden's chess skills that played the most. We've lost both rounds. What should we do? Xuanwu's expression was also ugly. Mo Yushi pinched the head of her folding fan and shook her head. Mr. Monroe, I learned my chess skills from him. It's not shameful to lose to him. The main reason is still Guyu. But there's only one round left. In the morning, Guyu Holy Sun also sent someone to urge us. Rose Finch said anxiously. Chapter 411. Mo Yushi thought for a moment, then turned to look at Bai Long. White Tiger, no, Bai Long. Mo Yushi called out. Bai Long had a conflicted look on his face. It seemed that his name had been decided and had been completely changed. Saintus. Bai Long sighed softly. Did Prince Yin mention anything? How long will he be here? Mo Yushi asked in a low voice. No, just a few days. I don't know the details. Bai Long shook his head. Saintus, will Prince Yin be useful? Rose Finch asked doubtfully. I have a feeling that he will be able to do it. Mo Yushi said in a low voice. Why? I didn't see him play chess last time. I heard from Mr. Monroe that he wanted to play a game with Yin Chuan. For Mr. Monroe to care so much, I think. Mo Yushi shook her head. She seemed to have thought of something and smiled subconsciously. Screech. A crane screech suddenly came from outside the hall. Mo Yushi looked out of the hall in confusion. Little crane, what's wrong? Mo Yushi asked in confusion. Bang! A huge red-crowned crane flew into the hall. Screech, screech. The red-crowned crane flapped its wings and looked out of the hall. Whoosh! Qing Long, Yin Chuan, and Yang Zigu placed their pieces on the square of North Mo Hall. They're here. That's great. Bai Long exclaimed. Yin Chuan is here? A smile appeared on Mo Yushi's face. Yushi, I'm here. I'm here. Yang Zigu shouted. The smile on Mo Yushi's face disappeared. Yang Zigu, why are you here? Mo Yushi's face stiffened. I came to see you. Yang Zigu suddenly shouted. Mo Yu, she looked at Yang Zigu and frowned. In the end, she sighed. Swish. In the distance, another figure landed on the square. It was a Taoist in purple. It was the servant who used to follow Guyu Holy Sun. Saintus Mo Yushi, Mr. Monroe is already waiting for you at the cloud platform. If you don't go now, you'll be giving up your last chance, said the Taoist in purple. Ziwen, what's going on? Yang Zigu shouted. The purple-clothed Taoist saw Yang Zigu when he flew over. He didn't want to talk to him, but Yang Zigu asked, which made Ziwen frown. Ninth young master, this is a bet between the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter in the Immortal City. Ziwen said respectfully. Oh, bet? What do you mean? Yang Zigu asked in surprise. My great Zhao sacred land is determined to obtain the treasures of the Undying Holy Land, but it has attracted 2 holy sons and 2 holy daughters of my great Zhao sacred land. However, the treasures are limited. In order to avoid harming the harmony when the time comes, we will first use a battle of wits. The defeated holy sons and holy daughters will retreat. Bet? Yang Zigu was surprised. A holy son and a holy daughter have already retreated. Now, only holy daughter Mo Yushi and Guyu Holy Son are left in the Immortal City. Ziwen explained. Bet? I remember Guyu is not good at chess. Yang Zigu said in surprise. Guyu Holy Son sent Mr. Monroe. Ziwen said. I knew it. So it's a gunman. Ha ha ha. Yang Zigu said in disdain. Those who want to achieve great things don't need to do everything personally. Ziwen frowned. Achieve great things? Yang Zigu's face turned cold. Holy daughter, who do you want to send? Ziwen looked at Mo Yushi again. Bet? I like it. I'll do it. Yin Chuan suddenly said. Huh? Everyone turned to look. Ziwen looked at Yin Chuan and raised his eyebrows. Ziwen also saw Yin Chuan when he came here. Last time, Guyu Holy Sun gave him the order to kill Yin Chuan. He thought that Yin Chuan was dead, but he didn't expect him to still be alive. And now he wanted to play chess. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Ziwen said coldly. You don't have to worry about whether I'm qualified or not. Yin Chuan smiled. Huh? Ziwen's eyes turned cold. Whoosh. Qing Long stood in front of Yin Chuan. That's right. Yin Chuan will fight for me in the third round. MOU, she said immediately. Holy daughter, this person is extremely evil and disrespectful to the Dazhao Holy Sun. I suggest we execute him. Ziwen said respectfully. Huh? He's my man. You dare to do anything to him? Mo Yushi's eyes turned cold. Ziwen looked at Mo Yushi in surprise. What was the relationship between Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi? Why was she so protective of him? Meow. This isn't your territory. What's the point of pointing fingers here? Are you a pig? Meow squinted and scolded. Huh? Ziwen's face darkened. Ha! Ziwen, you really do have some brains. Yang Zigu suddenly laughed. Ziwen's face turned red. He looked at Yang Zigu and didn't dare to get angry. Holy daughter, ninth young master, I'll leave first. As for the cloud platform game, please hurry up. Ziwen said angrily. MOU, she smiled faintly. No one paid any attention to Ziwen. Ziwen left angrily. Yin Chuan, how's your chess game? Don't lose to Yushi. Yang Ziga shouted. Take care of Meow for me. Yin Chuan said to Mo Yushi. And Mo Yushi's eyes flashed with tenderness as she nodded. Meow? I want to go too. Meow started arguing. Meow like spirit stones. Yin Chuan said to Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi's expression changed. She took out a sky blue stone. Meow, I'll give you some spirit stones to eat. Mo Yushi immediately called out. Obviously, Bai Long had already told Mo Yushi about Meow's existence. Supreme grade spirit stones? Meow. Meow immediately ran to Mo Yushi. I still have a lot. Don't disturb Yin Chuan's chess game, okay? Mo Yushi smiled. Sister Mo is so nice. If only you were daily, Yin Chuan's wife. In the future, Meow would have food to eat every day. Meow was bought over in the blink of an eye. Meow spoke without thinking, and Mo Yushi's face instantly turned red. Yin Chuan? Wife? What wife? Stupid cat, don't talk nonsense. Yang Ziga shouted. Cat, your sister. I've always disliked you. You're just a pretty boy with no ability. You took in 4 underlings, but they all died. Just now, when that pig was bullying Sister Mo, you didn't even dare to fart. Yin Chuan, and I had to help stop him. Meow shouted. Although Meow was young, she was very specific when she scolded people. Every sentence she said was aimed at Yang Zigu's weak spot. You're pissing me off. Stupid cat. I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Zigu said angrily. If you have the ability, go find that pig. Meow hugged the supreme grade spirit stones and said disdainfully. Ziwen, I'll find him, but you won't have it easy either. Yang Ziga said, pretty boy, you bully the weak and fear the strong. Meow continued to scold. Yang Zigu's face darkened again. He turned around and flew away. Everyone looked at the departing Yang Zhijio in shock. Where's he going? Bai Long was confused. He's going to find Ziwen. Meow. Meow said proudly. Chapter 412. After Yang Ziga left, Mo Yushi liked Meow even more. She flipped her hand and took out 10 supreme grade spirit stones of different colors. Meow. Meow happily put the supreme grade spirit stones into her little felt hat. Sister Mo, you're so much better than Yin Chuan. Meow praised. All right, Meow, don't push your luck. A few supreme grade spirit stones are enough. Yin Chuan said, I'm not asking you for them. Meow said disdainfully. Crunch. Meow bit on the supreme grade spirit stone and felt all the pores on her body open up. It was as if she was breathing, and she felt extremely comfortable. How's Mr. Monroe's chess skills? Do you have a chess manual? Yin Chuan asked the people around him. Yes. I'll show it to Prince Yin. Rosefinch immediately said. She thought for a while and said, This Mr. Monroe, I heard that when he was in the Julu Academy, he was best at painting. Unfortunately, I've never seen him paint before. Painting? Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all fields that a scholar must learn. In the Julu Academy, everyone was an expert. However, when it came to painting, I heard that Mr. Monroe had already reached the peak. Unfortunately, outside of the Julu Academy, no one has seen him paint before. Even if he doesn't paint, he has great attainments in zither, chess, and calligraphy. She explained. Prince Yin, please take a look. Rosefinch quickly set up a chessboard, and the white and black pieces were quickly placed on it. Yin Chuan nodded lightly as he watched the pieces being placed. Not bad. Mr. Monroe's chess skills are indeed extraordinary. Yin Chuan nodded. How is it? She asked worriedly. Don't worry. Although his chess skills are extraordinary, he's still slightly inferior to my minister, Yi Feng. Yin Chuan smiled. Then, can we win? Qing Long asked expectantly. Yin Chuan nodded. She's the four servants all smiled. How'd you two make the bet? Yin Chuan asked. Yang, Gu Yu, and the Holy Sun. She said seriously. Yang was. Of the three games, Chuan Lady, and the Sun Saint Lady, and the Holy Sun, that was because we, Lady, and the Sun Lu Nun, and. That's all. Yin Chuan frowned. Yeah, why? She didn't understand. I mean, the Dezhou Holy Ground didn't just send the four saintesses and the Holy Sun, right? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Of course, there are still a few enlightened masters. Normally, they would follow the four of us blindly. The enlightened masters who originally followed the four of us gradually went to Gu Yu's camp because of Yang Gu Yu's repeated victories. You should have 7 or 8 enlightened masters. She said. Suddenly, She's expression changed. You seem to have thought of something. You're saying? She asked in surprise. Gu Yu Holy Sun? You do have some courage. For the next game, how about you listen to me? Yin Chuan asked. She nodded. Immortal City, Central City, Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion was also a huge floating island. Outside the floating island, there were 7 or 8 small floating islands. On a floating island shrouded in white clouds, Mr. Monroe sat upright, waving a feather fan in his hand and a game of Go in front of him. Below him, a large number of strong people surrounded him, as if they were waiting. Whoosh! Qing Long brought Yin Chuan and flew to the floating island in an instant. They landed in front of Mr. Monroe. Chapter 413. Prince Yin. Mr. Monroe's eyes lit up. Mr. Monroe, it's been a long time. How about I play a game with you on behalf of Miss Mo? Yin Chuan smiled. Of course. Mr. Monroe nodded immediately. Sir, I'll be waiting below. Just let me know if you need anything. Qing Long said. Okay. Qing Long left. Only Yin Chuan and Wen Ruo were left on the huge floating island. Prince Yin, please. Mr. Monroe smiled. Please. Yin Chuan nodded. I heard from my sister that Prince Yin likes Tianyuan. Why don't you go first? Mr. Monroe smiled. Mr. Monroe, don't regret it. Yin Chuan smiled. Please. Pa. Yin Chuan took a black piece and placed it right on Tianyuan. Mr. Monroe raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. What? Didn't you know that I would lose Tianyuan? Why do you look like that? Yin Chuan smiled. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. I thought you would place it somewhere else. Oh, I didn't ask you to lose Tianyuan. I just wanted to see if you wouldn't lose Tianyuan. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Are you testing me? At least it proves that my sister is right. Prince Yin is a man of principles and is very stubborn about them. Mr. Monroe said, Perhaps. Everyone has their own perseverance. That is the foundation of everyone's life. Once you waver, you'll lose yourself. Yin Chuan smiled and continued to place his piece. Well said. Let's meet in the game, Mr. Monroe said solemnly. Okay. Smack, smack, smack. The two of them placed their pieces very quickly. At the same time, the floating island that the two of them were sitting on was like a magic treasure. When the two of them placed their pieces, a huge illusory image of a chessboard appeared in the void, showing the two of them placing their pieces. Countless Xiozha in all directions looked up at the sky. Who is this person? What kind of chess game was this? The first son, Tian Yuan? Someone the saintess found? Will it work this time? That person's cultivation is only at the essence realm. He can't do it. Yeah, Mr. Monroe's chess skills have defeated many people. Looks like Holy Maiden Mo, she's going to end up like the other two Holy Son, Holy Maidens. Negative voices came from all directions. In a restaurant, Emoyushi's eyes were filled with determination. Holy Maiden, Mr. Monroe, and Young Master are placing their pieces very quickly, Qing Long said with a frown. Yeah, the interval between placing their pieces was less than 2 breaths. When one of them placed his piece, the other followed. So many pieces have been placed in such a short time? Bai Long was also surprised. Don't worry, Emoyushi said lightly. However, Emoyushi's clenched fists told Emoyushi what she was worried about. Buzz! A huge flower suddenly appeared on the huge chessboard in the void. Mr. Monroe has formed the image of a chess piece. Is he done with his setup? Rose Finch's expression changed. Countless Xiozha in all directions looked at the huge flower. Envy flashed in their eyes. Life chess. Mr. Monroe's chess game is full of vitality. Emoyushi said worriedly. Hum. More and more flowers bloomed on the illusory chessboard formed by the floating island. The flowers bloomed one after another, as if they were covering the entire chessboard. Mr. Monroe's chess game is still so elegant. Flowers? Vitality blooming? In the Julu Academy, only the great scholars can do that, right? Chapter 414. In the previous games, when the flowers bloomed all over the chessboard, Mr. Monroe won completely. What is that kid playing? The floating island cloud platform can show the chessboard's artistic conception, but he hasn't shown anything yet. It seems like he can't win. That's for sure. How can he beat Mr. Monroe? A lot of disdainful comments came from all directions. She was getting more and more worried. Wong. Flowers bloomed one after another. Mr. Monroe seemed to have completely suppressed Yin Chuan, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he became more and more serious. On the contrary, Yin Chuan, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, smiled slightly. Mr. Monroe, you were careless. Mr. Monroe's eyes narrowed as he looked at the chessboard. Let's continue. Mr. Monroe insisted. You shouldn't have given up in the beginning. The more you struggle, the more painful it is. Yin Chuan laughed. Mr. Monroe looked at Yin Chuan and smiled bitterly, but he still shook his head and continued to persist. Buzz. The flowers were still blooming, and they had covered most of the chessboard. It seemed like Mr. Monroe was going to win completely. Holding a white piece, Mr. Monroe looked at the chessboard quietly, as if he couldn't make a move. This game is too flashy. Can you see the countless murderous intentions behind the flashy moves? Mr. Monroe, although you and I haven't interacted much, I can see that you are a man of great wisdom. Can't you see the murderous intentions behind the flashy moves? The Dazhao Holy Land doesn't suit you. This is not a place where you should stay. Yin Chuan said softly. Mr. Monroe raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Chuan. Was there a hidden meaning in Yin Chuan's words? Your talent didn't win the respect you deserved in the Dazhao Holy Land. Time after time, you were only used. Although it was flashy, it was all an illusion. Can't you tell? Yin Chuan asked. Mr. Monroe frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. Finally, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I appreciate Prince Yan's kindness, but there are many things that are beyond my control. The chess pieces continued to fall. I'm just reminding you. Everything is still up to you. Yin Chuan stopped, trying to persuade him. At this point, It would be annoying if she continued to insist. She just needed to show her attitude to Mr. Monroe. Buzz. Flowers gradually bloomed all over the chessboard. How's my chess compared to Yifeng's? Mr. Monroe asked as he placed his chess piece with difficulty. It's a different concept. He's playing chess like he's laying out a grand scheme. You're showing off when you play chess. Yin Chuan laughed as he placed his chess piece down. Show? Delicate, beautiful. Although delicate, it's full of vitality. Although I don't know why you're in the Dazhao Holy Land. I can see that you're putting all your eggs in one basket. You'll be miserable if you only attack and don't defend. Yin Chuan shook his head and sighed. Oh, it just so happens that the black pieces I placed are on the path of the undercurrent. They're murderous and lifeless. Feel it. Yin Chuan placed down another piece. Pa! A piece was placed. Phew! On the huge virtual chessboard, a huge flower suddenly withered. Look what's going on. The flower withered? It's not just that one flower. One flower after another is withering? What's going on? Isn't Mr. Monroe going to win? Amidst the exclamations of the surrounding cultivators, Mr. Monroe lost again and again. Withered, one flower after another is withering. Chapter 415. Immortal City. City Lord's Mansion. Ziwen, you bastard. What were you doing just now? Pointing fingers in front of me? Making me lose face in front of you, she? Yang Zigu scolded Ziwen angrily. Ziwen of the Northern Mo Palace returned with a belly full of anger. He was prepared to slowly digest this humiliation. He didn't expect Yang Zigu to chase him all the way here and be so aggressive, constantly scolding and criticizing him. There were many familiar faces in the City Lord's Mansion's main hall. How could he not give him any face in front of so many people? Ninth young master, don't go too far. Ziwen gritted his teeth and said angrily. Ziwen, an emptiness realm expert, was humiliated in front of everyone by a Qi realm expert. He couldn't calm down and was even angrier. Go too far? Oof, do you dare touch me? I'll go back and tell my father to destroy your body and soul. Do you believe me? Yang Zigu said coldly. Ziwen clenched his fists. He was really powerless in front of Yang Zigu, who asked Mohina Dojin to spoil him. Enough! A voice sounded in the main hall. Guyu Holy Sun looked at Yang Zigu with an ugly expression and said, Lao Jiao, Ziwen is my attendant. It's not up to you to criticize him. Yang Zigu turned his head and looked at Guyu Holy Sun, who was at the north of the main hall. Guyu, don't pretend to be big in front of me. So what if you're a holy son? I'm not afraid of you. Also, everyone in the main hall, listen up. Yang Zigu glanced at everyone in the main hall. All the cultivators in the main hall had ugly expressions. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the Northern Mo Palace, don't blame me for not being polite. Yang Zigu said coldly. All the cultivators in the main hall had cold eyes. Not being polite? Why aren't you being polite? The ancient moon Holy Sun said coldly. Yang Zigu sneered. I will ask my father to remove your immortal karmic titles. At that time, there will be someone to deal with you. As soon as Yang Zigu said this, the faces of all the practitioners turned extremely ugly, but no one dared to say anything. Then take mine too. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. I can't touch you, but I can touch the people around you. I can make those followers of yours go to hell. Do you believe me? Yang Zigu acted shamelessly. You! Guyu glared at him, and a vicious aura flashed. You want to hit me? Hit me then. Father said that you're not allowed to bully me. If you hit me, I will tell Father and let Father deal with you. Yang Zigu said hatefully. The cultivators of the first palace hall and the emptiness realm expert of the first palace hall could do nothing to Yang Zigu. After all, he had a good father. The atmosphere in the hall became tense. Oh no! A practitioner outside the hall rushed into the hall. What's the matter? Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Holy Sun, Mr. Monroe is going to lose. The practitioner said with an ugly expression. What? Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. He ignored Yang Zigu and stepped out of the hall. Standing at the entrance of the hall, he looked up at the cloud platform not far away. Withering. The flowers on the virtual chessboard withered one after another. Their vitality was annihilated and the aura of death surrounded them. Mr. Monroe's chess pieces were losing. On the cloud platform, Mr. Monroe's eyes were extremely serious. He grabbed a white chess piece and couldn't put it down. "Let's draw," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Draw." Mr. Monroe suddenly looked up. "Now, on the chessboard, the black and white chess pieces are equal. Let's stop here. Let's call a draw." Yin Chuan smiled. Mr. Monroe looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. In the end, he said solemnly, "I still have things to do in the Dazhao Holy Land, so I can't lose this game. Thank you very much." Chapter 416. When you're done, play another game with me, Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Sure," Mr. Monroe said gratefully. The two of them stood up slowly. When they stood up, Qing Long immediately flew over. "Let's go back," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Yes." Qing Long took Yin Chuan and flew away quickly. Mr. Monroe smiled and flew back to the mayor's mansion. Among the commoners below, a black-robed figure watched Yin Chuan leave. "It's God's will, Yin Chuan. You actually came to the Immortal City? You even brought my compass." "Just in time, TSK, TSK," the black-robed figure said in a low voice. The mayor's mansion. Mr. Monroe looked at Guyu Holy Sun and said, "Holy Sun, I didn't win." "Yin Chuan? Him again?" Guyu Holy Sun's eyes turned cold. "Wen Ruo, aren't you a talent from the Julu Academy? You're proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You're just a nobody. You actually didn't win?" Ziwen said coldly. "All right," Mr. Monroe tried his best. Although he didn't win, he didn't lose either. It's okay to leave Mo Yushi in the city. She's just a few people. She can't do anything big. Guyu Holy Sun comforted. "Thank you, Holy Sun." Mr. Monroe nodded. Guyu Holy Sun nodded and looked coldly at Qing Long and Yin Chuan in the distance. North Mo Palace. "This time, it's all thanks to you again," Mo Yushi said softly. "It's nothing. You don't have to say that. Maybe I'll need your help soon," Yin Chuan said with a smile. Mo Yushi nodded without hesitation. "You're so good at chess. Why don't you teach me?" Mo Yushi asked expectantly. "All right, meow, Dolly." Yin Chuan is obviously up to no good. Meow scolded. "Pa!" Mo Yushi reached out and stuffed a top-grade spirit stone into Meow's arms. "Meow, Sister Mo is such a good person." Meow held the top-grade spiritual stone and jumped aside with a big smile. Qing Long and the others naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to disturb him. Yin Chuan and She were sitting inside Northern Mo Hall, playing chess against each other. "This is the golden flame tea I obtained years ago. Try it." She poured a cup of golden tea for Yin Chuan. After taking a sip, Yin Chuan's brows furrowed for a moment before relaxing. It was as if all the pores on his body had opened. "Good tea. It's a mortal grade," Yin Chuan praised. "That's good." She's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "You've been here for some time, right? What kind of treasure has appeared?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. "No, we still have to wait for a while. However, I can roughly guess what it is," She said after some thought. "Oh, do you know about the past glory of the Undying Holy Land?" She said after some thought. "I'd like to hear the details." 10,000 years ago, the Undying Holy Land was the leader of all sects in the world. Its holy master was called Blade Demon. 10,000 years ago, he was the most powerful person in the world. She said. "Blade Demon? 10,000 years ago, the most powerful person in the world?" Yin Chuan said in surprise. Because not long ago, the emperor had inherited his father's will and become the new Blade Demon. Was it just one person? Yes. Rumor has it that several immortals who were about to ascend after their tribulation besieged the Blade Demon. We are in the mortal world, and the immortals' cultivation is suppressed by the world. But even so, they were still at the peak of the Void Realm. However, those quasi-immortals couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Blade Demon. They were all killed cleanly. The most powerful person in the world lived up to his name. The Undying Holy Land also became the leader of all sects. Yushi sighed. Chapter 417. Ascended? Mortal world? Yin Chuan frowned slightly, but did not pursue the matter. About 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, the Undying Holy Land encountered something that caused it to completely collapse. I heard that the Blade Demon also fell in that battle. After the Blade Demon fell, some of the Dao Lords of the Undying Holy Land also mysteriously disappeared. Mo Yushi narrated. Oh, my father was from the Undying Holy Land back then. Mo Yushi thought for a moment and said in a low voice. Your father? Yin Chuan said in surprise. My father, actually. Mo Yushi bit her lips, not daring to say it. You can't say it? Don't force yourself. Yin Chuan smiled. Shaking her head, Mo Yushi stared at Yin Chuan for a while and said, My father is actually not human. Oh, Yin Chuan said in surprise. My mother is human. My father is a dark phoenix. Mo Yushi stared at Yin Chuan as if waiting for Yin Chuan's mood to change. Dark phoenix? No wonder. No wonder your surname is Mo Yushi. Did your father not want you to forget your own honor? Yin Chuan praised. Don't you think Mo Yushi said worriedly. Ha ha ha, in my eyes, you've always been Mo Yushi, always. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. Thank you. Mo Yushi's gloomy face blossomed into a brilliant smile. Why was your father in the Undying Holy Land back then? Yin Chuan asked. Mo Yushi nodded and said, The Undying Holy Land's guardian beast was the Phoenix clan. Before the Undying Holy Land was destroyed, my father could only be here. Oh, father once told me that under the ruins of the Undying Holy Land, there are things that belong to the Phoenix clan, and there are also treasures left behind by the Undying Holy Land. But he didn't tell me in detail, and then Mo Yushi's face revealed a trace of sadness. If there's anything belonging to the Phoenix clan, I'll try my best to get it for you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Mo Yushi nodded, touched. The two of them sipped their golden flame tea as they placed their pieces. In the middle of the night, while they were chatting happily, Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Buzz, a powerful aura suppressed the entire northern Mo Hall. Who are you? How dare you barge into my northern Mo Hall? Qing Long suddenly shouted angrily outside the hall. Who? Mo Yushi also immediately stood up and guarded Yin Chuan as they looked towards the entrance of northern Mo Hall. His aura pressed out of the palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the two forces collided, a series of oppressive sounds could be heard. Meow. Meow suddenly rushed into the palace and stood in front of Yin Chuan. There are 7 bad guys outside. Meow. Meow said worriedly. A hoarse voice came from outside the palace. Yin Chuan, I know you're here. Come out. Stop hiding. The voice was very hoarse and full of ridicule. 6 of them are Emptiness Realm experts. Mo Yushi said with an unsightly expression. Let's go out and take a look. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. But, Mo Yushi said worriedly. Let's go. They definitely won't dare to do anything to you. That's why they haven't made a move yet. Since they haven't made a move, then everything can be discussed, Yin Chuan said with a smile. All right, but stay by my side. I'll protect you, Mo Yushi insisted. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi slowly stepped out of the palace. It was already late at night, but the moon was bright in the sky. 7 figures wrapped in black robes could still be seen. Qing Long and the other 3 coldly faced the 7 people and guarded the 2 people from northern Mo Hall. Jiji Jaiji, Yin Chuan, you came at the right time. One of the black-robed people laughed strangely. Chapter 418. Keek, Yin Chuan, you really came at the right time. One of the black-robed men cackled. Who are you people? Mo Yushi asked coldly. Holy Maiden of the Dajiao Holy Ground? TSK, I didn't recognize you last time. The black-robed man sneered again. Yin Chuan stopped Mo Yushi and smiled. So it's Poisoner. You can recognize me? Oh, you can recognize me too? The black-robed man was surprised. Back when you were beheaded by the Dugu Jian Wang, I saw your corpse. Your heart was shattered. You're a feng shui master, so I knew you'd show up again. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. My voice has changed. How can you tell? Poison Master asked solemnly. Among the 7 of you, only you are surrounded by Yin energy. You are clearly not from the Yang realm. And these people are? Yin Chuan looked at the other 6 black-robed men. Look who I am. One of the black-robed men suddenly took off his hood, revealing a cold face. Shinkuin Kuroha? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Kaka, Qing Long, and Mo Yushi quickly moved to Yin Chuan's side to protect him. Shinkuin Kuroha, the head of the Great Winged Heaven School. He had forced Yin Chuan's father to his death. He could be considered a major accomplice. It's really you? You were the one who ruined my plan in the Feng Shui formation. Shinkuin Kuroha said coldly. As he spoke, a cold, murderous aura shot toward them. Oomph. Shinkuin Kuroha, the Myriad Wonders Demon Lotus, is in Mohina Dojin's hands. You still can't forget it? MOU, she said coldly. Hiding behind a woman? Heh, Yin Chuan, you can't even compare to your father? Shinkuin Kuroha sneered as he looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled and said, It's none of your business whether I'm as good as my father or not. But you, the leader of the Great Winged Heaven School, are actually hiding your head and showing your tail? These people must be the elders of your Great Winged Heaven School. Shinkuin Kuroha frowned. This immortal city is the city of the Dazhao Holy Land. You coming here today to force an abdication is the same as provoking the Dazhao Holy Land. As long as Lady Mo gives the order, do you believe that the enlightened masters of the Dazhao Holy Land in this city will definitely make all of you stay here? Yin Chuan said coldly. MOU, she said with a straight face, that's right. Meow. Meow also cried out arrogantly. I've already set up a formation outside. No one will notice. Poisoner sneered. Is that so? Poisoner, you've already lost your human body. Is your Feng Shui formation still as perfect as it was in the past? Yin Chuan said disdainfully. Poisoner snorted coldly. You have to remember that this is not the wilderness. This is the territory of the Dazhao Holy Land. It's not too late to leave now. Once we break your Feng Shui formation, it'll be an even bigger crime. Imprisoning the Saintess? This is completely provoking the Dazhao Holy Land. At that time, we won't even need to say anything. The heroes of the Dazhao Holy Land will raise your Great Winged Heaven School to the ground. Do you believe me? Yin Chuan sneered. Shinkuin Kuroha snorted coldly. However, Shinkuin Kuroha really didn't dare to make a move now. This was the territory of the Dazhao Holy Land. If he injured the Saintess after imprisoning her, the 3 Dao Lords of the Dazhao Holy Land would definitely not be merciful to him for the sake of the Dazhao Holy Land's prestige. Shinkuin Kuroha scram. MOU, she said coldly. Impossible, unless Yin Chuan returns my things. Poisoner immediately shouted. What did I take from you? Yin Chuan said coldly. That silver compass. My compass. Return it to me. Poisoner shouted. Chapter 419. Ha! The silver compass? Back then it was yours. Now it's not yours. Yin Chuan shook his head. Humph. You want to take what belongs to me? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Poisoner said coldly. Kill Yin Chuan? If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that none of you will be able to leave Immortal City. MOU, she said coldly. Did you hear that? Yin Chuan said with a faint smile. The situation of the crowd pressuring Yin Chuan's group seemed to have reversed in the blink of an eye. Good. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan? Shinkuin Kuroha's eyes filled with a cold light. There is no need to look at me like that. I have no use for the silver compass. However, I cannot give it to you for free. Use something to exchange for it. Yin Chuan said with a faint smile. Shinkuin Kuroha and Poisoner felt slightly surprised. What do you want? Poisoner asked coldly. I don't know what you have. How about this? Your black robes look pretty good. Use this to exchange for it. Yin Chuan said with a faint smile. What did you say? The crowd's eyes turned cold. What's wrong? You are not willing? If you are not willing, then forget it. Yin Chuan shook his head. Whoosh. Shinkuin Kuroha tugged and took off the black robes. Then he tossed them forward. There was still a gorgeous brocade robe under the black robes. Hence, taking off the black robes was nothing. Who, who, who? Aside from Poisoner, the others did the same, tossing out the black robes. He. Yin Chuan, we will remember today's humiliation. Poisoner said coldly. Quickly take them off. Otherwise, I will go back on my word. Yin Chuan shouted. How dare you? Shinku and Kuroha and Poisoner shouted at the same time. Whether I dare or not depends on you. Yin Chuan looked at Poisoner with a smile. Oomph. Poisoner snorted coldly. With a lift of his hand, the Poisoner also took off his black robe. He threw on the ground. Poisoner was also wearing clothes, but inside the clothes was a skeleton. Its head was a skull that emitted a faint green light. Meow, so ugly. Meow scolded. Give me the compass. Poisoner said coldly. Yin Chuan smiled and slowly took out a compass from his bosom. Ooh, he threw it to Poisoner. Pa, Poisoner caught it. Am I right? Shinku and Kuroha asked coldly. That's right. Poisoner nodded. Let's go. Shinku and Kuroha said coldly. Everyone nodded and stepped into the sky. As they flew away, Shinku and Kuroha turned his head and looked deeply at Yin Chuan, his eyes full of hatred. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 7 figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Haha, young master, you're really amazing. Forcing them to take off their clothes? Rosefinch laughed and reached out to grab the spoils of war. Don't move, Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Rosefinch was puzzled. Shinku and Kuroha? Poisoner? Just for a compass. It seems that they must have something important to do now. And it must be related to the compass. Emoyushi thought and said, That's right. Using the compass. They must be in a predicament or have to set up a formation. Yin Chuan nodded. Then what are you going to do? Emoyushi asked. Follow me. If possible, try to keep them here. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Keep them here for what? Xuanwu asked curiously. Prince Yin means to keep them alive. Qinglong explained. These clothes are the key? Emoyushi's eyes lit up. It will be useful. Don't touch it. Just put it in a jade box. Yin Chuan said. Okay. After using magic to put the 7 sets of clothes, everyone quickly flew out of Northern Mo Hall and out of the city. Prince Yin, in the Immortal City, they don't dare to attack the Holy Maiden, but it's different once they're out of the city. What if? Rosefinch said worriedly. If you think so, Shinku and Kuroha and the rest must think so too, so they won't expect us to follow them, Yin Chuan said with a smile. More importantly, they must have encountered a difficult problem, or they must have met an opponent who can match up to them. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The enemy of my enemy is my friend? Qinglong's expression changed. That's right, we can't act rashly. We just have to wait for an opportunity. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow, Yin Chuan, you have a lot of bad ideas. Meow laughed. If you slander me again, I'll deduct your spiritual stones. Yin Chuan said with a straight face. Meow, Yin Chuan, you're really scheming and intelligent. You're the nemesis of evil. I'm proud of you. Meow. Meow immediately fawned on him. Emoyushi laughed again. Shinku and Koha and the rest left the Immortal City and put on their black robes again. Yin Chuan, Shinku and Kuroha said coldly. Yin Tao's vile spawn? We should have eradicated him back then. Sovereign, when this matter is over, I'll kill him, an elder said solemnly. Shinku and Kuroha nodded. Turning his head, Shinku and Kuroha looked at Poisoner and said, Poisoner, the compass has been found. Are you confident? Don't worry, with the compass, it's enough to take down that feng shui master. In the East, no one can surpass me in feng shui techniques. Poisoner said with incomparable confidence. Is that feng shui master's body really suitable for you? Of course, it's better than my original body. Even if my previous body is still there, I want to get that body, the ethereal body. It's too rare. Poisoner said in a deep voice. Once you get that feng shui master's body, immediately set up the array. The Lord has already sent word that we must obtain the relics of the Phoenix clan in the immortal sacred land. Shinko and Kuroha said in a deep voice. Why didn't the Lord send some experts from the Phoenix people? Poisoner asked doubtfully. Phoenix people? The Dajao Holy Land oversees the East, so the Lord must be careful. However, the Lord is a man of great talent and vision. He will conquer the world sooner or later. Shinko and Kuroha said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Outside the immortal sacred land in the forest, at the mouth of the mountain, several zombies stood straight. The zombies were expressionless, and in front of them stood a figure in a black robe embroidered with clouds. The black-robed figure chanted a strange incantation at the zombies. If Yin Chuan was here, he would have recognized this person at a glance. It was the feng shui master he had rescued in the Demon Wind Mountain range, Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang chanted the incantation, and the zombies twisted their heads. Burrow into the ground and guard this place, Feng Yinyang said coldly. The zombies nodded respectfully. Ka. The zombies sank into the ground in the blink of an eye. Turning his head, Feng Yinyang looked into the distance. Deathchi? You're here again, you lingering things. Feng Yinyang looked into the distance coldly. Chapter 420. Immortal City. Mayor's Mansion. 3 figures stood there, Guyu and 2 purple-robed servants. Ziwen reported to Guyu Holy Sun respectfully. It's Shinko and Kuroha and the rest. They've left, but Mo Yushi and Yin Chuan are chasing after them. Ziwen said confidently. The mantis stalking the cicada? Guyu Holy Sun twirled the ring in his hand and sneered. Yes, that should be the case. Ziwen nodded. Ziwen Zichuan. Guyu Holy Sun said calmly. Yes. The 2 purple-robed servants replied simultaneously. Since they become the mantis, you'll be the Oriole. Yin Chuan? He's too much of an eyesore. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Holy Sun, don't worry. We'll definitely make Yin Chuan stay. The 2 replied simultaneously. Go. Guyu Holy Sun said calmly. Yes. In the forest, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the other 4 were moving quickly. Meow, it's been half a day. Where are they going? Meow sat on Yin Chuan's shoulder and complained. This way. Rose Finch raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? That's the ruins of the immortal Holy Land. Not long ago, there was a flash of light in front of us. Mo Yushi explained. Flash of light? Does that mean that the so-called treasure is here? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes. Unfortunately, the treasure was hidden too well. Even after digging 3 feet into the ground, we still haven't found the treasure. But the more it's like this, the more important the treasure is. Mo Yushi said. Is there anyone guarding here? No. The Inchi here is too strong. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Mo Yushi explained. Treasures may have spirits, and we're guessing that they may appear once a year, at the same time, or at the same time. Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, they've stopped. Meow meow cried. Everyone quietly landed in a valley. In the distance, on a hill, Shinkuan, Kuroha, and the others looked at Poisoner. Is that all? Shinkuan Kuroha asked. We set up the array formation last time, but the compass is not mine, so I was worried that it would fail. This time, it will definitely work. Poisoner said coldly. We will protect you. Shinkuan Kuroha nodded. Poisoner held the compass in his hand and lightly flashed it. Wheeze! The needle in the center of the compass suddenly spun wildly. He reached out and pressed the compass into the ground. Rumble. Sounds of tremors could be heard coming from all directions. Huff! As the ground trembled, traces of black gas spewed out from the ground. The black gas soared into the sky, and it was extremely gloomy. Is that the death aura? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Bang! Suddenly, a skeleton claw broke out from the ground. Bang! 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 More and more skeletons crawled out from the ground in the blink of an eye. Thousands, tens of thousands, and even more. Ka. Countless human-shaped skeletons let out ear-piercing and eerie roars as they faced the distance. Go! Poisoner shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The skeletons ran quickly, holding bone sabers and bone spears, and rushed towards a mountain in the distance. Wherever the skeleton army passed, the death aura soared into the sky. Everywhere they passed, the sky was covered and the moon was covered. It was as if they were isolated from the outside world. The mountain in the distance was hard to pronounce. Death aura? You're here again, you bunch of ghosts. Feng Yinyang looked coldly into the distance. Feng Yinyang waved his hand. Rumble. Under Feng Yinyang's feet, the death aura also soared into the sky. Rolling death aura covered the sky, and it rushed towards the death aura opposite. On the ground, zombies crawled out. Chapter 421. The zombies were expressionless. More and more of them crawled out. Go! Feng Yinyang said coldly. Roar! The zombie army roared and charged at the skeleton army. Rumble! The two armies ran and soon met at the center of the battlefield. Roar! Crack! The zombies and skeletons fought each other, neither willing to give in. The sound of fighting pierced the void. It was extremely noisy. The two sides made contact with each other, and the surroundings were shrouded in the blink of an eye. However, there was a faint blue light amidst the black chi, allowing them to see the tragic battle inside. With just two people, they can create a large-scale war scene? Feng Shui masters are really strange. Qing Long sighed. Come, let's go, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Aren't we waiting for them to fight until both sides are injured? MOU, she said in surprise. The Feng Shui master over there is an acquaintance of mine. Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, everyone nodded. Since it was an acquaintance, the original plan had to be changed. Whoosh! The group carefully sneaked in Feng Yinyang's direction. Because they were close to the ground, they had no choice but to pass through the battlefield. Roar! Several zombies pounced. Whoosh! Qinglong waved his hand and blocked the zombies. Feng Yinyang, who was far away, immediately sensed something and looked over. Yin Chuan, Feng Yinyang said in surprise. As he spoke, he waved his hand in Yin Chuan's direction. The zombies there immediately ignored Yin Chuan's group and blocked a large number of skeletons for Yin Chuan. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan's group approached. Mou Shi, Qing Long, and the others looked at Feng Yinyang warily. Why are you here? Feng Yinyang asked in surprise. Maybe it's a coincidence. Are you here for the treasures? Yin Chuan immediately asked. No. Feng Yinyang shook his head directly. Oh, could it be that you're doing this for? Yin Chuan suddenly thought of something. Feng Yinyang nodded and said, That's right. It's a pity that we met a few fellows who just won't go away. Lingering around? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Feng Yinyang suddenly became extremely serious. Yin Chuan looked over. On top of a distant hill, Poisoner suddenly took out a golden cloth roll. It was about 30 feet in diameter, and there were lines drawn on it. They looked like the lines of a compass. The Northern Sect's Great Expansion Diagram? He's a traitor of the Northern Sect? Feng Yinyang asked in surprise. In the distance, Poisoner was already standing on top of the cloth. He looked around at the area that was shrouded in the aura of death. There was a rainbow-colored feather in his skeletal claw. That's a phoenix feather? MOU, she said in surprise. Poisoner threw the phoenix feather into the golden cloth roll, and it was immediately sucked into it. Buzz! The cloth roll suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, and the golden light instantly illuminated the area. The black-robed Poison Master's clothes suddenly underwent a magnificent transformation. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a set of golden robes, and a phoenix crown appeared on his head. In the phoenix nest, I'm the Phoenix Lord, Poisoner shouted loudly. Ing, ing, ing. In the area shrouded in the aura of death, countless phoenix cries could be heard. Rumble. The hill under Poisoner's feet suddenly expanded, and it became taller and taller. It was like a mountain that rose into the sky. As Poisoner rose, a large number of phoenix illusions flew around. One after another, phoenixes sang loudly as they surrounded Poison Master, emitting phoenix cries that soared into the sky. The entire west side had been covered by the golden light, and the number of phoenix illusions was increasing. The skeletons just now? Just to cover up the aura of death? To create a derivative world? Yin Chuan's face darkened. In the distance, the phoenix illusions gradually solidified, and a strong aura suppressed them. This aura? Is it real? Is it a real phoenix? Qing Long said with a pale face. It's fake, but it's no different from the real one. This is a derivative world. Feng Shui masters have a unique ability to use the power of yin and yang to simulate a sacred realm. Yin Chuan explained, derivative world? But that's just fake. According to what you said, it's just a simulation. How can it have such a strong aura? Qing Long was puzzled. Do you still remember the Feng Shui formation last time? Is the underworld devil rabbit real or fake? Yin Chuan asked. The Feng Shui formation is different from ordinary formations. It's not real. The derivative world is born from the Feng Shui formation. It's a world formed when powerful Feng Shui masters fight. But Poisoner is only at the immortal state. He shouldn't have the ability to form a derivative world. Yin Chuan frowned and said. Feng Yinyang looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. I didn't expect you to know Feng Shui. That's right. The Feng Shui master opposite us is not qualified to form a derivative world, but he has the Northern Sect's big picture. He stole the big picture of the Northern Sect, which is the most precious treasure of the Northern Sect. Feng Yinyang said in a low voice. Phoenix, listen to my order. Poisoner's cold voice came from afar. Hum. Several Phoenix illusions cried out. Capture the man from the east. Poisoner shouted. Hum. The Phoenix illusions cried out. They turned around and rushed toward Yin Chuan. I feel that many of these Phoenix illusions are at the emptiness realm, Qing Long said with a pale face. Feng Yinyang looked at the Phoenix illusions and clenched his fists tightly. Bastard, you spoil my plan. Alas. Feng Yinyang sighed slightly. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked. I prepare it for Guyu, but... Feng Yinyang sighed slightly. He took a step forward. Buzz. A huge round wheel suddenly appeared under Feng Yinyang's feet. As the wheel rotated, the earth around them roared. On the Dragon Island, I am the Dragon King. Feng Yinyang's roar resounded through the entire derivative world shrouded by the deathly aura. Ong, ong, ong. The roars of the dragons soared into the sky. Rumble. The earth under Feng Yinyang's feet roared as if it was about to rise. Clothes. Yin Chuan shouted at Moyushi. Here. Moyushi quickly handed over a jade box. Feng Yinyang. These are the clothes worn by the 7 people on the other side. They are not stained by anyone else's aura. Yin Chuan threw the jade box to Feng Yinyang, who was rising up. Feng Yinyang's body was surrounded by golden light. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head and slowly rose up. Catching the jade box, Feng Yinyang nodded lightly. Dragon-shaped phantoms suddenly appeared around the towering mountain. There were flood dragons, winged dragons, horned dragons, and hornless dragons. Nearly 1,000 huge dragon illusions suddenly appeared. They roared and supported Feng Yinyang as they soared into the sky. Ong, ing. In the derivative world, the dragons roared and the phoenixes cried. Chapter 422. In the derivative world. The mountain under Feng Yinyang's feet grew higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, it reached the peak of the derivative world. Like a commander, Feng Yinyang commanded nearly 1,000 dragons as he looked coldly at the poison master on the commander's platform. The 2 Feng Shui masters were superior and became the protagonists of the derivative world. Qianlong attack. Feng Yinyang gave the order. Roar, roar. The dragons roared. In a long roar, they became more and more solid and rushed forward. Boom, boom. The collision between the phoenix and the dragons suddenly burst out a gust of wind. Below, a group of skeletons and zombies had already fallen down in front of the dragons and phoenixes. For a time, the derivative world was chaotic because of the battle between the 2 sides. The dragon showed its power and threw down the mountain. The phoenix spread its wings and evaporated the small lake instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise could cause earthquakes again and again. Qing Long and others looked at the sky in horror. A feng shui master who can set up a formation is abnormal. Qing Long said with a complicated expression, I heard that a feng shui master is weak. It doesn't matter how weak he is. With a wave of his hand, a group of divine realm and virtual realm mythical beasts will help him. He can get as many as he wants. How can we fight? Bai Long also said with a complicated expression, It's not that easy. Yin Chuan shook his head with a smile. Yin Chuan and others hid under the mountain of Feng, Yinyang's commander. On the other side, Shin Kuan Kuroha and others also saw Yin Chuan and others. They dared to come? An elder sneered. Let's kill Yin Chuan. Another person said, Roar. When a group of virtual realm masters was about to trouble Yin Chuan, a group of dragons suddenly appeared in front of a group of virtual realm masters. They opened their mouths and spat fire at them. Ah! An elder exclaimed. Boom! The elders quickly took out their magic treasures to fight against the dragons. Poisoner, what's going on? Why is his dragon in your home ground? Shinkawan Kuroha exclaimed. Ooh! Before everyone's eyes, illusory figures of dragons appeared out of thin air. Slowly but surely, the illusory figures of dragons materialized and charged toward the poison master. Boom! A dragon tail swung down on the mountain, causing it to shake violently. The phoenix on the other side seemed to have lost control and were suppressed by the dragons. That's impossible. This is my domain. How did he infiltrate it? Poisoner frowned in shock. Suddenly, Poisoner saw the 7 sets of clothes floating in the air where Feng Yinyang was. Our clothes? Soul condensing technique? Yin Chuan, you bastard Yin Chuan! Poisoner exclaimed. Poisoner, what's going on? Shin Kuan Kuroha roared. The feng shui master on the other side is too powerful. As soon as the 1,000 dragons appeared, I knew that I was no match for him. My phoenix is only half of his. However, I have the great development diagram. I can fight with him until the end. But I didn't expect him to have our clothes. He can use the clothes to send the will of the dragons directly to us and attack us. Poisoner said angrily, What should we do? The derivative world is closed. Protect me and block the dragons that are coming from all directions. Otherwise, we will be in trouble this time. Poisoner said bitterly. Don't worry, Shin Kuan Kuroha said. Boom! The dragons roared and suppressed the phoenix. On the other side, Shin Kuan Kuroha and the others were in a difficult situation. Ah! An elder was hit by the dragon's tail and was severely injured in the blink of an eye. Chapter 423. Hold on! Shin Kuan Kuroha screamed. Phoenix retreated. In the blink of an eye, Poisoner was surrounded by enemies. What a mess. Bastard! Bastard! Poisoner said anxiously. On the other side, Yin Chuan and his team looked satisfied. Meow. These bad guys are doomed. Meow said excitedly, just as everyone was happily watching the tragedy of the poison master on the other side. Buzz. Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Watch out, Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Azure Dragon struck out with his palm, colliding with the palm that had suddenly appeared. Boom! A gust of wind blew. The 2 palms collided and separated. In front of Yin Chuan and his team, 2 figures in purple robes appeared. Ziwen Zichuan? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Saint Yushi. The 2 of them shouted at Mo Yushi, but there was no respect in their voices. What are you doing here? What do you want? Mo Yushi scolded. Saint, this is an order from Guyu Holy Sun. Today we must stop Yin Chuan. Ziwen said coldly. Who dares? Mo Yushi shouted coldly. Saint, we know that you have just reached the emptiness realm. We have been in the emptiness realm for many years. You're no match for us. Please step aside. It would be bad if we hurt you. Zichuan said coldly. Hurt me? You dare to hurt me? Mo Yushi said coldly. Sorry, we are servants of the Holy Sun. We only listen to the orders of the Holy Sun. If you insist on doing what you want, don't blame us. Zichuan said coldly. How dare you? MOU, she shouted coldly. At the same time, she grabbed a folding fan in her hand. Sorry. Zichuan waved the long sword in his hand. Qing Long, block him with me. The rest of you, listen to Yin Chuan. MOU, she shouted and rushed forward. Boom! The folding fan and the long sword collided, and a large amount of dirt and stones burst out. Qing Long also rushed forward and blocked Ziwen. Boom! Boom! 4 Emptiness Realm experts started fighting. For a time, the battle in the derivative world was extremely chaotic. There were strong winds everywhere, sand and stones were flying everywhere, and dragons and phoenixes were colliding. Meow, meow, meow hid in Yin Chuan's arms in horror. Bai Long rose eyes, and Xuan was eyes. Yin Chuan looked on coldly, with a tinge of worry in his eyes. Guyu? Oomph. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Saintus, you're no match for me. Get out of my way. Zichuan shouted. Oomph. MOU, she did not want to get out of the way. She opened the folding fan in her hand. Suddenly, rays of golden light appeared and rushed towards Zichuan. Sorry for the offense. Zichuan shouted. Clang. The long sword suddenly drew a ray of light and pierced into the folding fan through the gap. Clang. The sword energy instantly pierced through MOU Shi's wall and scratched MOU Shi's arm. MOU Shi was pushed back by the impact. Covering her arm, MOU Shi's face turned ugly. Blood dripped from her arm. Yushi, Yin Chuan shouted. MOU Shi turned to look at Yin Chuan and smiled. She shook her head and said, I'm fine. Go. No, Yushi, come here. Let me do it. Yin Chuan shouted. Yin Chuan wanted to borrow MOU Shi's essence clone. I'm already at the virtual god realm. Can you still borrow my essence clone? MOU, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. We have to try. Yin Chuan said anxiously. There's no need. Bai Long, take Yin Chuan and leave. MOU, she shouted. Leave? If you dare to leave, I'll kill MOU Shi. Zichuan sneered. Don't you dare. Yin Chuan shouted. Chapter 424. Saintus Yu Shi, I don't want to kill you. Get out of the way now, or else I won't be polite. Zichuan said coldly. MOU Shi's blood fell to the ground. No one noticed that after MOU Shi's blood fell to the ground, it disappeared strangely, as if it was absorbed by the ground. Just when MOU Shi was anxious. Boom! A ray of light broke through the ground and rushed to the sky. It even pierced through the derivative world and rushed to the sky. Ray of light? Treasure? Zichuan said in surprise. On the other side, the battle between Qing Long and Ziwen suddenly stopped. Why now? Why now? Ziwen was also surprised. Even Poisoner, Shin Kuan Kuroha, and Feng Yinyang looked at the ray of light that rushed out from the ground. The ray of light broke through the derivative world and rushed to the sky. The original darkness of the night became extremely gorgeous because of this colorful ray of light. Immortal City, City Master's Mansion. Holy Sun, the treasure is born. The treasure is born. A practitioner shouted. Guyu Holy Sun rushed out of the main hall. Yang Zigu also rushed out of the main hall. They looked at the bright colorful ray of light in the distance. The treasure is born? Let's go. Guyu Holy Sun shouted excitedly. What treasure? Yang Zigu also said excitedly. Rumble. Countless practitioners of the Immortal City rushed to the sky. Under the leadership of Guyu Holy Sun, they quickly rushed to the ray of light. The vast group of Xiozha charged forward. At the derivative world, Yin Ran became a huge focus. In the far east of the derivative world, in a valley, a figure in white was sitting cross-legged at this moment. It was the new knife demon that separated from Yin Chuan not long ago, the Emperor. The ray of light rushed to the sky. The Emperor opened his eyes. A gust of wind blew his short hair. The Emperor stood up and looked at the ray of light in the distance coldly. 7-colored light? Had the heavenly jade palace opened? Who is it? You actually know how to use the blood of the phoenix to open the seal? The Emperor frowned. That place used to be Phoenix's resting place. I don't know how many years it has been. I hope there are still people who know Phoenix. Maybe they know what happened back then. The Emperor sighed. Shing. He pulled out the long bronze saber stuck in the ground. The Emperor took a step forward and shot toward the direction where the multicolored light soared into the sky. In the derivative world, the earth was shaking. Multicolored light shot up from the ground into the sky, making the previous battle seem unremarkable. Ing, ing, ing. Suddenly, a large number of phoenix cries came from underground. This sound was not simulated by Poisoner, but produced from underground. Was there a phoenix cry underground? Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as boundless golden light burst out from the ground and shot into the sky. The zombies and skeletons on the ground were instantly annihilated by the golden light. The golden light shot out and instantly transformed into the shadows of Phoenix. One by one, the shadows of Phoenix appeared. There were tens of thousands of them. Suddenly, the original light of the derivative world increased by several times. A large number of phoenixes rushed toward Mo Yushi's body. A large number of phoenixes rushed toward Poisoner. Phoenixes will? Phoenixes will. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Ha ha. Poisoner suddenly shouted excitedly. His hands flipped. Countless phoenixes will rushed out from underground and were suddenly controlled by Poisoner. A large number of phoenixes will condensed into the same phoenix that Poisoner simulated. Ing. 1,000 phoenixes cried out together, and the number of 1,000 phoenixes was still increasing. The situation of being suppressed by the 1,000 dragons was no longer the case. In an instant, they were competing with each other. They even reversed the situation and continued to force toward Feng Yinyang. What's wrong? Feng Yinyang was a little depressed. Chapter 425. A large amount of Phoenix's consciousness rushed into Mo Yushi's body, and a large amount of Phoenix's consciousness was controlled by Poisoner. Feng Yinyang's dragon clan was forced to retreat. The derivative world was in chaos. It was not over yet. In the middle of the two Feng Shui Masters platforms, the earth rumbled and a jade mountain broke out of the ground. The jade mountain was black and yellow, and the two colors were constantly changing, as if the colors were moving. Rumble. The phoenix's shadow was no longer gushing out from the ground, but from the huge jade mountain. The phoenix's shadow rolling out showed that the phoenix's consciousness came from this huge mountain. As soon as the jade mountain appeared, the originally soaring light suddenly increased by more than 10 times and shot straight to the 9 heavens, illuminating the heaven and earth with dazzling light. A treasure has appeared. Zichuan was also surprised. 100 feet tall jade mountain attracted everyone's attention. Yin Chuan squinted his eyes and said in surprise, "The jade of heaven and earth?" Meow? What did you say? What jade? Meow was confused in Yin Chuan's arms. The relic of the Undying sanctuary? Shinkuin Kuroha's eyes flashed with greed. Let's go. Shinkuin Kuroha shouted. The 5 elders followed Shinkuin Kuroha and rushed over. Scoundrel! How dare you covet such a precious treasure? Zichuan shouted loudly. Zichuan and Ziwen quickly flew towards the Jade Mountain. Not only the two of them, Mo Yushi and Qing Long also rushed over. In the blink of an eye, everyone had arrived. Rumble. Mo Yushi, Qing Long, Zichuan, and Ziwen worked together to attack Shinkuin Kuroha and the other 5. Rumble. 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 The void exploded, and the fight between the Emptiness Realm experts stirred up a cloud of dust. The elders blocked Mo Yushi, Zichuan, and the others, but Shinkuin Kuroha easily reached the Jade Mountain. He waved his hand, and a huge force rushed towards the Jade Mountain. The huge mountain did not move. Shinkuin Kuroha's face changed. He reached out his hand and touched the Jade Mountain. Phew! His hands seemed to go through the Jade Mountain. A small space? A small space created by the immortals? Shinkuin Kuroha's mind. Shinkuin. The elder's face changed. Mo Yushi took a step forward and was about to rush towards the Jade Mountain. Keek, you still want to run? Great development diagram. Trapping gods and erecting phoenixes. Poisoner's sinister laughter came from afar. Roar, roar, roar. The phoenix controlled by Poisoner suddenly surrounded Mo Yushi. As they roared, they each spat out a stream of phoenix breath. The phoenix breath instantly bound Mo Yushi like silk. Mo Yushi's face changed. She waved her hand, but there were too many phoenix breaths. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yushi was bound. Bastard! Mo Yushi's face changed. The phoenix controlled by Poisoner was both real and illusory. It was extremely powerful. It bound Mo Yushi, and Mo Yushi was unable to move. Saintus! Qing Long's face changed. He threw away his opponent and rushed over. Roar! Roar! A large number of phoenixes flapped their wings and blocked Qing Long's path. Qing Long was extremely anxious. However, the phoenix was not just for show. Keek, you want to save her? Don't even think about it. Poisoner laughed excitedly. Chapter 426. Meow, Sister Mo is in trouble. That pervert is going to take Sister Mo away. Meow exclaimed. Saintus. Rose Finch and the others exclaimed. Chi. Yin Chuan flicked his sleeves, and a green vine suddenly shot out. In the blink of an eye, it shot towards Mo Yushi. Gulp! The green vine instantly wrapped around Mo Yushi, as though it wanted to pull Mo Yushi back. Prince Yin will help you. Bai Long quickly pulled Yin Chuan's green vine. No need, my green vine is too weak. I can't pull it back. Yin Chuan said anxiously. In the distance, Mo Yushi struggled with all her might, but there were too many phoenix breaths. Ha ha! The heavens are helping me. Come here. Poisoner laughed excitedly. Yushi! Yin Chuan shouted towards the distance. Mo Yu, she anxiously turned her head. It's no use. I can't hold on anymore. Mo Yushi wriggled and said sadly. Trust me, don't resist my poison. Yin Chuan shouted towards Mo Yushi. Poison. Mo Yushi didn't understand. At this moment, the sharp end of the green vine suddenly pierced towards Mo Yushi's forehead. The poison vine pierced Mo Yushi's forehead. Instantly, the tip turned black, and a large amount of poison was about to enter Mo Yushi's forehead. Poison. Qing Long and the others' expressions changed. Trust me, Yin Chuan shouted. I trust you. Mo Yushi's eyes flashed with a trace of gentleness. Creak. The black poison completely penetrated Mo Yushi's forehead. Mo Yushi did not resist and allowed the poison to enter her body. Gradually, Mo Yushi closed her eyes as if she had fainted. Boom! Phoenix's power shattered the vines. Swish! Mo Yushi was pulled towards the poisoner. Keek, he fainted from poison? Using poison in front of me. The poisoner? What a joke. Poisoner laughed. Prince Yin, what are you doing? Rose Finch and the others exclaimed. Qing Long rushed towards Mo Yushi, but a large number of phoenix blocked Qing Long's path. Roar! Release the Saintus. Qing Long roared. Qing Long, come back! Yin Chuan shouted. Qing Long rushed forward a few times, but he was forced to retreat by the large number of phoenix. When he retreated and saw Yin Chuan, he shouted, Prince Yin, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why did you poison the Saintus? Qing Long, Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuan Wu all glared at Yin Chuan. I'm protecting you, Shi. Yin Chuan shook his head. Ah! Poisoner's scream suddenly came from afar. Mo Yushi was pulled in front of the poisoner, but Mo Yushi's body emitted a faint black light. Injure my primordial spirit? What kind of poison is this? Poisoner exclaimed. For a moment, Poisoner didn't dare to get close to Mo Yushi. That is, Qing Long and the others were slightly stunned. The situation was unfavorable to us. We couldn't save Yushi at that time. It was too late, so I resorted to this. Yin Chuan said with a gloomy expression. It's called Mangod poison. It's very obscure and weak, so it can be easily expelled from a body. However, if someone is willing to let the poison enter the body and let the poison reside on their primordial spirit, the Meng god poison will absorb the person's primordial essence and catalyze a potent poison that corrodes the primordial spirit. It's like a Meng in the body, so people don't dare to get close. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Like a Meng in the body? Meng god poison? Qing Long and the others' expressions relaxed. Like a Meng in the body. Although it hurts the primordial spirit, I can detoxify it in the future. I know what Poisoner wants to do with you, Shi. Yin Chuan said with a gloomy expression. In the distance, Poisoner's skeletal claws turned black. Poison? There's a poison that I don't recognize. Poisoner said hatefully. Chapter 427. He coldly glanced at Yin Chuan. So what if she's poisonous? I can't extract her primordial spirit, but I can still use her. Poisoner said coldly. Taking a step, Poisoner suddenly left the great development diagram and stood outside it. Suddenly, the power of the phoenix in all directions decreased a lot. Feng Yinyang's dragon clan quickly attacked. But soon, Poisoner used his magic power to place Mo Yushi in the center of the great development diagram. A large amount of phoenixes will rush over. Condense emptiness into reality. 10,000 phoenix cry. Poisoner stretched out his hand. Thousands of phoenixes will suddenly erupted from Mo Yushi's body. A large amount of phoenixes will that rushed towards Mo. She were instantly controlled by Poisoner. As the 10,000 phoenix cry, it suppressed the 1,000 dragon clan. Rumble. The rolling phoenix came, and the entire derivation world became the world of Phoenix in the blink of an eye. The dragon clan retreated again and again, and was forced into a corner. Mo Yushi floated above the great development diagram like a puppet, and was used by Poisoner to summon countless phoenix. Saintus! Qing Long and others exclaimed. What should we do? What should we do? Rosefinch and others exclaimed. 10,000 phoenix cry. Poisoner used Mo Yushi as a puppet and instantly controlled the situation. Keek. Although more than half of the phoenix is gone, it's more than enough to destroy you. Poisoner smiled proudly. Poisoner, well done. An elder of the great winged heaven school laughed. Quick, you guys take out the treasure that the Lord wants. I'll take that feng shui master's body. Poisoner shouted excitedly. The myriad phoenixes cried in unison, besieging Feng Yinyang. Boom! Suddenly, there was another earth-shattering sound. At the edge of the derivative world, there was a dazzling golden light. Rumble! The entire derivative world was shaking. The golden light seemed to be shooting in from outside the derivative world, like a golden sun squeezing into the derivative world. Buzz! A golden sun rushed into the derivative world battlefield. 60 cultivators stood in the golden sun. The golden sun was like a huge cover. The cover instantly expanded, covering a large number of mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye. It occupied 1/5 of the derivative worlds. Outside the shield, a large number of phoenix could not enter. The great sun merit heavenly formation of the great Zhao Holy Land. Poisoner cried out in shock from afar. Holy Sun! Zichuan exclaimed in surprise. Guyu Holy Sun led a group of powerful cultivators into the derivative world battlefield. As soon as the group of cultivators entered the derivative world, they immediately looked around and looked at the huge Jade Mountain. Hey you're fast! Poison Master exclaimed. Can't take it. There's a world inside the Jade Mountain. Shinkuan Kuroha Jiahu said. Go in. Shinkuan Kuroha shouted. Yes. Shinkuan Kuroha, along with the 5 elders, stepped into the Jade Mountain. The 6 of them disappeared instantly and entered the inner world of the Jade Mountain. Guyu Holy Sun's face sank. Poisoner! Yinchuan suddenly shouted. Poisoner looked over. As long as you can't kill all of us here, if you dare to hurt Mo Yushi, the great Zhao Holy Land will exterminate your entire clan. Yinchuan shouted at Poisoner in the distance. With Yinchuan's shout, Poisoner's face suddenly changed. His original and scrupulous attitude was gone. His original plan was to kill everyone here, including Mo Yushi. After that, who would know that he killed Mo Yushi? But it was different now. There were so many people here. Could he kill them all? Especially that Guyu Holy Son. He was an expert of the Middle Emptiness realm. Ah, Yushi? Yang Zigu, who was beside Guyu Holy Son, exclaimed. Guyu Holy Son looked around coldly. He looked at the two feng shui masters on the mountain, at Yin Chuan and at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi is just poisoned. She won't die. That skeleton won't dare to do anything. Guyu Holy Son said lightly. Oh, Yang Zigan nodded with furrowed brows. At this time, Yang Zhijio also looked at Yishan. Is this the treasure? Yang Ziga's expression changed slightly. Perfected masters, follow me. Guyu said in a deep voice. Yes. The 8 men behind, Guyu replied. The rest of the Immortal State warriors, stay here and follow Zichuan and Ziwen to stop anyone from entering. Guyu Holy Son said coldly. Yes. The 50 Immortal State warriors replied. Guyu looked at Zichuan and then at Yin Chuan. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Yes. Zichuan nodded. Then, Guyu led the 8 perfected masters to the Jade Mountain. I'm coming too, Yang Ziga shouted. Chapter 428. Outside the derivative world. The Emperor stood at the top of a mountain and watched a sunlight cover enter the derivative world. Guyu Holy Son was inside the cover. Is this place really in ruins? The Emperor frowned. The heavenly Jade Palace is open. Even demons and monsters are coming out. The Emperor said coldly. As he spoke, he walked toward the derivative world. In the derivative world, Guyu Holy Son flew out of the great solar merit sky formation with 8 immortals. I'll go too, Yang Ziga shouted. Guyu Holy Son frowned slightly, but did not stop them. The 10 of them flew toward the Jade Mountain. But at this moment, even though Poisoner had thousands of phoenix, he did not dare to attack the 10 of them. He allowed them to fly close and enter the Jade Mountain. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan frowned in thought. At this moment, 2 sharp eyes suddenly turned to him. Ziwen and Zichuan. The 2 of them looked at Yin Chuan coldly. Yin Chuan felt something and looked at them immediately. There were 2 virtual realm experts and nearly 50 God State experts in the great solar merit sky formation. They were all under Guyu Holy Son's command. Yin Chuan, you can't escape this time. Zichuan sneered. Holy Son ordered to kill Yin Chuan. Ziwen also ordered. The group of Immortal State warriors looked at Yin Chuan curiously. Everyone saw clearly that he was at LV9 of the Essence State. Was he at such a low cultivation? Did he have to use so much power? Young Master, go quickly. You guys protect the Young Master and leave. Qing Long shouted. Yes. Bai Long and others replied. Meow, this is bad. Meow was worried. Boom. There was a loud noise in the distance, and a white light suddenly shot into the formation. Who? In the middle of Yin Chuan, Ziwen, and the others, a white figure suddenly appeared. Emperor? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. As soon as the Emperor entered, he immediately scanned his surroundings. In the end, he looked at the Jade Mountain. The heavenly Jade Palace is open. Did anyone go in? The Emperor looked at Yin Chuan and asked. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. In. The Emperor took a step forward and was about to rush towards the Jade Mountain. Who? Ziwen suddenly appeared in front of the Emperor. Who are you? Ziwen asked coldly. Scram. The Emperor said coldly. A mere Chi State cultivator dares to ask me to leave? Humph. Ziwen coldly snorted and a powerful aura shot out. The Emperor raised his head and looked at Ziwen coldly. Ziwen's aura couldn't suppress the Emperor at all. Xing. The Emperor unsheathed his bronze blade and looked at Ziwen coldly. The Holy Son has said that no one is allowed to enter. I think you are tired of living. Ziwen reached out his hand and attacked. Boom! The blade and the palm collided, and the surroundings shook violently. The palm of an abyssal realm cultivator was so powerful that it pushed the Emperor back 100 meters. I think you are tired of living, the emperor said coldly. On the other side, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. He saw an opportunity. Qing Long, stop Zichuan, Yin Chuan said. Child, what are you going to do? Qing Long was surprised. I need to break through as soon as possible, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Qing. Yin Chuan pulled out the Jade Emperor's sword from his back. Meow, meow. Meow was confused. Bai Long, Rosefinch, Xuanwu, take care of Meow. Don't let anything happen to Meow. Yin Chuan handed over Meow. Child, what are you doing? Rosefinch was surprised. Meow. Meow also cried. Yin Chuan handed over Meow and said, You only have one chance. Listen to me and do as I say. Chapter 429. After that, Yin Chuan rushed out. The Immortal State warriors looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Is he crazy? Yin Chuan is rushing towards me? Thump, thump, thump. Yin Chuan's heart suddenly beat faster. Boom! Yin Chuan's aura suddenly surged, and a large amount of blood mist swirled around his body. Yin Chuan's long hair suddenly turned bright red, and his blood-red eyes carried a sinister smile as he looked at the great solar merit heavenly formation. TSK, TSK. Who wants to kill me? Come on. Yin Chuan said arrogantly. Humph. Zichuan rushed over. Boom. Qing Long stood in front of Zichuan. Suddenly, it became a group of Immortal State warriors facing Yin Chuan. You're just an Essence State warrior. How dare you? An Immortal State warrior rushed out of the formation. He rushed towards Yin Chuan with a broadsword in his hand. Star power, come on. Yin Chuan shouted to the sky. Boom! A ray of starlight pierced through the derivative world and shrouded Yin Chuan. Rumble! Yin Chuan was surrounded by gravel. A powerful force spread out and pressed towards the Immortal State warrior opposite him. The Immortal State warrior's face changed. Are you afraid? Yin Chuan laughed. There was a light of provocation in his eyes. The arrogant blood demon was here again. You're courting death. The Immortal State warrior approached him in an instant. Boom! The sword and the broadsword collided. A huge airflow spread out around them. How is it possible? He's just an Essence State warrior. How can he block the power of an Immortal State warrior? The Immortal State warriors in the Great Solar Merit Formation exclaimed. Roar! The Immortal State warrior exerted more strength. Sword 19. Whoosh! A ray of bloodlight shot up to the sky. The Immortal State warrior was cut in half from his chest. His internal organs flew out. A Divine Realm expert died on the spot. Am I seeing things? The Immortal State warriors in the distance exclaimed. The Jade Emperor's sword extracted the blood chi of the God Realm expert and poured a portion of it into Yin Chuan's body. TSK, TSK, TSK. Deity Realm's blood chi is exuberant, Yin Chuan said with a laugh. As he spoke, Yin Chuan continued to walk towards the great solar virtuous heavenly formation. Kill him! Kill him! The group of Divine Realm warriors was enraged. Immediately, 5 of them surrounded him. Good timing. Yin Chuan laughed. He swung his sword and rushed forward. On the other side, Rosefinch, Xuanwu, and the others were a loss. Was this for real? Emperor turned his head to look at Yin Chuan, then raised his head to look at the huge pillar of starlight that enveloped Yin Chuan. Will of the Stars, a descendant of Yin Zizai? Not bad. The Emperor gave a simple evaluation. Star power, come. The Emperor also roared to the sky. Buzz. Another pillar of stars pierced through the derivative world and shrouded the Emperor. Bang! Suddenly, numerous stone spikes in the shape of swords emerged from the ground, protecting the Emperor and facing Ziwen. Numerous sword chi surrounded the Emperor, as if he was shrouded in a storm of sword chi. At this moment, all the experts in the derivative world were at a loss. Will of the Stars. That was a profound secret method that could only be mastered after reaching the virtual realm. Looking for the natal star? Even Ziwen and Zichuan were not qualified to find it at this moment. But these 2 people, were they seeing things? Were they only at the essence state and the chi state? How did they find the natal star? Sword 19. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, tens of thousands of blood-red sword chi shot out. Yin Chuan was also surrounded by a storm of sword chi. The Jade Emperor's sword in his hand kept colliding with the swords of the 5 divine realm experts. Clang, clang, clang. Yin Chuan's sword was very fast, so fast that the group of divine state warriors was a little flustered. Boom! Chapter 430. Smoke and dust rose from where the battle took place. Impossible. God, he is crazy. Help! The 5 immortal state Jiaohu were fighting in the dust. The battle that was supposed to be a foregone conclusion suddenly became strange. Yin Chuan had the upper hand? That was impossible. Let me check it out. 2 more immortal state warriors rushed into Yin Chuan's battle. Clang, clang, clang. Yin Chuan's battle never stopped. In the distance, Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuanwu were confused. What should we do? What should we do? Rose Finch asked anxiously. Let's wait. Young Master is too different from ordinary people, Bai Long said with a frown. And that person, Young Master, knows too many people, Rose Finch said with a frown. Not far away, the Emperor drew his long saber and slashed at Ziwen fiercely. Bam! Ziwen was smashed into the ground, and his long sword broke. No, no, you are only in the chi state. It is impossible. Ziwen shouted. Sovereign Na drew star energy, slashing with each slash faster than the last. Ziwen immediately retreated little by little. He was a mess. On the other hand, Zichuan suppressed Qing Long, but he was able to stall Zichuan. Looking at the battle, Zichuan was very anxious. You idiots! Kill Yin Chuan first. Go, go, go. Zichuan shouted. The immortal state warriors in the great solar merit sky formation raised their eyebrows and flew out of the formation to attack Yin Chuan. 20th blade. Bam! Ah! In the dust, screams came out. A large number of broken limbs flew up into the sky. Organs and intestines spilled out. Bang! When the dust settled, Yin Chuan, shrouded in starlight, stared coldly at the approaching immortal state warriors. There were 7 more dismembered corpses on the ground. The Jade Emperor's sword was bright red. Yin Chuan could not stop smiling evilly. What a thick blood aura. Again? Ha! Yin Chuan rushed toward the 40 over divine realm experts. Let's attack together. Let's attack together. The group of divine realm experts also shouted in fear. Rumble! An even larger scale battle had begun. On the 2 platforms, Poisoner also saw the fighting going on around him, but he didn't let Phoenix go over. Instead, he continued to surround and kill Feng Yinyang. Yin, Ong, the dragon and Phoenix collided, and the battle continued. Qing Long, get out of my way! Zichuan shouted angrily. Don't even think about it. Qing Long struggled to stand in front of Zichuan. Bastard! 20th blade! Boom! Yin Chuan's battlefield was filled with a large number of dismembered corpses and limbs. Yin Chuan had turned into the blood demon and absorbed the will of the stars. With the amazing swordsmanship from his previous life, he was like a fish in the sea, killing a group of immortal state warriors. Boom! Yin Chuan was sent flying by the group of immortal state warriors. Meow, Yin Chuan! Meow, Jiaohu shouted. Yin Chuan broke a few trees, but he wasn't frustrated at all. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Is that all you have? Again. With a sense of madness, Yin Chuan once again charged into the group of divine state warriors. The Jade Emperor's sword moved close to the ground and made a piercing sound. The killing began again. You're courting death. Kill him. The group of immortal state warriors shouted. Phew! 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 The group of immortal state warriors charged toward Chen Fan. They were like a pack of wolves pouncing on a tiger. Meow! Meow covered its eyes and didn't dare to look. On the other side, the Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. Fish! Under the domineering saber technique, the saber cut off Ziwen's left hand. Ziwen held his hand in pain and looked at the Emperor in horror. Chapter 431. Bam! Yin Xuan was once again sent flying in the midst of the fierce battle. After crashing into a small mountain, Yin Xuan flipped over and got up. There was some blood on his cheeks, and the sleeve of his left arm was completely burnt. His left hand was blackened by the smoke. Yin Xuan wiped off the blood and grinned at the 30 immortal state warriors. My divine fire poison has entered his body. Why is he fine? He's a demon. Just now I was so close, so close. Ah, he is here again. A group of divine realm warriors screamed. Yin Xuan raised his sword and charged at them again. Whoosh! He threw out a vine whip with his left hand and wrapped it around an immortal state warrior. The immortal state warrior was pulled closer to Yin Xuan. 19th blade. Bang! The immortal state warrior was cut in half. Kill him. Bam! Once again, a group of wolves pounced on a tiger, killing each other savagely. Bang! Yin Xuan purposely borrowed the force and was sent flying. He took a deep breath. At this moment, Yin Xuan's chest and back were covered with knife and sword wounds. There are only 20 immortal state warriors left. I can't kill him? That's impossible. Why can't I kill him? My sword has pierced his chest. He should have lost a lot of energy. Why does he still have so much energy? The blood chi and energy of the Jade Emperor's sword continued to flow into Yin Xuan's body. Some of his wounds were healing at a visible rate. Ha, almost there, almost there. Super Yin Xuan excitedly rushed forward again. Ah, guys, don't hold back. If we don't give it our all, we will be finished. The immortal state warrior screamed. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Yin Xuan's character was like a madman. He fought desperately. His body was stabbed a few more times, but the effect was obvious. Soon, another 10 divine realm warriors became dry corpses. Roar! Yin Xuan roared, and his energy surged. The remaining 10 immortal state warriors looked at Yin Xuan in horror. No. The 10 immortal state warriors ran away in fear. They didn't dare to fight with Yin Xuan anymore. Everyone had already been killed to the point of cowering. This is crazy. Sick. The 10 immortal state warriors kept their minds blank as they looked at the immortal state warriors. 40 immortal state warriors were turned into mummies. Is he at the essence state? An immortal state warrior said, Fuck the essence state. We shouldn't have come. Brother. The 10 immortal state warriors were scared and sad. This time, Yin Xuan didn't rush over. He stood on the top of a mountain. Roar! Boom! A loud sound came from Yin Xuan's body as a violent airflow blew in all directions. Yin Xuan's energy surged again. LV-10 of the essence state? He made a breakthrough. An immortal state warrior shouted. How can he make a breakthrough with such a serious injury? LV-9 of the essence state is already so bad. Now, he is at LV-10? Who said he is at the essence state? I will kill him. The group of immortal state warriors ran away from Yin Xuan. Yin Xuan didn't look at them anymore. LV-10 of the essence state? Finally, he reached LV-10. Ziwen looked around. Under the king's long saber, he kept retreating. His hair was disheveled and one of his arms was broken. He was covered in blood and was struggling. Chapter 432. You want me to die? I won't let you have it easy either. Chi reversal poison. Ziwen roared. As he roared, he stimulated his body's chi and blood, causing his strength to skyrocket. Umph! You've overestimated yourself. King's long blade once again brought out a superstorm and slashed towards Ziwen. On the other side, Zichuan was facing Qinglong. More than half of the immortal state warriors were killed, and Ziwen used Qi reversal poison. Zichuan was furious. Go to hell. He swung his long sword at Qinglong. Qinglong was covered with wounds, and his long sword was barely holding on. Don't even think about running away. Qi reversal poison. Qinglong smiled bitterly. Qinglong also tried his best to stimulate all of his potential and burst out with unprecedented power. The two swords collided. Boom! The violent airflow blew in all directions, causing the mountains to collapse and dust to rise to the sky. Phew. Zichuan waved his hand, and the dust cleared. Zichuan spat out blood and leaned on the ground with his long sword, panting heavily. Apparently, Qinglong's desperate attack had hurt Zichuan's foundation. Qinglong was covered in blood and lay in a pool of blood far away, unable to move. "Brother!" Bai Long and the others screamed. Phew! Yinchuan ran to Qinglong and stared coldly at Zichuan. "Ha ha! Yinchuan, let's see what you can do now." Zichuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "Bai Long, Rosefinch, Xuanwu, come here!" Yinchuan shouted. Phew! The three of them quickly flew over with Miao. Miao looked at Yinchuan, who was covered in blood. Sadness flashed across her eyes, but she didn't say anything. 40 immortal state warriors? It took the Holy Sun a lot of effort to recruit them. You killed them all by yourself? Even if I cut you into 1,000 pieces, you won't be able to atone for your sins. Zichuan walked over step by step. "Master Zichuan, you must avenge my senior brother." "Master Zichuan, my junior brother died a horrible death." 10 Divine Realm cultivators gathered around and said sadly, "I will take my revenge. They must all die." Zichuan walked over step by step. At this moment, Qinglong had already lost his ability to fight. Yinchuan was still covered with injuries after killing God Realm warriors. How could he deal with a virtual realm warrior? "Young master, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop him," Qinglong said painfully. "It's enough. It's enough." Yinchuan shook his head. "Bai Long, Rosefinch, Xuanwu, are you all in the complete divine realm?" Yinchuan looked at the three of them. "Yes, it's a pity that you are all in the divine realm," Bai Long said with a pale face. "I think so too. Qinglong is in the virtual realm. You can't be too far behind. In this case, let's activate the Heavens Tribulation. Let's go through it together," Yinchuan said with a smile. I don't have the ability to go through it now," Xuanwu said worriedly. "Listen to me. Activate it. I will help you." Yinchuan shook his head. Bang! Yinchuan's aura suddenly soared. Outside the derivative world, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Yinchuan activated the Heavens Tribulation first. Rumble. The thunder kept roaring. Although they were separated by the death chi of the derivative world, there was still a strong pressure. What? The momentum of the second Heavens Tribulation? Zichuan looked up at the sky in surprise. Rumble. Rosefinch, Bai Long, and Xuanwu also activated their own momentum. Their momentum soared to the sky. Suddenly, there were rolling clouds above Yin Chuan's tribulation cloud again. "No, it's not the second heaven. It's the fourth heaven. Are they crazy? Are they going through the tribulation?" Zichuan exclaimed. "Quick, kill them!" Zichuan shouted to the divine realm warriors. Chapter 433. But at this moment, those divine realm warriors were terrified by Yinchuan and didn't dare to step forward. "Idiot! Only one person can go through the heavenly tribulation. If there are too many people around, the heavenly tribulation will increase its power and destroy the people around." Zichuan shouted. But those divine realm warriors didn't dare to go to Yinchuan. "Bastard!" Zichuan shouted angrily and shot towards Yinchuan. "It's too late," Yinchuan said with a smile. Boom, 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 boom. Almost 1,000 thunderbolts fell from the sky and broke through the death chi in the derivative world where Yinchuan was and exploded. Almost 1,000 thunderbolts danced like wild snakes and rushed towards them with great destructive power. Yinchuan and his team were the first to bear the brunt of the thunderbolts. Zichuan and the 10 Divine Realm warriors were also hit by the thunderbolts. All the Divine Realm warriors shouted. Zichuan also raised his sword to face the sky. His cultivation was the highest among them, and he attracted the most thunderbolts except for those who were going through the heavenly tribulation. The power of the thunderbolts fell like a waterfall. They put their personal grudges aside and faced the thunderbolts together. When Bai Long, Rosefinch, and Xuanwu were about to face the thunderbolts, Yinchuan suddenly stood in front of them. Roar! Yinchuan roared to the sky. With a loud roar, The hundreds of lightning bolts that were heading towards Yin Xuan's group suddenly gathered together and shot towards Yin Xuan's mouth as if they were being pulled by a huge force. Boom! The heavenly tribulation finally gathered in Yin Xuan's mouth. Oh! Bai Long's eyes almost popped out. What did I see? Rose Finch was stunned. Young master is swallowing the heavenly tribulation. Xuanwu murmured. The four of them were going through their tribulations. The lightning did not stop for even a moment as it rained down crazily. Round after round, they rose and fell. Yin Xuan's mouth was like a lightning rod, absorbing the thousands of lightning bolts coming from all directions. Rumble, rumble. The world seemed to be pitch black, and Yin Xuan instantly became the focus of everyone. On the other side, Zichuan, who had been injured but had to withstand a large amount of lightning, was in a difficult situation. While he was fighting against the heavenly thunder, he inadvertently glanced in Yin Xuan's direction. What? Zichuan was dumbfounded. Perhaps this was the most shocking thing he had ever seen in his life. Yin Xuan was swallowing countless heavenly thunders? Impossible. Zichuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Boom! 3 or 4 bolts of heavenly thunder blew up Zichuan's hair and clothes. Zichuan had no choice but to face the heavenly thunder with all his heart. But at this moment, how could he have the heart to face the heavenly thunder? Was this a joke? Zichuan was in a difficult situation, and the 10 Immortal State Warriors were even more embarrassed. Yin Xuan had exhausted them physically and mentally. When the heavenly thunder fell, they all wanted to escape as fast as they could. But no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than the heavenly thunder? They had been targeted by the heavenly thunder. How could they escape? The 10 Immortal State Warriors were completely disappointed. On the other side, after forcing Ziwen into a corner, the Emperor turned his head and looked at the sky. Then he looked at the spectacular scene of Yin Xuan swallowing the heavenly thunder and was a bit stunned. Yin Xuan? I underestimated you, the Emperor said solemnly. However, the Emperor only glanced at Ziwen and then focused on him again. Million knives in reverse. The Emperor swung his saber, and thousands of knife chi rushed towards Ziwen. Ziwen was suddenly involved in thousands of knife chi. The two Feng Shui masters had been staring at the battle in the distance. Looking at the scene of Yin Xuan swallowing the heavenly thunder, they suddenly found that in this derivative world, Yin Xuan was the master, and they were just foils. Thousands of phoenix and nearly 1,000 dragons were just foils in front of the gorgeous heavenly thunder. No, the gorgeous heavenly thunder swallowing. Are you kidding? Can the heavenly thunder be swallowed like this? Poisoner was in a daze. Chapter 434. Crackle. Yin Xuan's pores emitted a large amount of thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning came out of his body and circled around Yin Xuan's body. Roar! Yin Xuan kept swallowing the thunder and lightning. Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuanwu helped Qing Long to stand up slowly. Phew! When the thunder and lightning stopped, Yin Xuan pursed his lips. He turned his head and looked at Rose Finch and the other two with thunder and lightning all over his body. You have to do the last round by yourselves. Yes, thank you, young master. Everyone said gratefully. It was the last round. This was the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. The 3 of them had been accumulating strength for a long time, so they could go through it with all their strength. Rumble. Another round of thunder and lightning fell from the sky. Boom. Silver snakes danced wildly and thunder fell like waterfalls. Not far away, the 10 Divine Realm Warriors were dying. Zichuan was in a mess even though he was in the virtual realm. Yin Xuan ignored the others. More and more thunder and lightning surrounded Yin Xuan. Gradually, the thunder and lightning coiled around Yin Xuan and lifted him up slowly. Rumble. Yin Xuan's body was getting higher and higher. He swallowed part of the thunder and lightning and soared to the sky. Rumble. A large amount of thunder and lightning fell directly to the crowd. Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuanwu faced the last baptism of the heavenly tribulation with their fists. Miao stood beside Qin Long and looked at Yin Chuan, who was floating in the sky. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. No one noticed Miao's sadness. Anyway, Miao was very quiet at the moment. Rumble. The last round of thunder and lightning fell. The crack in the derivative world was slowly covered by the death chi in the sky. People could no longer see the tribulation clouds in the sky outside the derivative world. At the same time, Yin Chuan also came out of the derivative world. He flew in the sky and still roared. Roar. Rumble. The second tribulation cloud was pulled down by Yin Chuan. As Yin Chuan opened his mouth, the tribulation clouds surged into his mouth. If the people in the derivative world saw it, they would definitely be amazed. As Yin Chuan roared, the rolling tribulation clouds, just like the first level of tribulation clouds in the past, completely entered Yin Chuan's body. Not enough, not enough, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Raising his head, Yin Chuan looked up once more. Fourth stage tribulation clouds? Even higher up in the sky, the tribulation clouds of Rosefinch, Xuanwu, Bai Long, and the others had yet to disperse. Isn't it too early? No, I have super divine abilities. I have the will of the stars. I still have the will of the Emperor True Dragon from my previous life. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Buzz. Far away in the starry sky, the North Star shone even brighter. Star power surged into Yin Chuan's body. Roar. Opening his mouth, Yin Chuan stared at the fourth stage tribulation clouds and roared. Rumble. The fourth stage tribulation clouds suddenly rolled nonstop. It seemed to be angry at the provocation of the ants below. Swallowing the sky, Yin Chuan roared. Rumble. A large amount of thunder and lightning struck down. Yin Chuan faced the thunder and lightning. In the roar, the thunder and lightning rolled. Yin Chuan was surrounded by starlight and blood mist. Roar. A dragon roars soared into the sky. Rumble. Yin Chuan opened his mouth to absorb the thunder and lightning and kept sucking in the fourth stage tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds struggled, but slowly moved over under Yin Chuan's efforts. Rumble. The tribulation clouds came to Yin Chuan's mouth. Roar. Yin Chuan absorbed fiercely. Crackle. Yin Chuan's flesh body was trembling violently, and countless thunder and lightning exploded in his body. Rumble. The thunder and lightning kept exploding, as if to blow up Yin Chuan's flesh body. Chapter 435. Roar. The true dragons will solidify Yin Chuan's body, preventing it from exploding. Rumble. Yin Chuan's entire body was trembling. His clothes were charred, and his skin was constantly charred. He felt like he was about to be electrocuted. Whoosh! He swallowed the tribulation cloud in one gulp. The fourth tribulation cloud was also swallowed. Buzz! Yin Chuan closed his pores to prevent the lightning from leaking out. Go to my Undying acupoint. Yin Chuan glared with bloodshot eyes. Rumble! Yin Chuan's body exploded. Countless lightning bolts and tribulation clouds surged into his heavenly court acupoint, merging with the black clouds that were swallowed last time. More and more black clouds gathered. Suddenly, it expanded, and endless lightning bolts exploded in his Undying acupoint. It was as if the Undying acupoint was about to explode. Roar! A golden dragon roared. The true dragons will fiercely compress the endless lightning bolts. Whoosh! The lightning bolts were compressed and immediately shrank, as if they had become smaller. Boom! The tribulation cloud exploded again, and the golden dragon compressed again. One explosion and one contraction, a total of 361 times. Yin Chuan felt like his body and mind were being tortured. Finally, an hour later, everything was over. The golden dragon was exhausted, but the tribulation cloud in his Undying acupoint had changed. It turned green, and a vigorous vitality emerged. Green? Shouldn't my birth chart be golden? Why did it turn green? Yin Chuan was shocked. Maybe it's because of my reincarnation. However, no matter what, I finally mastered the heaven-devouring Taoist scripture, the cultivation technique I obtained from the sky-burying coffin in my previous life. Using the heaven-devouring poison in the heaven-devouring Taoist scripture, I finally completed the first stage. A heavenly tribulation of my own? A heavenly tribulation of my own? Since it's green, let's call it the azure thundercloud. Yin Chuan sighed. Ignoring his charred body, Yin Chuan looked at a mountain in the distance and stared. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck the mountain with a loud bang. Rumble! The peak of the tall mountain exploded. The power of the heavenly thunder of the second heaven? It seems like it's limited by my cultivation base. Depending on the number of heavenly tribulations I've passed, I can control the heavenly lightning in the heavens. As for my clear sky, thundercloud, it only consumes a little and can be recovered in a breath's time. Yin Chuan analyzed in deep thought. Heaven-devouring Tao scripture? There were a total of 9 stages, and one could control the heavenly tribulation at the first stage. What will the 9th stage be like? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. In the Qi state, one could release Qi from their body, form a wall of Qi, or control some Qi to float themselves. This was also the reason why Qi Jing warriors were able to float in the air. Slowly sinking, he quickly entered the derivative world again. Bastard, Rosefinch, Xuanwu, the Holy Sun will avenge us. Zichuan's sorrowful voice came from the derivative world. Rosefinch and Xuanwu were chasing after Zichuan, who was seriously injured at the moment. Boom! Zichuan rushed out of the derivative world. The two looked at each other and finally didn't chase after him. On the other side, Ziwen had already died. The emperor stood quietly beside Ziwen's body, as if he was waiting for Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan entered the derivative world with his charred body. Meow. Meow rushed over worriedly. I'm fine. Meow, give me a set of clothes. The black parts on my body are dead skin. Yin Chuan smiled. With a gentle tear, the charred skin on his arm was torn off, revealing the white and tender skin inside. Meow. Meow quickly poured out a set of clothes from the small felt hat. Whoosh! Yin Chuan waved his hand, and smoke covered the clothes. Chapter 436. Soon, Yin Chuan finished changing his clothes. He waved his hand, and the dust around him cleared away. There was a layer of burnt skin on the ground. Yin Chuan even tore off his original red hair and scalp, but a new scalp grew out from the inside. There was even black hair that was more than an inch long. After swallowing the lightning, Yin Chuan's super theurgy was suppressed, and he returned to his original appearance, but now his hair was cropped. Meow. Yin Chuan, your hair. Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. It's okay, it will grow back soon. Yin Chuan comforted, but Meow was still in a bad mood. Young master, did you just swallow the lightning? Bai Long was still in disbelief. What? Yin Chuan laughed. What's your level now? Bai Long asked anxiously. The scene of Yin Chuan swallowing the lightning was too fierce. If he did that, he would have been killed. After the tribulation, aren't you all at the first stage of Qi Jing? Yin Chuan asked. First stage of Qi Jing. Bai Long was in disbelief. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Long. Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, who had just rushed back. Everyone was confused. First stage of Qi Jing? What a joke. Those immortal state warriors are all dead. Only Zichuan escaped. Rosefinch said, Young master, thank you so much. We are all in the emptiness realm. Although we are only in the lower emptiness realm, it's all thanks to you. Xuanwu said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded and looked at Mou, she who was like a puppet in the distance. Young master, can we save the saintess now? Qinglong walked over with his injuries. Not yet. Poisoner controls too many phoenixes. Most of those phoenixes are at the lower emptiness realm. Only those at the middle emptiness realm can forcefully rescue Yu Shi. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Qinglong asked anxiously. The four of you stay here and protect Yushi. Remember, don't act rashly. That poisoner doesn't dare to hurt Yushi now. As long as Yushi doesn't die, everything will be easy. Yin Chuan said. Yes. The four of them replied solemnly. Young master, what about you? Qing Long asked. I'll go to Jade Mountain and look for an opportunity. At least, I'll find a way to disrupt their plans and make Poisoner retreat helplessly. If he escapes, the derivative world will end. At that time, it will be the best time to save Yushi. Don't miss it. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The four of them replied. Yin Chuan. The emperor shouted not far away. Yin Chuan frowned and looked at the emperor. Originally, I was going to go in alone. Now I've changed my mind. You're qualified to go with me. The emperor said in a deep voice. Go with you. Yin Chuan was puzzled. You're the descendant of Yin Zizai. You should have a share of everything in the immortal sanctuary. Heavenly Jade Palace was originally brought by my father and Yin Zizai. You're qualified to have a share of the inheritance. Come with me. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan's expression flickered for a while. Finally, he nodded solemnly and said, Okay. Meow. Meow jumped on Yin Chuan's shoulder. Only you can go with me. The emperor shook his head and said, Meow. Meow meowed. Meow, wait for me outside. Yin Chuan advised. Okay. Meow nodded very obediently this time. That's the great solar merit heaven formation that Guyu brought in. It's a merit formation. It doesn't block living people, but it targets the virtual things in the feng shui formation. If Poisoner sends Phoenix to attack you, hide in the great solar merit heaven formation. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Qing Long and the others nodded. Yin Chuan followed the emperor and quickly walked to the front of Jade Mountain. Let's go. Yin Chuan was about to step in. The emperor shook his head and said, Heavenly Jade Palace, it's not like this. Oh, you're the descendant of Yin Zizai, and I'm the descendant of my father. We'll use our blood to open the door and enter the deepest part. The emperor said. As he spoke, he forced out a trace of blood from his finger and pressed it on the Jade Mountain. Whoosh! The emperor was pulled into the Jade Mountain. Yin Chuan thought for a while and followed the emperor's method. He forced out his blood and pressed it on the Jade Mountain. Immediately, the Jade Mountain sucked his blood in. Chapter 437. Swish! Yin Chuan was instantly sucked into the Jade Mountain. It was as though he had passed through a passage of light. 5 breaths later, he suddenly stopped. His feet touched the ground. Buzz! The moment he touched the ground, he saw a huge energy sword slashing toward his face. Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to counterattack, a ripple suddenly appeared in front of him. The ripple blocked the power of the astral swords. Boom! The energy sword retreated. At this moment, Yin Chuan saw clearly that there was a huge cover around Yin Chuan. He was inside the cover. Inside the cover was a huge palace with the words Heavenly Jade Palace written on it. The emperor was walking toward the Heavenly Jade Palace. Outside the cover were Shin Kuan Kura, Guyu Holy Sun, and the others. Outside the cover was a world with yellow light. There were mountains and rivers. 6 perfected masters were fighting against Shin Kuan Kuroha and the others. Guyu Holy Sun, Yang Zigu, and 2 other perfected masters were surrounding the huge cover. The 2 perfected masters were attacking the cover continuously. Yin Chuan? It's Yin Chuan. Yang Zigu suddenly exclaimed. Yin Chuan? Impossible. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. When they saw Yin Chuan, the battle outside stopped abruptly. The Emptiness Realm experts stared at Yin Chuan, who was inside the cover, in disbelief. We searched for a long time before we found him. The cover was broken for a long time. How did Yin Chuan get in? One of the perfected masters said with an unsightly expression. Yin Chuan? And the emperor? Yang Zigu looked at the 2 perfected masters in surprise. Yin Chuan looked at the crowd through the cover. Finally, he turned to look at Guyu Holy Sun. Yin Chuan smiled at Guyu Holy Sun. To Guyu Holy Sun, This smile seemed to be mocking him. Bastard, attack. Attack together. Hey you guys attack together. I'll split the treasures with you. Guyu shouted. Shinko and Kuroha looked at Guyu Holy Sun. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and said, all right. Hong. The group of Emptiness Realm experts forcefully broke through the barrier. Yin Chuan turned his head and followed the Emperor's footsteps. Yin Chuan, you bastard. Stop right there. Everything inside is mine. Mine. Guyu roared angrily. However, Guyu Holy Sun was isolated from the outside world and could not stop it. Boom! The Emperor pushed open the gate of the Heavenly Jade Palace. Bang! Countless black lights suddenly rushed out of the Heavenly Jade Palace. They were not stopped by the barrier and flew out in all directions. The will of the Phoenix? Is this the will of the Netherworld Phoenix? The treasures of the Phoenix people are inside? Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. Come back, you bastards! Guyu Holy Sun hit the barrier with his palm. The barrier only rippled a little. Buzz! Guyu Holy Sun waved his sleeve, and a huge coffin appeared. It was the sky-burying coffin that he had obtained in the Demon Wind mountain range. Open! The sky-burying coffin suddenly became 10,000 times bigger and smashed toward the barrier. Boom! The powerful aura forced the group of experts to retreat. Under the great force of the sky-burying coffin, a crack suddenly appeared on the barrier. Just as Guyu Holy Sun was celebrating, the crack suddenly disappeared as if it had never existed. How is this possible? What kind of barrier is this? Shinko and Kuroha said in surprise. The stronger the barrier, the more precious the treasures of the Phoenix people are. Yang Ziga said. Yin Chuan and the Emperor had already stepped into the barrier. Chapter 438. Bang! The door of the main hall slammed shut. Bastard, open! Guyu Holy Sun roared angrily. The sky-burying coffin came crashing down again. Yin Chuan and the Emperor stepped into the Heavenly Jade Palace. This is... Yin Chuan looked at the interior of the Heavenly Jade Palace in surprise. The interior was filled with luminous pearls. In the center of the main hall, there was a huge phoenix that was 500 feet long. The phoenix was pitch black, surrounded by a large number of phoenix shadows. The black phoenix seemed to be in a deep sleep. As the two stepped into the main hall, the huge black phoenix seemed to wake up slowly. Aunt Ming, is that you? The Emperor suddenly called out. Black Phoenix turned her head, as if she was recalling something. Finally, she said with a kind voice, Girl, you're finally here. Aunt Ming, my father is dead. My father is dead. The Emperor suddenly cried and ran to Black Phoenix. When he got close, the Emperor hugged Black Phoenix affectionately. But as soon as he hugged her, the Emperor let go and looked at Black Phoenix in surprise. Aunt Ming, this, the Emperor said in surprise. Oh, not only is your father dead, but my original body is also dead. Black Phoenix said bitterly. How could this be? When we came here together, we were powerful enough to sweep the world. How could this happen? Aunt Ming, why are you also dead? What happened? The Emperor said in a panic. I don't know. Black Phoenix said bitterly. Why don't you know? Who killed you? Who killed you? The Emperor said anxiously. Shaking her head, Black Phoenix said bitterly, I don't know what happened either. My original body used her essence chi clone to separate me. She didn't copy all of her memories to me. She kept a lot of her memories and left me the Supreme Dark Phoenix. Supreme Dark Phoenix? The Emperor said in surprise. Yes, after my original body died, I should have been annihilated along with her ashes. Because of the Supreme Dark Phoenix and her original body's will, I survived until now. But when the Heavenly Jade Palace opened, a large amount of phoenixes will leak out. I will dissipate soon. Black Phoenix smiled bitterly. Why did this happen? Back then, we shouldn't have come here. The Emperor said sorrowfully. Don't cry. Perhaps they already knew before they died. Thus they created this space and left your father's saber intent here. Perhaps my existence is to bring saber intent to you. The Black Phoenix smiled faintly. An azure blade of light suddenly appeared in front of the Black Phoenix. The inch-long saber hovered in the air and gave off an extremely sharp saber intent. Many people in the world covet the Saber Demon's saber intent. Unfortunately, other than the Saber Demon's bloodline, anyone who obtains it will only be demonized by the saber intent and become a puppet controlled by the saber intent. This was prepared for you. Even if someone else obtains it, they won't be able to use it, Black Phoenix said with a smile. Father? The Emperor reached out with a complicated expression. Whoosh! The green saber light instantly entered the Emperor's body. Bang! 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 Nearly 100 massive astral sabers appeared around the Emperor. These astral sabers were extremely sharp. Even someone as strong as Yin Chuan could barely hold on. This is? Yin Chuan said in shock. The Saber Demon's 98 saber intents. Girl, your father really put a lot of thought into this. Black Phoenix said bitterly. The Emperor was absorbing the Saber Demon's saber intent. Black Phoenix looked at Yin Chuan. Who are you? Black Phoenix asked indifferently. Purple clouds surrounded Mou Shi as the boundless phoenix will rushed over. Hum, hum, hum. Tens of thousands of phoenixes cried out in unison, pouncing straight towards Mou Shi. Mou Shi's area instantly became chaotic. How could that be? How can this be? Poisoner was so shocked that he kept forming hand seals. However, the hand seals seemed to be useless at this moment. Impossible, how could this be? Poisoner pushed aside a large number of phoenix and rushed in. Ka! Just as they rushed in, a jade-like hand grabbed the Poison Master's skull. You're awake? Poisoner cried out in shock. Kacha! Poisoner's skull was instantly twisted off by the ice-cold Mou Shi. Chapter 440. Within the heavenly Jade Palace, the venerable Dark Phoenix flew out. Black Phoenix immediately became dispirited. Boom! Suddenly, the heavenly Jade Palace shook violently. The barrier covering the heavenly Jade Palace shook violently. It's about to be broken, Holy Sun. A congratulatory voice came from the outside. Heaven-burying coffin break. Hum! There's a loud explosion in the outside world as the barrier exploded in front of the huge sky-burying coffin. The entire heavenly Jade Palace crumbled under this tremendous force. The Black Phoenix spread its wings to protect the two people in the hall. He lowered his head and looked coldly at Guyu Holy Sun. Huh? Everyone in the outside world was astonished. Phoenix? Dark Phoenix? Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. Originally, he thought that it was just a treasure. How could there be a living creature inside? You're courting death, Black Phoenix said coldly. He spread his wings. Suddenly, a boundless dark purple aura erupted. Boom! Endless dark purple chi instantly filled the entire space. Other than Yin Chuan and Emperor, everyone else was entangled by the dark purple chi. Ah, the poison of the netherworld. Shinku and Kuroha's expression changed drastically. Not only Shinku and Kuroha, but also Yang Zigu, the Emptiness Realm experts, and Guyu Holy Sun's faces darkened. All of them had been poisoned. Guyu Holy Sun stared at the huge phoenix in horror. He was at the Middle Emptiness Realm. How could he be powerless in front of this phoenix? Bam! 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 With just a flap of its wings, everyone fell to the ground. No, I can't die. Yang Ziga screamed in horror. The Black Phoenix was too terrifying. Just spreading its wings? Black Phoenix looked at the group of people coldly. Those who dare to barge into the heavenly Jade Palace die? Phoenix said coldly. Just as Black Phoenix finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to kill my son? His voice was filled with anger. A vast light suddenly rushed into the main hall. The light was golden and filled with heat. Father, Guyu Holy Sun said excitedly. Father, save me, Father. Yang Zigu also screamed. Mohina, Dojin. Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. The scorching light seemed to come from a distance, filling the entire space with a loud bang. Ing! The Black Phoenix was provoked and let out an angry roar. With a furious roar, he turned his head to look at Yin Chuan and Emperor, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! Black Phoenix's body suddenly erupted with an enormous aura. Her aura soared to the sky, causing everyone to tremble incessantly. Boom! Almost everyone was sent flying in an instant. Ah, Father, save me! Yang Zigu exclaimed. Boom! Yin Chuan, Emperor, and everyone else were sent flying by the Black Phoenix's aura. Boom! Yin Chuan fell to the ground in one direction. Ing! Not far away, a loud cry of a phoenix could be heard. From the ground, a huge phoenix with a height of 500 feet rushed out. The phoenix was surrounded by countless phoenix shadows. They soared to the sky and rushed towards the huge light pillar that shot down from the sky. Rumble! Under the impact of this powerful aura, the derivative world was shattered into pieces. At this moment, Mo Yushi also extended his hand and blasted a pile of skeletons. Chapter 441. Be destroyed. MOU, she shouted coldly. No, no, no. The skull screamed. Poisoner had already turned into a pile of broken bones. Only his head could speak. Bang! Under M.O. Yushi's furious roar, the poison master exploded with a loud bang, turning into ashes and completely dissipating. Saintess, Qing Long, and the others surrounded her. More than 10 bodies flew out from all directions like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. All of them fell to the ground. A huge black phoenix soared into the sky. Countless phoenix phantoms appeared in all directions. There were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of phoenix phantoms circling around. The black phoenix flew high into the sky and looked coldly at the Taoist-robed figure in the golden light pillar. It was Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma idol. It's you, Mohina, Dojin exclaimed. You've also reached the upper emptiness realm? Your son broke into my palace. Did you ask him to do so? Black Phoenix said coldly. Me? You're just a clone. The world has already changed. Dark Phoenix Lord, your era has already passed. You'd better surrender and let me refine you. Mohina Dojin shouted coldly. Ha ha, a scoundrel like you wants to refine my clone? Roar. Black Phoenix shouted, and a huge aura burst out. Countless phoenix phantoms circled around, forming a huge phoenix barrier in the sky. Inside, Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma idol was like a blazing sun, burning the phoenix phantoms. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled. The two peerless experts fought fiercely in the sky. The huge airflow blew away the surrounding mountains, causing them to collapse. Not far away, Yin Chuan slowly got up. When he got up, he felt something hard in his hand. He looked down and saw a piece of jade the size of a watermelon in his palm. It was the heaven-earth great mystic yellow universal jade. Yin Chuan turned to look at the jade mountain in the distance. The distant jade mountain had already disappeared. Black Phoenix fulfilled his promise and shrunk the jade mountain to Yin Chuan. Meow, meow. Meow ran over worriedly. Meow, quick, let me borrow your hat. Yin Chuan immediately called out. Meow. Meow quickly took off the felt hat. Using the precious jade, he threw it at the small felt hat. Ooh! The heaven-burying coffin fell into the small felt hat. The space in the jade had completely collapsed. Phew! Yin Chuan let out a long breath. He turned his head to look at Feng Yinyang, who was on the mountain peak not far away. As soon as Poisoner died and the derivative world was destroyed, Feng Yinyang was freed. He looked up at the powerful Mohina Dojin in the sky and was silent for a while, as if he was making a decision in his heart. In the end, after being silent for a while, he still wanted to rush to the place where Guyu Holy Sun was. Feng Yinyang, Yin Chuan shouted. Feng Yinyang paused. Let's escape first. Come and find me later. Yin Chuan smiled. This smile made Feng Yinyang realize something. He nodded his head and instantly rushed into the forest to escape. Who? Mo Yushi brought Qing Long and the others and flew near Yin Chuan. Fused, Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi expectantly. Mo Yushi bit her lips and her eyes flashed with gratitude. But soon, the look of gratitude turned into gentleness. Mo Yushi nodded her head excitedly. Yin Chuan, Emperor, suddenly flew over from afar. Yin Chuan looked at Emperor in confusion. She also frowned and looked at Emperor. Let me ask you, who is Mohina Dojin? Emperor asked in a deep voice. One of the 3 Dao lords of the Dazhao, holy ground. Yin Chuan said. Chapter 442. Where are the other 2? The Emperor asked anxiously. Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi nodded. One is called Dao Lord Yu. Mo Yushi explained. Morning? Yu? The sun and moon attendants? The Emperor asked in a deep voice. You know him? Yin Chuan asked curiously. There's another one. Is it a girl named Jing? The Emperor asked with certainty. It's a woman, but her name isn't Jing. She was the master of the Great Revelation Holy Land, and her name was Dao Lord Jingying, or Holy Lord Jingying, the number 1 person in the world. Mo Yushi shook her head and looked at the Emperor in confusion. Huh? The sun and moon in the sky, illuminating the earth? The most powerful person in the world? As expected, her ambition has turned into reality. The Emperor said in a deep voice. You know the 3 Dao Lords of the Great Revelation Holy Land? Mo Yushi said in surprise. The Emperor did not answer. Instead, he looked at Yin Chuan and said, I'm leaving. Yin Chuan nodded. Swish. Emperor stepped into the forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan, who is she? Mo Yushi asked in confusion. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Now is not the place to talk. Let's talk later. Mo Yushi nodded. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. Meow, that phoenix is a doppelganger, right? So desperate. Meow Meow cried. This is her final battle, and she's about to disperse. Naturally, she has to release her final splendor. Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. Yin Chuan sighed softly. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth trembled violently from the battle between the 2 peerless powerhouses. Images of Phoenix appeared everywhere. For a moment, tens of thousands of phoenixes cried out and gathered to fight against the blazing sun. In the midst of the battle between experts, Shinku and Kuroha and the group of elders struggled to get up. Shinku and Kuroha took out a golden pill. Quick, eat the golden flame pill left behind by the Lord to suppress the poison of the netherworld. Shinku and Kuroha shouted. As they spoke, the 6 of them quickly swallowed the golden pills. Ooh! Golden runes suddenly appeared on the bodies of the 6 people. It was like a tattoo. Sectmaster, it's just suppressing it. The poison of the netherworld is too terrifying. It's impossible to get rid of it without a few years. An elder said with a complicated expression, Let's get out of here first. Shinku and Kuroha shouted. Swish! The 6 of them quickly shot in one direction. Those bastards, I'm going to kill them. Bai Long was about to kill them. It's a pill that stimulates one's potential. It can't expel the poison, but it can stimulate one's potential for a short period of time and suppress the poison of the netherworld with one's own strength. We can't stop them now. Yin Chuan shook his head. Father, save me. I can't hold on any longer. Yang Zigu shouted to the sky. Swish! In the forest, a purple figure shot out and rushed to Guyu Holy Sun's side. Holy Sun, are you all right? It was Zichuan, who had escaped with serious injuries. Guyu Holy Sun's face was dark as he tried his best to expel the poison. Find my sky burying coffin for me, quick, Guyu Holy Sun said with hatred. Yes, yes, Zichuan shouted with difficulty. In the sky, the battle was getting more and more intense. The cries of thousands of phoenixes resounded in the sky. The Black Phoenix carried Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma form and rushed into the sky. So you're going to disperse? Go to hell. Mohina Dojin's roar came from the sky. Swish! The Black Phoenix was the last to release a dazzling brilliance and exploded. Honk! The Black Phoenix exploded and turned into hundreds of thousands of phoenix shadows. They exploded in all directions and scattered in all directions. The sky and earth were lit up by the countless phoenix shadows. Chapter 443. The Black Phoenix exploded, and the original high-altitude battlefield distorted intensely. Old bastard! Mohina Dojin's angry roar came from the sky. Hum! 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 The boundless will of Phoenix scattered in all directions, and then gradually dissipated. The Black Phoenix had self-destructed during the battle. It would rather be destroyed than to benefit Mohina Dojin. Within the golden light, Mohina Dojin was furious, but he gradually accepted the truth. Mohina Dojin's Dharma idol was a little damaged. Clearly, the Black Phoenix's self-destruction had caused some damage to Mohina Dojin. Save me! Father, save me! In the valley below, Yang Ziga screamed. Ooh! Mohina Dojin landed on the ground in an instant. In an instant, a huge pressure came crashing down. Endless heat seemed to be burning everything in the surroundings. There were two people lying on the ground, Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun. Father, I have been poisoned by the netherworld. Guyu Holy Sun said expectantly. Father, save me. Yang Zigu also shouted. Mohina Dojin looked at his two sons. Without any hesitation, he instantly appeared in front of Yang Zigu. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden light rushed into Yang Zigu's body, helping Yang Zigu remove the poison from his body. Father! Guyu's eyes flashed with sorrow. Father didn't even think about it, and went straight to Lao Jio's place. Even the slightest hesitation made Guyu feel a little better. However, Mohina Dojin did not hesitate to save Yang Zigu. Why? Lao Jio is just a piece of trash. Why can't father see his son's efforts? Why does he still value Lao Jio so much? Why? Guyu Holy Sun screamed at his heart. Boom! The netherworld poison in Yang Zigu's body was dispelled. Father, I'm much better. Yang Zigu shouted. And Mohina Dojin nodded. Mohina Dojin turned to look at Guyu Holy Sun. Umph. I told you to take care of Lao Jio. What did you do? If I hadn't discovered it in time, Lao Jio would be dead this time. Mohina Dojin scolded. It was as if he had opened up a wound and sprinkled a handful of salt on it. Guyu Holy Sun's heart turned cold. Although Mohina Dojin scolded him, he still extended his hand and sent a golden light into Guyu Holy Sun's body. Rumble! A large amount of black gas was forced out of Guyu Holy Sun's body. The netherworld poison in his body was also slowly dispelled. Thank you, Father, Guyu Holy Sun said sadly. Turning his head, Dowlord Mini-Sun looked in Mo Yushi's direction. Despite being enveloped by the light, Dowlord Furisun's appearance was still unclear. Yushi, Holy Maiden? Looks like you've gained a lot this time. Mohina Dojin said coldly. And Mo Yushi took a step forward and took a deep breath. Since Mohina Dojin is here, let's settle this matter. Oh, Mohina Dojin said coldly. The perfected Zichuan behind Guyu Holy Sun has offended his superiors. Mohina Dojin, please make a decision. Mo Yushi said in a low voice. Offended his superiors? Mohina Dojin looked coldly at Zichuan. That's right. I'm the holy maiden of the Dezhou holy ground, a perfected cultivator. He's only a perfected cultivator. He used a perfected cultivator to hurt a perfected cultivator and even caused a perfected cultivator to fall under the control of an outer sect. Since he dared to offend the Dezhou holy ground today, he'll definitely betray his sect in the future. Mohina Dojin, please make a decision. Mo Yushi said seriously. Dao Lord. Zichuan immediately knelt down, trembling. Mo Yushi, perfected cultivator, is what you said true? Mohina Dojin said coldly. Father, Zichuan was following my orders. He did what I wanted. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Chapter 444. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Zichuan. Is what Emoyushi said true? Tell me the truth. Mohina Dojin shouted coldly. Guyu Holy Sun opened his mouth, but did not dare to speak. Yes, but at that time, Zichuan explained in fear. Yes, that's enough. Mohina Dojin said coldly. Those who rebel against their superiors will die. Mohina Dojin shouted coldly. Bang! Zichuan's body suddenly burned. Ah! Taoist Lord, please spare my life. Taoist Lord, please spare my life. Holy Sun, save me. Holy Sun, save me. In the fire, Zichuan screamed in fear. Boom! The fire suddenly rose, and Zichuan was burned to death in the blink of an eye. Mohina Dojin watched Zichuan die coldly. No one dared to plead for mercy. He turned around and looked at the 8 perfected persons of the Dazhao, Holy Sun, on the ground. The 8 perfected persons were all poisoned, and their faces were black. However, Mohina Dojin did not help them get rid of the poison. Learn your lesson after being poisoned. Mohina Dojin said coldly. Yes, the 8 perfected persons said respectfully. They did not dare to contradict him. Mohina Dojin looked at Guyu Holy Sun again and said coldly, Guyu, you have disappointed me. With that, he ignored the others and flew into the sky. Whoosh! Along with the golden light, it suddenly disappeared. He left in the blink of an eye. Watching Mohina Dojin leave, Guyu Holy Sun clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot. Unwillingness, sadness, and anger filled his mind. He had great ambitions, but his luck was always on the wrong side of things, always. Roar! Guyu Holy Sun roared angrily. Taking a step, the ancient moon saint child soared into the sky with great sorrow. TCH. Yang Zhijio sneered disdainfully. Immortal City, Northern Mo Palace. In a large hall, Yinchuan sat cross-legged alone. In front of him was a black and yellow jade. The heaven and earth great dark yellow jade. I was going to find some jade to make an imperial seal. Now that I have this jade, the other seals are nothing. The jade that I dreamed of in my previous life has appeared in this life. The heavens are helping me. Yinchuan sighed. The imperial seal. The imperial seal is complete. All that's left is the imperial edict, investiture of the gods. I must obtain the god investiture strategy during this trip to Julu Academy. Yinchuan pondered. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking came from outside the palace. Rumble. The door suddenly opened. Emoyushi pushed the door open. Miao stood on Emoyushi's shoulder. Yinchuan, the person you've been waiting for is here. Emoyushi smiled. Come in together. Yinchuan smiled. Emoyushi carried Miao into the palace, followed by a black-robed man. It was Feng Yinyang who had left earlier. Feng Yinyang seemed to be a little agitated. When he came in, his fists were slightly clenched. Feng Yinyang, you're quite fast. Yinchuan smiled faintly. He gave Emoyushi a look, and Emoyushi knowingly closed the door. Boom! After closing the door, the hall was illuminated by a luminous pearl. Please take a seat, Yinchuan said with a smile. There was a square table at the side of the hall. Yinchuan sat at the head of the table. Feng Yinyang sat below, and Emoyushi sat to the side. Emoyushi picked up the teapot on the table and poured tea for the two of them. Thank you, Feng Yinyang said respectfully. Emoyushi smiled faintly and did not say anything. She knew that Yinchuan had something to say. Yinchuan wanted her to accompany him, which meant that Yinchuan did not want to hide anything from her. It was best to listen from his side. Chapter 445. This is the golden flame tea collected by Yu Shi. Try it. Yinchuan smiled. Feng Yinyang exclaimed, Prince Yin, you're so lucky. Emoyushi blushed slightly. Miao. Miao was lying on Emoyushi's shoulder, looking listless. Yes, I, Yinchuan, am more lucky. Yinchuan smiled. After saving his life in the Demon Wind Mountain range and Yinchuan's mysterious performance, Feng Yinyang had adjusted his attitude. At the very least, their positions were equal. Prince Yin, that day you said, Feng Yinyang said anxiously. Feng Yinyang, don't you feel awkward talking like that? Yin Chuan smiled. Feng Yinyang was silent for a while. Finally, he took a deep breath and gently lifted his hat. When the hat was lifted, a handsome face was revealed. However, his hair was silver. Prince Yin, that buried sky coffin is very important to me. Did you really get it? Feng Yinyang asked expectantly. Yes, it's with me. Yin Chuan took a sip of the tea and nodded. Phew, that's great. Can you give it to me? Feng Yinyang said excitedly. Anyone can see that the buried sky coffin is a great treasure. It might even be a fairy weapon. Why should I give it to you? Yin Chuan smiled. Feng Yinyang's expression changed. Yin Chuan continued to drink his tea unhurriedly. Fairy weapon? I can exchange it with a fairy weapon. I have a fairy weapon. Feng Yinyang said immediately. Fairy weapon? Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. She was surprised that Feng Yinyang had such a great treasure. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan smiled and said, Fairy weapon? Yin Chuan, don't care about it. Feng Yinyang looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Fairy weapon? That was a fairy weapon. Yin Chuan didn't care about it. Mo Yushi also looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Finally, a trace of admiration flashed in her eyes for Yin Chuan's boldness. Yin Chuan naturally liked fairy weapons, but exchanging a fairy weapon for the buried sky coffin, perhaps some people would be blinded by greed. But how could Yin Chuan's experience be so shallow? Yin Chuan had already set his sights on the world. Yin Chuan believed that he would have a fairy weapon sooner or later, and he would have a lot of it. However, talents were hard to come by. If he could get Feng Yinyang, wouldn't he have the buried sky coffin, the fairy weapon, and Feng Yinyang at the same time? Prince Yin, what do you want? Feng Yinyang said in a low voice. I heard that feng shui masters are divided into Southern Sect and Northern Sect. Are you from Southern Sect? Yin Chuan asked. That's right. In Southern Sect, my status is equivalent to Mo Yushi's Saintess. Feng Yinyang nodded. Oh. Mo Yushi looked at Feng Yinyang in surprise. Mo Yushi's status was equivalent to that of a middle sect leader. However, Yin Chuan heard another layer of meaning from Feng Yinyang's words. Feng Yinyang was not willing to give up his current status. Sighing in his heart, Yin Chuan knew that he could not force it now. I can give you the buried sky coffin, but you have to promise me 3 things. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. As long as you don't violate my principles and don't betray the sect, Feng Yinyang will definitely fulfill the 3 conditions. Prince Yin, please tell me. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. Smiling, Yin Chuan said, Don't worry, I won't violate your principles. I can only think of one of the 3 conditions. As for the other 2, I'll tell you later. Feng Yinyang frowned and finally nodded. Please tell me. Yin Chuan flipped his hand and took out a large number of blueprints and a few letters. Take these letters to Carefree City and hand them to Lu Jin, Hua Guang, and Feng Tairan. They will lead the way for you and handle some trivial matters. After that, you will go to Yinjing and hand these letters to Yifeng. I want you to help me set up a feng shui array in Yinjing. Yin Chuan said. Set up an array? A feng shui array? That's simple. Feng Yinyang was surprised. It's that simple. Yin Chuan smiled. All right, what array? Feng Yinyang took a deep breath and said, This is an array diagram. Let 100 dragon veins into Yinjing and form 100 dragons pilgrimage. It's a supreme array. Yin Chuan said. Feng Yinyang took the blueprints. What a domineering feng shui array diagram. 100 dragons pilgrimage? Supreme array? Feng Yinyang exclaimed. Chapter 446. Feng Yinyang looked at the formation diagram that Yin Chuan handed over, his eyes constantly changing. It's not the style of the South Sect, nor is it the style of the Northern Sect. Prince Yin, this. Feng Yinyang looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. You can understand it? Yin Chuan stared at Feng Yinyang. Although it's very different from what I learned, I've already digested yin and yang. I can understand it. There are many subtleties within it that have opened my eyes. Prince Yin, did you create this? It's just some formation diagrams that I came across by chance. Yin Chuan shook his head. Really? There are other formation diagrams? Feng Yinyang's eyes lit up. If there's a chance in the future, I'll look for it again. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Feng Yinyang looked at Yin Chuan and understood that Yin Chuan was rejecting him tactfully. He smiled bitterly and said, All right, meow, give a sky-burying coffin to Feng Yinyang. Yin Chuan said, Meow. Meow immediately took out the small felt hat. Rumble. A huge coffin fell out of the small felt hat. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yinyang stood up and touched the sky-burying coffin. It's real. It's really the sky-burying coffin. Feng Yinyang exclaimed. If that's the case, then take it. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Feng Yinyang turned to look at Yin Chuan, his eyes uncertain. Prince Yin, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the sky-burying coffin? Feng Yinyang looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Wasn't this too casual? He didn't even sign the contract. How could he just give it away like that? It's just a coffin. If you really want it, just take it. As for the 3 conditions, I believe you will keep your promise. I won't be wrong about you. Yin Chuan smiled. Looking at Yin Chuan, Feng Yinyang felt a surge of gratitude. Prince Yin, rest assured. I, Feng Yinyang, am a man of my word. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. I believe you. Yin Chuan smiled. Prince Yin, don't you want to know why I want the heaven-burying coffin? Feng Yinyang asked. Why should I know? Yin Chuan smiled in a carefree manner. The more Yin Chuan acted like this, the more Feng Yinyang felt apologetic. Feng Yinyang bowed deeply to Yin Chuan, took a deep breath, and said, This heaven-burying coffin is very important to my southern sect. My southern sect will use it to set up a huge feng shui ceremony. Everything will be done in secret. Only a few people know about it, and they will collect all kinds of things from all over. I will be in charge of this huge coffin. Is that so? Feng shui ceremony? Yin Chuan said in surprise. Yes, it will definitely cause a stir in the south. If Prince Yin has time, you can come and watch the ceremony. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. Watch the ceremony? As long as you invite me, I will definitely be there. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. I will inform you when the time comes. Feng Yinyang smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. After chatting with Feng Yinyang for a while, Feng Yinyang left with the heaven-burying coffin and the feng shui array. In the hall, only Yin Chuan, and Mo Yuxi, and Miao were left. Miao, why have you been so listless these days? This is not like you. Yin Chuan looked at Miao. Miao looked a little depressed. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked again. Miao, Yin Chuan, am I very useless? Miao's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. What's wrong? Who said you were useless? Yin Chuan immediately hugged Miao to comfort her. Yes, Miao, what's wrong with you? And Mo Yuxi was also worried. She took out a top-grade spirit stone and stuffed it into Miao's arms. Normally, Miao would be very happy, but now, holding the spirit stone, she felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Chapter 448. Haha, tell me how to compete for the investiture of the gods. Yin Chuan laughed. All right, the Jilu Academy holds a Heavens Bestowment Conference every 100 years. They pray to the heavens and ask for merit, and the heavens will bestow upon them Tian Su, an investiture of the gods. The Tian Su is used to control the pond of merit, and the investiture of the gods is used to control the sea of fortune. And the Academy needs the investiture of the gods to support the sea of fortune. Mo Yuxi explained. Yin Chuan nodded. There are countless sects in the world with Pond of Merit, but only the 4 great academies have the Sea of Fortune. Fortune is extremely difficult to collect. The 4 great academies have won the world's support and accumulated boundless fortune because they helped the sects in the world ask for merit and gave them the Tian Su. However, Once their fortune has increased to the level of a mid-level sect, it's very difficult to go any further. They can only be mid-level sections. Although they can't reach the level of a high-level sect, they are still respected by the world. After all, countless sects in the world hope to obtain the Tian Su from the academy. Mo Yushi explained. Only the 4 great academies collect fortune. Yin Chuan asked. Mo Yushi smiled. Collecting fortune is too difficult. In the past, there were people who obtained the investiture of the gods and opened up new academies. However, fortune was lost faster than it was gained. In less than 100 years, the investiture of the gods would disappear without the nourishment of fortune. Open up academies to collect fortune? Haha, what a joke. Yin Chuan shook his head. Joke? Isn't fortune accumulated by the academy? Mo Yushi asked curiously. Of course not. Just watch and see how I collect fortune from the world. Yin Chuan smiled. But the investiture of the gods is also very difficult to obtain. Mo Yushi said after some thought. Oh, the previous investiture of the gods has mostly been taken by the Julu Academy. This is because the investiture of the gods will contain some fortune. The Julu Academy will use this fortune to fill their sea of fortune. If you want the investiture of the gods, you'll have to fight. Mo Yushi said after some thought. Fight? How? Just like heavenly policy, a competition between sects? Yin Chuan asked curiously. No, it's a battle of wits with the great scholars of Julu Institute. Only after winning can we snatch the god investiture strategy from them. Mo Yushi said. Investiture of the gods? The Julu Academy won't reject anyone who wants the investiture of the gods, but you must win. However, it's too difficult. The Julu Academy is the place with the greatest literary style in the world. It won't be easy to win against the investiture of the gods, Mo Yushi said worriedly. Let's fight. I want to see how great the literary style of the Julu Academy is. Yin Chuan smiled. You really want to fight for the investiture of the gods? Mo Yushi asked in surprise. I'm determined to get it. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. But Mo Yushi was still worried. No buts. I'm going to the Julu Academy this time for this. Investiture of the gods? I'm looking forward to it too. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Mo Yushi thought for a while and finally nodded. Then I'll convince Mr. Monroe to help you. Mr. Monroe? Isn't he the young master of the Julu Academy? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. Mr. Monroe has already been kicked out of the Julu Academy and joined the Dezhou Sacred Ground. Naturally, he doesn't represent the Julu Academy. Don't worry, leave this to me. Mo Yushi nodded affirmatively. All right, it's best if we leave as soon as possible. Once we're there, I'll be able to understand the situation. That, Mo Yushi frowned. What's wrong? Is it okay if I arrive later? You want to refine the Dark Phoenix. Yin Chuan looked at the purple crystal between Mo Yushi's eyebrows. Yes, it might take a year or two. There are too many things inside the Dark Phoenix. I'll let Qing Long, Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuanwu escort you there. I'll definitely be there before the Heavenly Bestowment Conference. I guarantee that Mr. Monroe will be there too. Mo Yushi said affirmatively. Looking at Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Qing Long and Bai Long can follow me. Let Rose Finch and Xuanwu stay behind to protect you. They'll protect you. Okay. Chapter 449, Book 3, Establishing a Country Chapter 1, Outside Julu City, by D. Tian. Under the blue sky, a green light pierced through the clouds. It was a small green boat. The small boat flew through the sky at high speed. Qing Long stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the mountains in the distance. Meow. Yin Chuan carried little Meow out of the boat's cabin. Meow held a spirit stone in its hand and was happily gnawing on it. Young master, Qing Long said respectfully. Are we almost there? Yin Chuan smiled. It's been 3 months. We're finally there. Qing Long nodded. 3 months? Bai Long should have received phone by now. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Young master, Are you really going to compete for the God bestowment strategy? Qing Long frowned. Why? Yin Chuan smiled. The God bestowment strategy requires you to fight against a group of scholars. Jilu Academy has so many great scholars. With just young master and by long subordinate, can you win? Qing Long said worriedly. Miao, what are you afraid of? They're just a group of scholars. Miao said nonchalantly. Qing Long smiled bitterly. Scholars? This was not a competition of martial strength. It was a competition of the things of scholars. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes. Qing Long did not say anything else. Jilu Academy is located in Jilu mountain range. It's surrounded by a huge city where countless cultivators gather. It's called Jilu City. Qing Long said. Jilu City? Yin Chuan pondered. Jilu Academy's divine guardian beast is from the deer clan. Once you enter this area, no one is allowed to hurt the deer. This is the rule of Jilu Academy. Qing Long said. Divine guardian beast? Deer? Are there only deer? No, there's some other vassal races, but in the end, the deer race has the highest status. Qing Long explained. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom, boom, boom. While the boat was flying towards Jilu City, a white light suddenly shot into the sky from afar. Stop. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Qing Long quickly controlled the boat to slow down. Nature, energy? Yin Chuan's expression changed. In the distant forest, although there were many clouds and mist covering it, the nature energy still soared into the sky. There? Young master, I've accompanied the saintess to pass by this place before. It's a tiger tribe, one of the Jilu Academy's vassals. Qing Long explained. Tiger clan? Clan? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. The tiger clan was not a social animal. A ferocious tiger occupied an area. Even if it was a ferocious tiger that did not cultivate, it still had this habit. And yet, there was actually a clan here? Tribe? This proved that there was a tiger civilization here. A civilization that valued bloodlines. Meow, meow, let's go take a look. Meow said excitedly. Let's go. Yin Chuan nodded. The boat quickly flew towards the nature energy. Meow, do you remember what I told you before? Don't reveal your identity. Yin Chuan said softly. Meow, meow. Meow nodded immediately. Soon, the two humans and one cat arrived in front of them. When they got closer, they realized that there were already thousands of cultivators surrounding the area. They were all spectators. All of them were looking at the three groups, confronting each other in the center of the field. In the west, thousands of ferocious tigers roared. At the front of the group of tigers stood three men. The leader was a middle-aged man in a white robe. His expression was indifferent, but there was a hidden arrogance in his eyes. Behind him stood two old men, one red and one yellow. Why are there three tiger beasts? Qing Long raised his eyebrows. Chapter 450. You know him? Yin Chuan asked. The old man in yellow behind the white-robed tiger is the original Tiger King, Zhuo Wuzhou. The old man in red is his younger brother, Zhuo Qinxiu. They used to lead the tigers here, but for some reason, they're standing behind the middle-aged man in white right now. I've never seen that person before. Qing Long frowned. This was only a group of tigers from the west. Yin Chuan actually knew the group from the north. The leader was actually Spider King. Back when Yao Tianshang fought with Prince Guyu, he destroyed an entire city with his Guqin. The monster playing the Guqin was Spider King. Behind Spider King stood 10 other figures. Yin Chuan had seen most of them before because some of them were the monsters that Yao Tianshang had subdued in the demonic Wind Mountain range. Spider King stared coldly at the last group in the south. The last group was all wearing scholarly robes. They glared at Spider King. The leader was Meng Rongrong, who had been driven away by Yin Chuan. In Yanjin, Meng Rongrong invited Yifeng to join the Jilu Academy, but was stopped by Yin Chuan. The daughter of the dean of the Jilu Academy, Mr. Monroe's sister, Meng Rongrong, Zhuo Wuzhou. Tell her, did you agree to let all the tigers follow me to the north and join my master? Spider King shouted. Umph. Zhuozhou, the Julu Academy has been good to you all these years. Back when the tigers were attacked by hundreds of sects, the Julu Academy protected the tigers here. Why? Are you going to betray us now? Meng Rongrong scolded. The yellow-robed old man looked bitter. Little Meng, how dare you talk about betrayal? How many things have the tigers done for you all these years? How many tigers have died? Where even now? Spider King shouted. Zhuozhou, tell me what happened. Did they force you? Meng Rongrong shouted. Force? What a joke. My lord is a man of great talent and strategy. Why would he use force? Zhuozhou, tell them what happened. King Spider shouted. The yellow robes Zhuozhou smiled bitterly. I was the one who agreed. Did you hear that? King Spider said proudly. But Zhuozhou suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at Zhuozhou. Just yesterday, I'm no longer the Tiger King. A new Tiger King has been born. It's this person by Ditian. He's our new king. Zhuozhou immediately shook his head. By Ditian, Wang Zhu frowned as he looked at the white-robed man. By Ditian, Meng Rongrong also looked at the white-robed man. The white-robed man smiled faintly and looked at the two sides. The two of you. Bai Ditian was about to speak. Suddenly, Bai Ditian's eyes narrowed. He raised his head and looked into the distance, his expression extremely solemn. Bai Ditian's gaze was fixed on Qin Long's boat in midair. He went straight for Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Meow. Meow immediately glared. Bai Ditian squinted his eyes and stared at Meow. You found out? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a serious look. Yin Chuan, who was carrying Meow Meow, was the first to feel Bai Ditian's will. It was an extremely arrogant will. Just one look was enough to make Yin Chuan put up his guard. The fierceness of this gaze was actually not much different from his previous lives. Bai Ditian? Meow. That person is staring at me. It's so scary. Meow leaned against Yin Chuan. When Bai Ditian saw Meow Meow, he frowned deeply. His eyes were filled with uncertainty, curiosity, confusion, and shock. Chapter 451. How is this possible? Bai Ditian muttered in surprise. King, what's wrong? Zhuozhou asked curiously. Zhuozhou and Zhuoqianxiu were both emptiness realm experts, but they were not as sensitive as Bai Ditian. They could not sense Meow's abnormality. Bai Ditian ignored Meng Rongrong and King Spider and stared into the distance. Everyone immediately turned their heads. Many cultivators' gazes gathered on the small boat, and Yin Chuan's boat became the center of attention. Brother Yin. A surprise shout came from the Julu Academy crowd. A plump cultivator walked out from a group of cultivators dressed in scholarly robes. His face was filled with surprise as though he was an old friend. Dongfang Zhongpai. Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. Yin Chuan. Meng Rongrong's face darkened. The king spider on the other side also frowned slightly. Brother Yin, come here, come here. Dongfang Zhongpai shouted. Let's go. Yin Chuan said to Qin Long, yes. Swish. The small boat weaved through the crowd of cultivators and quickly headed towards the Julu Academy crowd. Phew. Qin Long kept the small boat and landed in front of a group of scholarly cultivators with Yin Chuan. Brother Yin, you made me look for you. I searched the demonic Wind Mountain range for more than a year, but I could not find this kitten. I went to Carefree City to look for you, but you were gone again. Tell me, where did you find this kitten? Dongfang Zhongpai asked anxiously. Kitten your sister. I am not a cat. Meow glared at Dongfang Zhongpai. Enough. Yin Chuan stopped Meow from scolding. At the side, Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan with a gloomy expression. Meng Rongrong snorted at Yin Chuan and ignored him. Bai Ditian kept staring at Meow. His brows never relaxed. Bai Ditian, Zhuozhou must have already told you about my lord. My lord is a man of great talent and strategy. You should know that as long as the Tiger Clan defers to him, I guarantee that no one will dare to bully your Tiger Clan. Wang Zhu shouted. Bai Ditian, no one has ever betrayed the Julu Academy. I hope that you tigers aren't the first. Meng Rongrong said in a deep voice. Bai Tian shifted his gaze away from Meow and looked at both sides. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "The Julu Academy extended a helping hand during the tiger race's calamity. Bai Tian will always remember that. However, the tiger race has its own path. The Julu Academy cannot give me what I want." "You can't give it? Why couldn't he give it to her?" "Bai Tian, explain yourself." Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. "Ha ha, little ass Meng. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in." Bai Tian is an understanding person. Although the Julu Academy is strong, it is still a middle-tier sect. Although there are few tigers, you can only be famous under my lord. Wang Zhu laughed loudly. Bai Tian turned to look at Wang Zhu and revealed a faint smile. However, his eyes flashed with disdain and arrogance. Be willing to be under others? Bai Tian did not have such thoughts. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? With just the two of you? Meng Rongrong immediately shifted her anger to Wang Zhu. Wang Zhu laughed coldly and said, "I heard that the Julu Academy's literary style is at its peak. They're the best in the four arts. I'm not talented, but I only love the zither. Does your Julu Academy dare to fight me?" "Fight the zither?" Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed strange expressions. "Young master, what is Wang Zhu trying to do?" Qing Long frowned and asked. "Wang Zhu's zither skills are outstanding. He wants to defeat the people from the Julu Academy and indirectly boost Yao Tianshang's reputation. He wants to convince Bai Tian to surrender." Yin Chuan explained. "Keek, this Wang Zhu is really courting death. He doesn't even know who he is facing." Dongfang Zhongpai suddenly revealed a smug smile. "Oh." Yin Chuan looked at Dongfang Zhongpai. "As far as I know, in the Julu Academy, no one can surpass little lass Meng in the way of a zither." Dongfang Zhongpai whispered. Chapter 453. Ding 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 ding. Meng Rongrong plucked the strings violently. In the center of the Sound River, a huge whirlpool was slowly pushing towards the Spider King. Her speed was not fast, but it was clear that Meng Rongrong had the upper hand at the moment. On the opposite side, the Spider King looked terrible. "Little Meng, your Guqin Dao has improved so fast. Even your father isn't as strong as you," the Spider King said. Meng Rongrong kept plucking the strings and ignored it. Rumble. The huge whirlpool pushed towards the Spider King bit by bit. The Spider King's defeat was obvious, and it seemed to be struggling bitterly. Meng Rongrong's forehead was sweating profusely. She was obviously struggling. How terrifying. Even if I enter this Sound River, I might be killed quickly, Qing Long exclaimed. Sweat drenched Meng Rongrong's cheeks, and similarly, it also wet the Spider King's cheeks. The Spider King's eyes flashed viciously as it gritted its teeth. "Little Meng, for the sake of the Lord's great cause, I'm sorry." The Spider King's eyes were cold. 8 black lights followed the huge Sound River and rolled towards the opposite side. The black lights were very secretive. They were like thin needles, shuttling through the Sound River and sinking quickly into the rolling Sound River, making it impossible for people to detect them. Rumble. The huge whirlpool in the center continued to push towards the Spider King. Meng Rongrong took advantage of the situation and plucked the strings faster and faster. It was as if there was an extra pair of hands on the strings, and 4 hands were playing the strings nonstop. "So fast," Yin Chuan exclaimed. It wasn't that there was an extra pair of hands, but that the speed was so fast that it created a visual difference. Ding 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 ding. Meng Rongrong seemed to have not vented for a long time, and for a moment, she seemed to have forgotten her feelings. She only knew how to increase the sound technique and the power of the Sound River. She didn't notice that 8 black lights were lurking not far away. Under the roaring Sound River, it was impossible to notice this subtle difference. Meng Rongrong didn't notice it, nor did the group of Confucian cultivators. Only Yin Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. It wasn't Yin Chuan who discovered it, but the warning from poison ivy on Yin Chuan's left wrist. The poison ivy emitted an intense green light. Poison? Furthermore, it was highly toxic. Where's the poison? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. Yin Chuan looked around and then looked at Meng Rongrong. He did not notice anything. Point out, Yin Chuan shouted. Swish! A thin vine whip suddenly emerged from Poison Vine's birthmark. The vine whip was pointed at the Sound River in front of Meng Rongrong. Yin Chuan took a closer look and suddenly saw a black light. The black light flashed into the Sound River and disappeared in the blink of an eye. King Spider? Poison? Yin Chuan looked in surprise at the king spider in the distance, whose eyes remained calm. Oh no! The place where poison ivy was pointing it was getting closer and closer to Meng Rongrong. Save her? Not save her. Seeing Meng Rongrong playing the guqin with all her might, Yin Chuan hesitated for a moment. But soon, Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with determination. Not to mention that he had to compete for the god's investiture strategy in Jilu City. He could not watch Mr. Monroe's sister die. The 8 black lights were getting closer and closer to Meng Rongrong. They were about to reach Meng Rongrong. Go! Yin Chuan took a step forward and flung poison ivy in his hand. Swish! Poison ivy quickly emerged and wrapped around Meng Rongrong's body. Yin Chuan pulled fiercely. What are you doing? The surrounding Confucian cultivators suddenly exclaimed. Meng Rongrong's guqin Dao suppressed the other party. The Confucian cultivators were waiting to celebrate when a vine whip suddenly wrapped around Meng Rongrong. Chapter 454. Bastard, what are you doing? Who are you? Bastard. The Confucian cultivators were furious. Meng Rongrong's hands paused as she was entangled by the vine whip. She seemed to be stunned by the vine whip. Ah! Meng Rongrong screamed. However, as she screamed, Meng Rongrong saw clearly that 8 black lights were rapidly shooting toward her original position. Swish! 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 The 8 beams of black light suddenly stabbed the vine whip. This is? Meng Rongrong immediately thought of a possibility. However, Meng Rongrong being pulled away was no longer a matter of poison needles. Meng Rongrong was carrying a massive sound river. When the zither was pulled away, the sound river lost control and suddenly pulled Meng Rongrong. Boom! Meng Rongrong fell into the sound river. The poison vines wrapped around Meng Rongrong pulled Yin Chuan into the sound river as well. Ah, young master, Qing Long immediately exclaimed. First young mistress. The Confucian cultivators exclaimed. Boom! The sound river seemed like a real river, surging past. The two were immediately swept away by the sound river, rushing towards the center of the whirlpool. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the center of the sound river. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two were pulled into the center of the whirlpool. Ah! First young mistress. The Confucian cultivators exclaimed. Qing Long also felt anxious. On the other side, Spider King suddenly stopped playing his zither. He looked at this scene in shock. On the other side, Tiger King by Detian frowned slightly as he stared at the scene. Meow was also pulled into the sound river whirlpool. The countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. The Jilu Academy's first young mistress was swept away with a man. The sound river was slowly becoming smaller, but it was only slowly. It was unknown how long it would take for it to completely disappear. As for Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong, who were caught in the storm, they were surrounded by sonic booms and raging winds. Meng Rongrong raised a wall of air, but it was shattered by the sonic boom in the blink of an eye. Even Qing Long, who was in the emptiness realm, would be shattered by the sonic boom, let alone the two of them who had yet to reach the emptiness realm. The more Meng Rongrong struggled, the stronger the force became. His face was filled with panic. Don't struggle. You won't be able to overcome the sound waves. Just go with the flow and let yourself adapt to the frequency. Yin Chuan shouted at Meng Rongrong. When Meng Rongrong heard this, she calmed down a lot and immediately stopped resisting. Now that the two of them had let go of their resistance, the sound waves were no longer impacting them, but the raging winds were still directly affecting their bodies. Bang! Bang! The two people's clothes were instantly torn apart by the raging winds. In the blink of an eye, the two people and the cat were completely naked. Only Meow was still biting on the felt hat, unwilling to let go. Ah! Meng Rongrong covered her sensitive parts and screamed in shock. Although the people outside could not see what was happening in the whirlpool, the two people inside the whirlpool could see everything clearly. In an instant, the two of them were completely naked. In the outside world, the people of the Julu Academy were extremely anxious. The young mistress was gone in the blink of an eye. Ah, young mistress' clothes. A servant girl suddenly soared into the sky and caught a piece of what looked like Meng Rongrong's torn clothes. Young master's clothes. Qing Long soared into the sky and caught some pieces of Yin Chuan's clothes. Whirlpool space. A man and a woman? Their clothes were all torn? The thousands of cultivators in the surroundings immediately thought of a charming scene. Ah, young mistress' clothes, they're all torn. Two servant girls quickly ran over and collected Meng Rongrong's torn clothes. Dongfang Zhengpai had unknowingly appeared beside Qing Long. Yin Chuan actually dared to do such a thing in broad daylight. Dongfang Zhengpai had a look of deep hatred on his face. It shouldn't be what you're thinking. Qing Long immediately defended Yin Chuan. He's really a role model for our generation. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression changed and became incomparably wretched. Qing Long, who was standing at the side, opened his mouth. He originally wanted to defend Yin Chuan, but he suddenly didn't know what to say. Chapter 455. King Spider also stopped plucking the zither, and the vast sound river gradually became smaller. The sound river became smaller, but it did not disappear quickly. The whirlpool in the center was still spinning, and the interior could not be seen clearly. After Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong were sucked in, the group of Confucian cultivators quickly jumped up. Disperse the sound river. Save young mistress. A Confucian cultivator shouted. Okay. The group of Confucian cultivators shouted. Stop. Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly shouted. And the Confucian cultivators looked at Dongfang Zhengji. No one moves. Dongfang Zhengji shook his head. Uncle Master, why? Uncle Master, young mistress is in danger now. The Confucian cultivators shouted. It's dangerous to blindly save them. They might have already adapted to the sound. If you act recklessly, the sound river will become chaotic, and they will die faster. Dongfang Zhengji shouted. Ah! The Confucian cultivators raised their eyebrows. Uncle Master is right. I remember now. Teacher said this before, too. Don't move. Retreat. Most of the Confucian cultivators had come into contact with the zither before, so they understood quickly. Retreat. Not only did they retreat, but they also asked the surrounding cultivators to retreat far away to prevent any accidents. Rumble. The sound river gradually became smaller, and everyone waited patiently. At this moment, King Spider did not attack again. He just watched coldly. Previously, it was just a bet. If he added insult to injury now, he would have an irreconcilable grudge with the Julu Academy. Bai Ditian also waited patiently, his eyes flashing with doubt. In the whirlpool, Meng Rongrong covered her sensitive parts and screamed. Yin Chuan wrapped a vine whip around Meng Rongrong, preventing her from flying out. However, Yin Chuan was also naked like Meng Rongrong. He held Meow in one hand and Meng Rongrong in the other. Vine whip cage. Yin Chuan shouted. Swish! The vine whips suddenly expanded, growing longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, they weaved into a huge cage, enclosing the two people and the cat. The cages became denser and denser. Although they were swaying in the wind, as the number of cages increased, a sphere was formed in the blink of an eye, isolating them from the outside world. A huge vine whip sphere wrapped around the two of them. Meow. While Gale was blocked by the vine whip, Meow Meow quickly poured out a large number of luminous pearls from its felt hat. For a moment, the vine whip ball became incomparably bright. The two naked people immediately faced each other openly. Ah, hooligan! Meng Rongrong immediately covered her body and squatted down. Her eyes were full of grievance and anger. Meow. Yinchuan is a big hooligan. Meow added insult to injury. Meow. Yinchuan was speechless. Take out 2 sets of clothes and give her one. Yinchuan said. Meow. Meow did as she was told and threw a set of clothes over. Meng Rongrong looked at the clothes and quickly put them on. When she put them on, it was inevitable that her body would be exposed. Fortunately, Yinchuan did not take advantage of her and put on his own clothes. Rustle, rustle. Soon, the two of them put on their clothes. Meow. Yinchuan's clothes are too big for you. Why don't you take them off? I'll find another one for you. Meow shouted to Meng Rongrong. No, Meng Rongrong exclaimed. It was not easy to put on the clothes. How could she take them off? Meng Rongrong quickly tightened her clothes. Miss Meng, you saw it too. The situation was urgent and the Spider King poisoned you. So, I had no choice but to pull you away. Yinchuan explained. Meng Rongrong stared at Yinchuan, her eyes full of shame and anger. Was it this person in front of her who saw her pure body? Chapter 456. Walking over, Meng Rongrong slapped Yinchuan's face with shame and anger. Bang! Her hand was suddenly caught by Yinchuan in midair. It didn't work. You! Meng Rongrong was even more ashamed and angry. Miss Meng, it's not that I, Yinchuan, am stingy. It was just an accident. If you have any complaints, I don't mind. I won't argue with you in other ways. But for a man, 2 things about the body are intolerable. One is kneeling down, and the other is slapping the face. Yinchuan shook his head and said in a deep voice. With that, Yinchuan moved Meng Rongrong's hand away. The sound waves here were vast, and neither of them used their magical power. She wanted to slap him to vent the anger in her chest, but it didn't work. You bastard! Meng Rongrong roared. With a roar, Meng Rongrong's tears unconsciously came out. In her life, when had she ever suffered such a big grievance? Looking at Yinchuan, Meng Rongrong's eyes were full of resentment. Meow, you are unreasonable. Yinchuan looked at you, and didn't you also see Yinchuan's naked body? You didn't lose anything. Meow suddenly shouted. Huh? Meng Rongrong looked at Meow. Didn't lose anything? Hearing Meow's scolding, Meng Rongrong felt even more wronged. Meow, besides, Yinchuan even gave you clothes to wear. You're not made of top-grade spirit stones. You won't lose a piece of meat if he looked at you. Meow said disdainfully. Meow's logic made Meng Rongrong suddenly have an impulse to hit the wall. His previous grievances were mostly dissipated by this impulse. That's enough, Meow. Yinchuan stopped Meow. That's true, Meow said. Yinchuan smiled bitterly. Meng Rongrong wiped her tears and turned her head away, ignoring Yinchuan. Rumble. 2 hours later, the Sound River finally disappeared. The huge whirlpool in the center of the whirlpool also slowly dissipated. When the whirlpool dissipated, a 10-meter-big green ball was revealed. A sphere woven from green vines. Countless Xiozha craned their necks and stared at the sphere. Young miss, the scholarly cultivators called out. Swish! Poison ivy retracted his vines, and the green vine sphere rapidly thinned, gradually revealing the 2 figures. Look, Meng Rongrong is wearing men's clothes. Ah, it's true. It's that man's clothes. What have they been doing inside for more than 2 hours? Don't tell me that Meng Rongrong's clothes that flew out were torn by that man. That man molested Meng Rongrong? You beast! Meng Rongrong. She's my Tao companion in my dreams. Yours? No. In Julu City, Meng Rongrong is the dream companion of countless Xiozha. Kill him! Bastard, kill him! Some hot-blooded Xiozha immediately shouted in anger. Swish! Poison ivy was completely retracted into his sleeve. Young miss, I have collected your clothes and chinquin bag. A maid came forward and said. Meng Rongrong turned her head and looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I hate you. Meng Rongrong said angrily. Meow. Meow gave tit for tat. Yin Chuan rubbed his nose and did not refute. Let's go. Meng Rongrong shouted. As she spoke, she took the two maids and flew towards Jilu City. The scholarly cultivators looked at Yin Chuan hatefully and followed Meng Rongrong. Qinglong, did you hear that? Just now, Meng Rongrong said that she hated Yin Chuan. Dongfang Zhengpai said with anticipation. I heard it. Qinglong nodded, not understanding what was going on. Wow, it's true. Brother Yin, you really did everything? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shouted with excitement. Chapter 457. Dongfang Zhengpai's shout attracted the angry shouts of Meng Rongrong's admirers. Yin Chuan? Molest Meng Rongrong. Kill him. Bastard. Kill him. A group of cultivators charged forward angrily. Stop. What are you doing? He is a guest of the Jilu Academy. Who dares to touch him? Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. As expected, the status of a great scholar of the Jilu Academy was very effective. The cultivators who were about to charge forward immediately stopped in their tracks. Brother Yin, let's go. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Yin Chuan nodded. Qinglong, Yin Chuan, and Miao followed Dongfang Zhengpai and chased after the scholars of the Jilu Academy. Despicable. Shameless. In an instant, many people slandered Yin Chuan. Similarly, after today's incident, Yin Chuan's name would definitely spread throughout Jilu City. Before Yin Chuan left, he glanced at Bai Ditian, who had been standing with his hands behind his back. Bai Ditian also looked at Yin Chuan, but more at Miao, who was on Yin Chuan's shoulder. Upper Meridian Tiger Tribe? How is that possible? Bai Ditian frowned as he watched the group leave. All right, Bai Ditian. The people of the Jilu Academy have left. You have nothing to worry about now. Follow me back to meet the Lord. King Spider laughed. Bai Ditian turned to look at King Spider. Wuzhou, send the guests off. Bai Ditian said indifferently. As he spoke, Bai Ditian turned and walked back. Not far behind, there was a large hall. Bai Ditian walked back to it. Yes. Zhuo Wuzhou nodded. King Spider, please. Zhuo Wuzhou looked at King Spider. What? Zhuo Wuzhou, what do you mean? King Spider said coldly. I don't mean anything. Bai Ditian is our new king. His words represent our entire tribe. Zhuo Wuzhou shook his head. You, King Spider said coldly. Zhuo Wuzhou made a gesture of sending off the guest. Bastard. The demons behind King Spider were enraged. Spider King waved his hand and stopped the great demons. Let's go. Spider King shook his head. My lord. All the dire monsters cried out in surprise. Let's go. Wang Zhu shouted coldly. As he spoke, he took the lead to fly up. Oof. The group of great demons snorted coldly. The great demons left in the blink of an eye, flying in the air. My lord, how are we going to explain this to the Lord when we return? A great demon asked with an ugly expression. Isn't it time to go back, Bai Ditian? I will convince him. Let's find a place to stay first. Spider King said solemnly. Yes. The great demons nodded. The two competing factions had left, and the Xiozha that had been watching also left. In the blink of an eye, only the Tiger Tribe was left. Yin Chuan and his group. Brother Yin, what happened to you guys just now? Dongfang Zhengpai asked with a wretched expression. Nothing happened. Yin Chuan shook his head. Meow, I know. Meow said proudly. Oh, then Meow, tell me about it. Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. I want to eat a supreme-grade spirit stone. Meow stretched out its little paw. Okay. Dongfang Zhengpai quickly took out a supreme-grade spirit stone. Meow. Meow cried out in satisfaction. What happened? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. At that time, Both of their clothes were naked. Then, Yin Chuan touched Meng Rongrong. Miao immediately cried out. Oh! Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Miao, don't talk nonsense. When did he touch her? Yin Chuan immediately frowned. You didn't? You grabbed Meng Rongrong's hand. Miao cried out. That was to stop her. Yin Chuan said. Stopping Meng Rongrong's slap didn't sound good. Yin Chuan changed the word slap to action. What? Meng Rongrong took the initiative? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately cried out in shock. Miao, of course. Meng Rongrong kept calling Yin Chuan a hooligan. Miao said. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yin Chuan with reverence. What nonsense! Yin Chuan had a headache. Chapter 458. Yin Chuan and his group suddenly stopped and looked at a huge city in front of them. The city was built around a mountain range and stretched as far as the eye could see. There were many floating islands in the city, making it look like a fairyland. The mountain range that was surrounded by the floating islands shone with boundless righteousness, making it look solemn and dignified. In the sky, there was a huge golden cloud that covered the entire city. The golden cloud was very thick and it was rolling, emitting a dazzling golden light. On top of the golden cloud, there were 5 cloud-shaped golden dragons. It was a magnificent sight. This is Jiulu City, Qinglong said. It's magnificent, isn't it? The golden cloud is the sea of fortune clouds. There are 5 golden dragons on it. Jiulu City is one of the biggest cities in the world. After 50,000 years, it has a strong foundation. Dongfang Zhengpai said proudly. Sea of fortune clouds. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with affection. All right, were we just now? You said you want to participate in the Heaven's Gift Conference? Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yin Chuan. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. Haha, your father was the best in the last conference. When the blood demon appeared, no one could compete with him. This time, you want to participate and compete for the Tiansu? Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. No, Yin Chuan shook his head. Oh, this time, I want to compete for the God's bestowment strategy. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. What? The God's bestowment strategy? Dongfang Zhengpai was shocked. Miao, it's just the God's bestowment strategy. Why are you so nervous? Miao rolled its eyes. Dongfang Zhengpai had a strange look on his face. The Yin family is really talented. Your father was already awesome. He competed for the Tiansu with a group of Emptiness Realm experts as an immortal state expert, and won in the end. You're even better. You want to compete for the God's bestowment strategy? What? Could it be that the rules have changed? Yin Chuan said with a smile. It's true that it hasn't changed. It's just that when the time comes, you'll be fighting a group of Confucians by yourself. You'll only be 20 years old, right? Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yin Chuan as if he was looking at a monster. Yin Chuan smiled. But that's good too. Those Confucian scholars in the college are all jealous. I've been annoyed with them for a long time. I'll support you. I'll help you cheat. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. You can even cheat? Qinglong was surprised. I'll do my best. For example, if you need any books, I'll pass them to you. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Thank you very much. Yin Chuan nodded. No, I remember now. You have another opponent this time. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression suddenly changed. Opponent? He's also fighting for the God investiture strategy. That person is back. I remember now. He's back. Dongfang Zhengpai said worriedly. Who? The Confucian sage Sima Yuntian. He used to be the principal of the right house of the Jiulu Academy. His position was second only to the principal. He led the 72 disciples of the Confucian scholars and traveled the world. He cultivated righteousness and enlightened the world. He recently returned. I heard that he's going to fight for the God investiture strategy. The return of the Confucian sage is expected by everyone. No one in Jiulu City doubts that he will fail. Dongfang Zhengpai frowned. Confucian sage? Sima Yuntian? Everyone's support? Yin Chuan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. In a large hall, Bai Tian was drinking wine alone. Zhuo Wuzhou and Zhuo Qinxiu were standing respectfully in front of him. King, what do we do now? How do we explain this to the Jiulu Academy? Zhuo Wuzhou asked worriedly. Chapter 459. After taking a sip of wine, Bai Diqian shook his head and said, "Don't worry. As long as the dean of the Jiulu Academy hears my name, he will not do anything out of line." Yes, the two of them replied respectfully. Zhuo Wuzhou, Bai Diqian said lightly. Yes, I don't care what method you use. Keep me updated on Yin Chuan's group, especially the white tiger on his shoulder. Bai Diqian said in a low voice. White tiger? Isn't that a cat? Zhuo Qinxiu asked in shock. Bai Diqian's eyes turned cold. He released a vicious aura. Plop. Zhuo Qinxiu immediately knelt down. Remember, you have no right to be disrespectful to it. Bai Diqian said coldly. Yes, Zhuo Qinxiu said as he trembled. Jiulu City. Inside a large hall, Meng Rongrong had changed into a white dress. Bastard, Yin Chuan. Meng Rongrong gritted her teeth. Young mistress. A voice came from outside the hall. Come in. Meng Rongrong shouted. Soon, a few Confucian scholars walked in. The one leading them was Chang Qing, who had been sent to Yin Jin. Have you found out? Meng Rongrong asked. Young mistress, which one do you want to hear? Chang Qing asked. Let's talk about Bai Diqian first. Meng Rongrong said with a frown. Yes, Bai Diqian. According to our records, he should be the tiger king of the tiger species recently. He is a white tiger. After he was born, he kept a low profile and did not get along with others. However, a month ago, he kept breaking through. Chang Qing explained. Broke through? What do you mean? A month ago, he was still in the essence state. Chang Qing said in disbelief. What? Essence state? Are you sure? Meng Rongrong asked in shock. No, I also hope that it's a mistake. But my Jiulu Academy has records of the few demonic beast races that are vassal to us. This Bai Diqian is just that strange. Essence state, chi state, immortal state, virtual state, 1 month. Meng Rongrong was surprised. All right, I've also found out about Yin Chuan. The Eastern Orthodox faction has invited him to the Eastern Palace Hall as an honored guest. Chang Qing immediately said, Eastern Palace Hall? Sure enough, like people meet like people. Meng Rongrong's eyes revealed a trace of lovable hatred. Ha ha, who made my daughter angry? A hearty laugh came from outside the hall. An old man in a white robe stepped in. The old man had white hair and a white beard, and he looked very amiable. Greetings, Hall Master. The group of Confucian scholars respectfully said. Not bad. You guys can leave first. The old man chuckled. Yes. The Confucian scholars respectfully left. Father, Meng Rongrong shouted. What? I just heard someone say that you were bullied. Who is so bold? The old man asked. Father, listen to their nonsense. How could it be? Meng Rongrong immediately shook her head. That Yin Chuan? The old man still did not give up. Father, don't worry about my matters. It's really nothing. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Meng Rongrong immediately pulled the old man's arm and said, Okay, I don't care. The old man chuckled. Oh, right. Father, the new king of the Tiger Clan is very strange. In 1 month, he stepped into the virtual realm from the essence state. How'd he do it? Meng Rongrong frowned. Zhuo Wuzhou stepped down. Who is the new king? The old man was puzzled. His name is Bai Diqian. Zhuo Qinxiu and Zhuo Wuzhou are extremely respectful to him. Meng Rongrong thought and said, Bai Diqian? Bai Diqian? This name sounds a little familiar. Where have I seen it before? The old man was puzzled. Father, you've heard of it? Didn't they say that you were in seclusion? Meng Rongrong asked curiously. Wait. The old man suddenly became serious. With a flip of his hand, the old man took out a book. History of the Tiger Clan? Meng Rongrong looked at the title of the book curiously. This is a record of the Tiger Clan's glorious history, the old man said solemnly. Then, he quickly flipped through the book. As he flipped through the book, the old man's hand suddenly stopped. By Tian, Meng Rongrong looked at a page of the book in shock. The entire page recorded a Tiger Clan expert by Tian. It's him? He didn't ascend? Did he reincarnate and cultivate again? The old man looked at the name in shock. Is this the same person? Meng Rongrong said in shock. It must be him. In 1 month, he reached the virtual realm from the essence state. That is the power left behind in his previous life. He inherited it. By Tian, he's back. The old man frowned. Is it really that fierce person? Meng Rongrong said in disbelief. Don't investigate him in the future. The feud between the Tiger Clan and the Julu Academy ends here. The old man said in a low voice. Oh, okay. Meng Rongrong nodded. Julu City. On a huge floating island, there was a large palace called the Eastern Palace. Yin Chuan stood at the edge of the floating island and looked at the Sea of Providence in the sky. He looked at the countless cultivators below and felt a sense of familiarity. Young master, this Eastern Palace is one of the top 10 floating islands in Julu City. I didn't expect it to be the private property of the Eastern Orthodox faction. Qing Long sighed. Is that so? Is there anyone else in the Julu Academy with the surname Eastern? Yin Chuan asked. I'm not sure. This surname is very rare. I only know that he is from the Eastern Orthodox faction. Qing Long shook his head. Just as Yin Chuan and Qing Long were talking, a white figure flew over from afar. Brother Yin, this is bad. This is bad. Your name has spread throughout the city. Eastern Orthodox faction said anxiously. Oh, isn't it because you molested little Miss Meng? That's the daughter of the dean, a goddess in the hearts of countless cultivators. You actually molested her in front of nearly 10,000 cultivators. TSK, with such boldness, it's hard for you not to become famous. Dongfang Zhengpai scolded. Yin Chuan. Those busybodies came back and spread the news. Now all of Great Deer City is talking about you. Some storytellers even split your story into 8 parts and take turns telling it every morning, noon, and night at the tea house. There are even people who have formed a rape alliance, saying that they will rape you for little Meng. Dongfang Zhengpai gloated. Is that so? Yin Chuan asked curiously. That's right. I was thinking that if you wanted to compete with Sima Yuntian for the God Investiture strategy, you would have to catch up to him in terms of influence. But now, your reputation has already surpassed his. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Yin Chuan, meow. What happened that day was split into 8 parts. Meow exclaimed. Of course, it's not just 8 parts. There are many versions. Anyway, Brother Yin, you're famous. In Julu City, you're completely famous. Dongfang Zhengpai said enviously. Chapter 460. Julu City. In a courtyard, 7 to 8 green-robed Confucian scholars surrounded a white-robed man. The man held a fan in his hand, his eyes filled with arrogance. Brother Qin Ping, to be so angry for a beauty, I admire you. A green-robed Confucian scholar praised. Brother Qin Ping is the last disciple of the virtuous sage Sima Yuntian. His name shakes the world. With a command, hundreds of Confucian cultivators will respond. Everyone praised the white-robed man. The white-robed man, Chun Ping, smiled with satisfaction. Then, he said solemnly, Meng Rongrong is a goddess. She is sacred and inviolable. Who would have thought that a mediocre outsider would dare to molest her in front of nearly 10,000 practitioners? This is intolerable. Everyone, for this alliance, we must make that shameless person pay the price. Good. We will listen to Brother Chun Ping. The Confucian scholars in the courtyard nodded. Some were filled with righteous indignation. Some were trying to curry favor with Qin Ping. Sir. A servant ran into the courtyard in a panic. What's wrong? Qin Ping asked curiously. That Yin Chuan is out. The servant said immediately. Is that so? Finally, he's not a coward anymore. Let's go. Everyone follow me. let's teach this shameless person a lesson. Chen Ping shouted. Okay, let's teach him a lesson. Under Chen Ping's lead, a group of people stepped out of the courtyard. With the servant leading the way, more and more Confucian scholars gathered, majestically heading towards Yanchuan. Yanchuan, Qinglong, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai flew quickly in the city. Young master, someone is following us. And it's not just one group. Qinglong frowned. This is normal. Yanchuan is now a famous person in Jiulu City. Who would dare to molest the young miss of Jiulu Academy? Who would dare to molest the young miss in front of 10,000 cultivators? Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. I said I didn't molest you. Yanchuan was somewhat speechless. Understood. Dongfang Zhengpai revealed a wretched smile. Meow. Surname Dong. Didn't you say that you would bring us to sign up? Why did you come to the back? Meow shouted. My surname is not Dong. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. The registration point is behind. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Oh, who is in charge of this year's strategy of God's investiture? Yanchuan asked. Dean of the left courtyard, UE. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. Left courtyard? UE. Jiulu Academy is split into the left and left courtyards. Other than the virtuous paragons who are unwilling to be disturbed by worldly affairs, the person with the highest position in the Jiulu Academy is the courtyard Dean Meng Ziqiu, followed by the dean of the left courtyard Yu E and the right courtyard Sima Yintian. It's a pity that Sima Yintian suddenly gave up his position as the dean of the right courtyard and roamed the world to educate people. It's said that he even went to the other 3 academies to participate in the literary battles. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. Literary battles? Yanchuan's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. All right, we're here. Flying is not allowed here. Even the courtyard dean has to walk on the ground. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Everyone landed on the clouds. After circling around Jiulu mountain range, the group arrived at a huge depression. It was a huge plaza with many palaces surrounding it. However, within the depression, there were close to 100 rays of white light shooting into the sky. Chapter 461. Before we register, we have to enter and pay our respects. Dongfang Zhengpai said solemnly. Yanchuan nodded. The group walked towards the cave. There were also many Confucian cultivators entering and exiting. All of them had solemn expressions. As soon as they entered, they saw the source of the white light. There were a total of 100 white jade statues, emitting boundless righteous energy. The 100 white jade statues were all over 100 feet tall. It was a majestic sight. These 100 statues are all of the sages of the Jiulu Academy. They all ascended to the immortal realm and left behind a strand of their primordial spirits to be nurtured in these statues. They will guide future generations of Confucian cultivators and enlighten the world. They will nurture their righteous energy. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. This is the Jiulu Academy, the 100 sages' righteous altar. Qinglong's expression changed. That's right. This is the place where the righteous energy of the Jiulu Academy is the strongest. Dongfang Zhengpai said proudly. However, Yanchuan wasn't paying attention to these 100 statues. Instead, he was looking at a huge green jade statue surrounded by the 100 sages. Although the green jade statue didn't emit any righteous energy, it was twice as tall as the 100 sages. The lower half of the green jade statue was the tail of a snake, while the upper half was that of a woman. The woman's hands were clasped together, and her eyes were filled with compassion. Goddess Ji Chun. Yanchuan looked at the green jade statue in surprise. Yanchuan clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yanchuan in surprise, but he also bowed respectfully to the woman with the snake's body. Meow. Why do I feel like crying when I see this statue? Meow. Meow's expression suddenly became strange. Meow, are you all right? Yanchuan looked at Meow curiously. Meow, I don't know why either. When I see her, I feel like crying. I don't know why either. Miao shook her head, revealing a confused expression. Crying? Dongfang Zhongpai asked curiously. Is this Goddess Xichen? Yin Chuan asked Dongfang Zhongpai. Finally, Yin Chuan saw a figure that was similar to his previous life. Although they were all statues, this already showed the connection between this world and his previous life. Goddess Xichen? What's Goddess Xichen? Qing Long was puzzled. Dongfang Zhongpai looked at the statue and shook his head. I'm not sure either. But Goddess Xichen has statues in the 4 great academies and the archaic Arcanum sect for future generations to worship. Legend has it that Goddess Xichen is the ancestor of all living things. She is the one who created all living things. Goddess Xichen created all living beings in the world? Qing Long said in astonishment. All right, don't be rude to Goddess Xichen. Let's go out. Yin Chuan shook his head. Even in his previous life, when Yin Chuan grew up, Goddess Xichen was the ancestor of everyone. No one dared to blaspheme it. After worshipping the goddess, we can leave now. Dongfang Zhongpai nodded. Qing Long was still at a loss. Goddess Xichen? Never heard of her before. The group walked out of the 100 Saints' Righteousness altar and walked towards the plaza, heading straight for one of the palaces. God's Ceiling Palace. Opposite the God's Ceiling Palace was a place called the Heavenly Palace. That place was filled with people entering and exiting. However, the God's Ceiling Palace was extremely cold and cheerless. When the 3 of them walked into the God's Ceiling Palace, they saw a huge signboard with the words Sima Yintian written on it. Below the signboard sat 8 bored Confucian scholars. They were clutching their books and lying on the table, asleep. How dare you slack off in the God's Ceiling Palace? Dongfang Zhongpai shouted. Yes, the 8 Confucian scholars suddenly quivered. Dongfang, scoundrel, it's you. One of the Confucian scholars shouted. Chapter 462. Dongfang bitch, you dare to scare me? Dongfang bitch, you still dare to come? The 8 scholars called out 8 different names, but none of them called out Dongfang Zhongpai's original name. Dongfang Zhongpai didn't feel ashamed and instead laughed. Senior brothers, you've been busy recently. Busy my ass. We're not allowed to cultivate. We're like idiots every day. A scholar said helplessly. Oh, I'm here to find some fun for you. Look, someone signed up for the God Bestowment Strategy. Dongfang Zhongpai laughed. What? Sign up? Didn't Sima Yintian sign up? The scholar frowned. It's not Sima Yintian. It's my friend, Yin Chuan. Dongfang Zhongpai pointed at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan. The second time he called out Yin Chuan, his voice was 8 pitches higher. What? You're Yin Chuan? Yin Tao's son. The Yin Chuan who molested little Meng? The group of Confucian scholars immediately became interested. They stroked their beards, their eyes shining as they sized up Yin Chuan. Miao, why is he the same as that wretched fatty? Miao didn't understand. Wretched fatty? Dongfang Zhongpai's face froze. The 8 scholars' faces also froze. They looked at Dongfang Zhongpai with disgust. They coughed and adjusted their attitudes. You're Yin Chuan? You want to sign up for the God Bestowment Strategy? A scholar asked. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. You should know that there are conditions to compete for the God Bestowment Strategy. The scholar said calmly. Conditions? Yin Chuan looked at the scholar and then at Dongfang Zhongpai. Dongfang Zhongpai didn't say anything. That's right. First, you have to make a name for yourself in Jilu City. That's the most basic requirement. A person without influence doesn't have the qualifications to establish an academy or educate all living beings. The Confucian scholar said indifferently. I say, Old Yin, isn't Yin Chuan famous in Jilu City? Go out and ask around. From a 1,000-year-old woman to an 8-year-old girl. Who doesn't know Yin Chuan? Dongfang Zheng immediately defended Yin Chuan. But why did it sound so awkward when she heard his explanation? Huh? Old Yin was slightly stunned. Besides, if people like you, who live in a lifeless zombie palace, have heard of Yin Chuan. How could the outsiders not have heard of him? How many people in Jilu City don't know Yin Chuan? Isn't he famous enough to shake the entire city? Dongfang Zhengpai scolded. All right, for the sake of you, Dongfang scoundrel, I'll do it for him. Old Yin nodded. Hang it up, Old Yin said to the Confucian cultivators behind him. Everyone nodded. Quickly, they took out a huge sign. Two Confucian cultivators quickly picked up the brushes on the table. With a stroke, the two words Yin Chuan appeared on the sign. Hang it up, Old Yin shouted. The Confucian cultivators nodded and quickly hung the sign on the other side of the hall, beside Sima Yuntian. Just as Yin Chuan was feeling satisfied, a commotion came from outside the hall. Mr. Yin Chuan has entered the God Sealing Hall. A voice shouted. What? He went in? That's good, follow me in. An arrogant voice came from outside the hall. Everyone turned their heads. Qinping? Dongfang Zhengpai raised his eyebrows. The leader was a white-clothed man. He held a folding fan and walked into the hall with an arrogant face. Qinping, Sima Yuntian's last disciple, the last of the 72 Confucian scholars. Dongfang Zhengpai explained to Yin Chuan softly. Chapter 463. Jilu City, God Sealing Temple Square. There were many palaces in the square, and the one with the most people was the Sky Hall. The Sky Hall was the place to sign up for the Tian Su competition. Many sects signed up. The God Sealing Temple opposite was usually very quiet. But today, there were hundreds of Confucian scholars outside the God Sealing Temple. They all looked righteous, as if they were here to kill someone. Look, what's going on at the God Sealing Temple? There are still people in the zombie temple? It's usually deserted. Why are there so many people today? I saw that the leader is Qinping, Sima Yuntian's disciple. What are they doing? Causing trouble? Let's go and see. Wherever there are many people, there would be no lack of people gossiping. In the blink of an eye, the God Sealing Temple was surrounded by 3 layers of people. And as the number of people increased, the influence was also increasing. More and more people gathered, making the surrounding cultivators more and more curious. Inside the God Sealing Temple, Qinping led the group of Confucians into the main hall. Qinping, Sima Yuntian's last disciple, the last of the 72 Confucian scholars. Dongfang Zhengpai whispered to Yin Chuan. Dongfang Zhengpai explained in a low voice. Qinping, who had a look of arrogance on his face, suddenly saw a huge signboard. Next to Sima Yuntian, there was a similar sign. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan? Sign up? Qinping squinted his eyes. Sign up? Yin Chuan signed up? Yin Chuan wants to compete for the God Sealing strategy. Yin Chuan wants to compete with Sima Yuntian for the God Sealing strategy? The Confucian cultivators were all shocked. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Old Yin, what's going on? How can this kind of person sign up? Qinping immediately shouted at the Confucian cultivator who was in charge of the registration. Yeah, this kind of person is immoral. Great Confucian Yin. How can you sign him up? How did you check? The Confucian cultivators in Yin Chuan's alliance all looked at Old Yin. Old Yin asked indifferently, What's wrong? Do we have to report to you when we check? Qinping raised an eyebrow at Old Yin's words. Old Yin, I don't understand. That's why I'm asking you for guidance. Qinping said in a deep voice. Because of your promotion, Yin Chuan's name has already spread throughout Jilu City. If he meets the rules, he can sign up anytime. Old Yin said calmly. The scholarly cultivators were all at a loss. Qinping was also depressed. He stopped pestering Old Yin and looked at Yin Chuan instead. A country bumpkin wants to compete with my teacher for the God investiture strategy? Keep dreaming. Qinping looked coldly at Yin Chuan. You are Sima Yuntian's disciple? Could it be that Sima Yuntian knows that he will lose, so he sent his disciple here to cause trouble? Yin Chuan smiled. Bah, do you really think you're some big shot? You're not even fit to carry my teacher's shoes. I'm here on behalf of the thousands of Confucian cultivators in Jilu City to teach you a lesson. Qinping shouted. That's right, a despicable person. The scholarly cultivators all shouted. Old Yin and the other Confucian cultivators who had signed up immediately became interested. The God Investiture Hall was nicknamed the Zombie Hall because it was too quiet. It was so quiet that the Confucian cultivators were bored to the point of sleeping. Now, something had finally happened. The 8 Confucian cultivators smiled and sat down. No one stopped them and allowed the two sides to curse each other. This kind of situation was rare. Xing. Yin Chuan pulled out the Jade Emperor's sword. Chapter 464. The Confucian cultivators were shocked and stopped talking. The name of the sword is Jade Emperor. It has killed 7,132 people and has never been defeated. Since you are interested, let's start. Who shall we start? Yin Chuan asked. The hall was dead silent. Everyone was shouting, but only a few of them were willing to fight to the death. Even Chun Ping's eyelids were twitching. Although Chun Ping was an immortal state warrior, he could not see through Yin Chuan's cultivation level. Moreover, Yin Chuan was Yin Tao's son. Would he turn into a blood demon? Humph! Gentlemen use their words, not their fists. We are here to reason. Chun Ping shouted. Meow. So you are not here to fight, but to spit. Meow said with disdain. Ha ha ha. Old Yin laughed. Screech. Yin Chuan pulled out the Jade Emperor sword and put it into the sheath on his back. He looked at Chun Ping with disdain. Seeing Yin Chuan put away the Jade Emperor sword, the Confucian cultivators were excited again. Yin Chuan, you insulted Meng Rongrong. You are despicable. Yin Chuan, you have to apologize to Meng Rongrong. We can't let this despicable man go. He has to kneel down and repent. Yes, kneel down and repent. Kneel down and repent. The Confucian cultivators were agitated. Chun Ping took advantage of the situation and shouted, Yin Chuan, you have committed a heinous crime by insulting Meng Rongrong. Now the whole city knows about it. How dare you show your face? Come with me to Meng Rongrong's residence and kneel down and repent. Then get out of Jilu's city. Everyone followed Chun Ping's words. Meow, what a bunch of lunatics. Meow Meow whispered. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Insulting Meng Rongrong? Who said that? The Confucian cultivators were slightly taken aback. Then they stared at Yin Chuan with disdain. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. Right now, the entire city is saying that you insulted Meng Rongrong. Last time at the Tiger Tribe's encampment, did you tear Meng Rongrong's clothes and do something improper? Chun Ping shouted. Ha ha, what a joke. You saw it? Yin Chuan said disdainfully. At that time, nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes were watching, and you still wanted to act shamelessly? What right does an immoral person have to establish an academy and educate all living beings? What qualifications do you have to compete for the God Investiture strategy? Chun Ping shouted. Immoral? Ha, a pack of dogs barking wildly. Is that considered immoral? Yin Chuan said indifferently. A pack of dogs barking? Old Yin and Dongfang Zhengpai laughed out loud. The group of Confucian cultivators were arguing until their faces were red with anger. It was just like what Yin Chuan said, a pack of barking dogs. What did you say? The group of Confucian cultivators roared. I want to duel with you. Another Confucian cultivator said angrily. Yin Chuan's words scolded the hundreds of Confucian cultivators in the alliance. Immediately, the group of Confucian cultivators roared in anger. Immoral villains are not things that you say based on your subjective opinions. They have to be based on facts. Instead, it is the mad dogs that twist the facts and bark at people that are the real immoral villains. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Bastard, I am the disciple of the great sage Sima Yuntian. My body is filled with righteousness. How dare you slander me? Chun Ping shouted. What you mean is like teacher, like disciple? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Of course. Chun Ping said arrogantly. Ha! How did Sima Yuntian accept a disciple like you? It's fine if you're filthy, but you want to drag Sima Yuntian down with you? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Chapter 465. What? Are you qualified to say that a person is filthy? I think you are the one who is filthy. Chen Ping shouted. The two's cursing immediately attracted the curious gazes of countless cultivators in the surroundings. Yin Chuan versus Chen Ping was a rare sight. Old Yin and the others ate some of their treasured snacks as they watched with schadenfreude. Heaven is watching what a person does. Although reputation can cover people's eyes, it cannot cover heaven's heart. Yin Chuan said indifferently, what a person does. Heaven is watching. I, Chen Ping, have lived an upright life, worthy of heaven and earth. I have a righteous aura. How can a lowly person like you slander me? Chen Ping scolded. In that case, let heaven decide. I, Yin Chuan, am virtuous. I can testify to the sun and moon. Heaven and earth can testify. Until today, I have never had any thoughts of blasphemy toward Meng Rongrong. If I have any thoughts of blasphemy, may heaven strike me with lightning. Yin Chuan shouted. Swear? Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in disdain. What was the point of swearing? Would heaven care about an insignificant person like you? Humph! Hypocrite! Chen Ping scolded. I have already testified to heaven and earth. Now, it is your turn. Do you dare to say that you have no filthy thoughts about Meng Rongrong? Do you dare to swear to heaven? Yin Chuan said coldly. You want me to swear? Chen Ping showed a strange expression. However, many cultivators and Confucian cultivators stared at him from behind. Chen Ping immediately showed a serious expression. I, Chen Ping, swear to heaven that I have never had any thoughts of blasphemy toward Meng Rongrong. If I have any thoughts of blasphemy, may heaven strike me with lightning. Chen Ping shouted. Swear? Won't that be easy? It's not like I will lose anything. Just as Chen Ping was feeling pleased with himself, boom, the sky exploded. A bolt of heavenly lightning fell from the sky and blasted the roof of Seal Ceiling Divine Hall. The tiles shattered as the heavenly lightning struck Chen Ping's feet. Heaven struck me with lightning? Countless cultivators looked at the large hole in the roof in confusion. Old Yin shook out a small bean that he was about to put into his mouth. How can this be? It's heavenly lightning. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the main hall. The cries of cultivators could be heard everywhere. God is watching what you do. You have to remember that God is watching you. You can't just randomly make an oath. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Meow. Meow nodded, looking at him as if he was shameless. Everyone looked at Chen Ping in bewilderment. Could it be that Chen Ping had really made a vow? Chen Ping was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Struck by lightning? If the oath was confirmed, wouldn't that mean that he was a vile, despicable person? Bastard, you were blocked by the tiles just now. The heavenly lightning must have struck you. I'll hack you. Chen Ping shouted at Yin Chuan, just as everyone was about to nod their heads. Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It passed through the hole in the roof and struck Chen Ping. Impossible! Chen Ping shouted. Boom! Chen Ping's face was instantly charred black, and his hair was disheveled. Impossible! Impossible! Chen Ping could not accept the heavenly lightning's attack. How could this be? The surrounding cultivators were also at a loss. However, the voices opposing Yin Chuan were much softer now. They no longer looked at Chen Ping with reverence like before. Instead, they looked at him with disgust. Heavenly lightning struck him. He admitted that he was despicable. I said it before. God is watching what you do. If you're despicable, don't drag your teacher down with you. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Chen Ping wanted to say that it was Yin Chuan's doing. However, there were so many cultivators here watching. How could Yin Chuan do anything? Furthermore, this was true heavenly lightning. One could imagine that after today, Chen Ping's reputation would be ruined. Don't randomly make oaths in the future. I'll give you a few more words. Yin Chuan said indifferently. At this moment, no one made any noise in the main hall. Great scholar Yin, lend me your brush. Yin Chuan said. All right. Old Yin happily handed over his brush as well. Old Yin and the two Confucian cultivators even took out a huge signboard. It was for Yin Chuan to inscribe. Yin Chuan did not stand on ceremony, writing on the signboard. When the brush landed, white light shone everywhere. Overwhelming righteousness. What a dense, overwhelming righteousness. With righteousness in your heart, you are definitely righteous. Dongfang Zhengji cheered at the side. When Dongfang Zhengji said that, many cultivators who did not know their stance nodded. Yin Chuan did not put too much effort into writing. Hence, he only revealed a strong, overwhelming righteousness. After he finished writing, he tossed the brush aside. He tossed it back on the table. I'll give you these 4 words. I hope you can work hard. Let's go. Yin Chuan said in a carefree manner. At this moment, no one stopped Yin Chuan. The group of Confucian cultivators opened up a path for Yin Chuan to walk out. Then, they looked at the 4 words that Yin Chuan wrote for Qinping. Overwhelming righteousness filled the main hall. On the signboard, the 4 words were incomparably shocking. Fishing for fame. Someone read it out. Fishing for fame? The meaning of these 4 words was even more dazzling than the overwhelming righteousness. How many pairs of eyes were blinded? Chapter 466. Vast righteous energy filled the main hall. On the signboard, there were 4 shocking words. Fishing for fame. Someone read out. Fishing for fame? The meaning of these 4 words was even more dazzling than the vast righteous energy. How many pairs of eyes were blinded? The alliance of snipers immediately fell silent. Qinping's face was red. Looking at these 4 words, he was about to faint from anger. Old Yin and the others who were in charge of the registration had a strange glow in their eyes. Great Scholar Qinping, this is a gift for you. Here. Old Yin handed the huge signboard to Qinping. Qinping was ashamed and indignant as he took the signboard. Holding the signboard, he hated that he could not immediately smash it. Yin Chuan. Qinping's eyes were slightly bloodshot. Fishing for fame. Is this Yin Chuan declaring war on Sima Yintian? The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Today's event was a great humiliation. Qinping was filled with shame and indignation as he squeezed out of the crowd and quickly flew away from this sad place. TSK. Who would have thought? You can know a person for a long time without understanding his heart. I heard that the virtuous Sima Yuntian's 72 disciples all had vast righteous energy in their hearts and were extremely intelligent. Now, it seems that this is not the case. Did Yin Chuan really not do anything to Meng Rongrong? Lightning? Could it be that this place is close to the 100 Saints' righteousness altar, sensing the heaven and earth? That must be it. In the future, I can't just randomly swear here. The 2 sides of the battle left, leaving behind a group of cultivators who were all talking at once. Today's event would definitely spread to the entire city at the fastest speed. Watching the large group of cultivators leave, Old Yin, the conferred god palace, let out a strange laugh. Now it won't be boring, haha. Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Qing Long, and Miao left the square and flew into the sky. Yin Chuan, what happened with the lightning? Don't tell me that it was the wrath of the heavens. I don't believe it. Dongfang Zhengpai said anxiously. Qing Long also looked at Yin Chuan curiously. It's the wrath of heaven. Yin Chuan laughed. Miao? Miao was also curious. That's impossible. That guy doesn't have the qualifications to be condemned by the heavens. Dongfang Zhengpai shook his head. With a faint smile, Yin Chuan admitted, just a little trick. This little trick was naturally the first level of the heaven-devouring Tao scripture, the azure thundercloud in the heaven's court aperture. He could control 2 heavenly tribulations. Little tricks? This was a godly skill for acting. How did you do it? Dongfang Zhengpai asked excitedly. Yin Chuan shook his head and refused to say anything. Along the way, Dongfang Zheng asked several times, but Yin Chuan refused to say anything. Dongfang Zheng could only give up. He no longer entangled himself in this matter. Qing Long, help me collect all kinds of ancient records in the city, especially those related to history. The more, the better. For the next period of time, I will be reading in the Eastern Palace Hall. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Reading? What kind of books do you want to read? My Eastern Palace Hall has all kinds of books. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Oh, my Eastern Palace Hall has all the books in the past 50,000 years. There are 8 million books. Other than the dean, I have the most books here. Dongfang Zhengpai said immediately. Oh, that's great. Yin Chuan nodded satisfactorily. But you just defeated Qinping. Don't you want to pursue the victory and increase the impact? What books are you reading? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. I want to find some information. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Eh. Chapter 467. The news of Yin Chuan signing up to fight against Qinping in the Temple of the Gods swept through the entire Jilu city. Some people said that Yin Chuan was overestimating himself, while others said that Qinping deserved it. However, the most interesting thing was the fishing for fame sign. Countless cultivators discussed it enthusiastically. In a large hall on Jilu Mountain, Meng Rongrong listened to the report of Chongqing and the other Confucian cultivators. Really? Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. Every word is true. The group of Confucian cultivators nodded. All of you are dismissed. Meng Rongrong took a deep breath and said, Yes. Everyone retreated. Only Meng Rongrong was left in the hall. After everyone left, Meng Rongrong slammed her hand on the table. Her eyes were filled with anger. Bastard Yin Chuan, do I, Meng Rongrong, have no charm at all? How dare he say that he doesn't have any feelings for me? How dare he say such things after seeing me naked? Bastard, bastard, bastard. Meng Rongrong was furious. Jilu Academy's main hall, Hall of Jilu. Meng Rongrong's father, Meng Ziqiu, was stroking his white beard as he listened to the report of Elder Yin from the Temple of the Gods. Beside him stood a clean-shaven man. Headmaster, teacher, it's like this. Elder Yin said respectfully. What do you think? Meng Ziqiu asked with a smile. The headmaster of the left wing of the Jilu Academy. The timing of the lightning is very strange. Frowned. Ha, it's just the right time. Meng Ziqiu said with a smile. Yes, I think Yin Chuan did it on purpose. He nodded. Yin Chuan? Yin Tao? This father and son reminded me of someone. Meng Ziqiu said after some thought. Oh, he asked curiously. Our Jilu Academy has been established for 50,000 years. Every year, we record the major events of the world. There are very few people with the surname Yin. I flipped through the ancient records and found another expert with the surname Yin. Meng Ziqiu said with a serious expression. Oh, Meng Ziqiu handed over a small booklet. Old Yin wanted to watch, but Meng Ziqiu waved his hand and said, You may leave. Yes. Old Yin sighed and left. He looked at the booklet. Undying Holy Land, Blade Demon's best friend, Yin Zizai. He frowned. Back then, Yin Zizai didn't transform into a blood demon. However, I remember that when the Jilu Academy investigated the place where Yin Zizai disappeared, they found a 10,000 li sea of blood. This was recorded in the records. A 10,000 li sea of blood. A blood demon? We have no choice but to link them together. Meng Ziqiu said solemnly. Then let them mess around. Yi laughed. Yes, let them mess around. Meng Ziqiu nodded. Dean, Sima Yintian wants to fight for the God investiture strategy and open a new academy. Isn't that too much? Yi frowned. Meng Ziqiu smiled bitterly and said, How can I not see it? Let's not talk about it. Let's go and drink. Yi nodded. Tiger Races Encampment. Bai Ditian swirled the crystal wine cup in his hand and tasted the wine as he listened to Zhuo Wuzhou's report. King, I saw it with my own eyes. I was among that group of cultivators. Zhuo Wuzhou said solemnly. Heavenly lightning accompanied them. Bai Ditian narrowed his eyes. King, could it be because of the 100 Saints' righteousness altar? The 100 Saints sensed the heavenly lightning? Zhuo Wuzhou asked curiously. No, it should be that Yin Chuan. Bai Ditian narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan? Zhuo Wuzhou said in surprise. Continue to investigate, Bai Ditian said solemnly. Chapter 468. Yes, Zhuqianxiu, Bai Ditian said indifferently. Yes, go to Yinchuan's hometown and collect all information on Yinchuan. Go and come back quickly. This person is too evil, Bai Ditian said in a low voice. Yes, Jilu City. The entire city was talking about the God-Sealing Hall incident, and the one who suffered the most was Chun Ping. In the past, he was high and mighty. When he returned to Jilu City, his reputation as one of the 72 Confucian scholars suppressed the countless Confucian groups in Jilu City. However, today, he was completely humiliated. His glorious image was completely destroyed. He sat in a large hall and looked at the sign in front of him that said, "Fishing for Fame." His eyes were bloodshot. There were a few times when he wanted to break the sign to vent the anger in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of footsteps came from outside the hall. Immediately, 31 white-robed Confucian cultivators walked in. "Junior brother, what happened?" The Confucian cultivators shouted as soon as they entered the hall. "Senior brothers, you have to seek justice for me. Today." Chen Ping was filled with grief and hatred. When he told them what happened during the day, the Confucian cultivators were all furious. How dare a lowly person fight with master for the God-Sealing strategy? Not only did he humiliate Junior brother, but he also humiliated all of us. He even smeared master's reputation. Arrogant scoundrel! The Confucian cultivators all shouted angrily. However, some of the Confucian cultivators looked at Yin Chuan's sign. "Fishing for fame? Righteousness." A Confucian cultivator said in a low voice. "Senior brother, this Yin Chuan seems to be quite capable." Another Confucian cultivator said, "Senior brother, we have to take revenge. Otherwise, our image will really be destroyed. How will master convince the people when he opens the academy?" Chen Ping said worriedly. "That's right. We can't just let it go." The Confucian cultivators nodded. "Senior brother Wang Long, you are master's 41st disciple and our senior brother. We regard you as our leader. What do you think we should do?" Everyone looked at a white-haired old man and asked. Wang Long thought for a moment and finally nodded. "That's right. We can't just let this go. We must suppress Yin Chuan's arrogance once again." "Senior brother, I have an idea," a great scholar suddenly said. "Oh, before I came here, I did some research on Yin Chuan, and I did find some information. According to his father, Yin Tao, this Yin Chuan should be very young. Although his handwriting is good, so what? How could they compare to us? Let's hold a literary meeting and invite all the Confucian cultivators in Jilu City to join us. We'll also invite Yin Chuan to join us." The great Confucian thought about it and said, That's right, that's right. At most, Yin Chuan knows some crooked ways. In the literary meeting, we'll talk about heroes based on literature. Once everyone writes, we'll definitely embarrass Yin Chuan." Another great Confucian said, "Literary meeting? All right, we'll hold a literary meeting." Wang Long nodded. "Also, bring a brush," Wang Long said in a deep voice. Chun Ping quickly handed over a brush. Wang Long turned the signboard around and wrote on it solemnly, "Invitation." As soon as he wrote these two words, a vast and righteous aura filled the hall. "When the time comes, give this plaque to Yin Chuan and let him use it as an invitation to join our literary meeting." Wang Long stroked his beard and sneered. "Senior brother is wise. How about this? If Yin Chuan doesn't want to come, it means that he admits that he's fishing for fame. If he's willing to come, we'll let him return with the plaque." Chun Ping said excitedly. Chapter 470. In an instant, countless practitioners gathered around the Yong Hall. The extravagance of the Great Confucian was huge, and the 32 great Confucian scholars were even more so. This was not just a grand event, but a battle between Sima Yuntian and Yin Chuan. In the Ming Rongrong Hall, 32 great Confucian scholars? Literary contest? Is it going to be a poetry contest? Ming Rongrong frowned. That's right, Mississippi. The poems of the great Confucian scholars are priceless. This time, there are 32 great Confucian scholars. This is an unprecedented event. Chongqing said, That's right, Mississippi. The 32 great Confucian scholars followed the great sage Sima Yuntian around the world. They must have accumulated countless good poems. This time, it will be a feast for the eyes. Miss, we're going to take a look. What about you? Meng Rongrong frowned. Me? Not interested. You guys go. Okay. Chongqing and the rest left the hall excitedly. In the hall, Meng Rongrong's eyes showed a trace of disdain. 32 great Confucian scholars? Literary contest Yin Chuan? Oof, a bunch of shameless people. After saying that, Meng Rongrong frowned. Why should I care about his life? Jilu Hall. Literary contest? Hall Master Meng Ziqiu laughed. In order to maintain Sima Yuntian's image, they really did it. What a pity. He laughed. The two of them shook their heads as they drank. Beside them, the disciple who came to report. Old Yin asked curiously, Teacher, what's a pity? It's too pretentious. Even if they humiliated Yin Chuan, they might not be able to redeem themselves. If they lose, I wonder how they will deal with it. We laughed. Lose? Is that possible? I heard that the 32 great Confucian scholars followed the great sage Sima Yuntian around the world and wrote countless poems. How can Yin Chuan win? Old Yin asked curiously. That year, Yin Tao, who thought that he would win, he asked. Old Yin stopped talking. 3 days later, in the evening, a large number of Confucian cultivators had gathered on the square of the Yong Palace, numbering close to 10,000. There were also a large number of non-Confucian cultivators around them. 10,000 scholars gathered and held a peak literary gathering. Countless Confucian cultivators revealed looks of excitement. At the same time, they all looked towards the deserted Eastern Palace with looks of pity. Perhaps in the eyes of the scholarly cultivators, this scholarly meeting would conveniently humiliate Yin Chuan. However, that was only in passing, because a brat who was still wet behind the ears was simply not qualified to talk about literature. The door of the Yong Palace was still closed. However, several Confucian cultivators were already respectfully carrying a signboard in the direction of the Eastern Palace. Fishing for fame? Isn't that the plaque with Fishing for Fame written on it? A Confucian cultivator immediately recognized it. No, there are words on the back. Invitation? This is... The scholarly cultivators immediately began to discuss amongst themselves. However, the plaque was quickly sent to the square of the Eastern Palace. What are you doing? Dongfang Zhengpai asked in a low voice. This is the invitation card that Chen Ping asked us to deliver to young Master Yin Chuan. The Confucian cultivator said respectfully. Bastard, is this an invitation card? Dongfang Zhengpai said in a low voice. The Confucian cultivators respectfully bowed slightly, threw down the plaque, and turned around to leave. Stop! Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. However, the Confucian cultivators did not stop at all. Damn, the invitation card! Meow said angrily. Fishing for fame? This is a slap in the face. Dongfang Zhengpai frowned. Let's go and see Yin Chuan. Dongfang Zhengpai turned around and said to Meow. Meow, Meow immediately nodded, and the cat and human quickly walked towards the Eastern Palace. They opened the door of the main hall and stepped inside. Chapter 471. Boom! The doors to the hall slammed shut. Everyone in the Yong Hall was left behind. In the Dongfang Hall, Yin Chuan continued to flip through the information. By Di Qian, I finally found him. Yin Chuan's face lit up with joy. Qing Long, continue to look for information about this era. Quick, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Yin Chuan continued to flip through the information he had just found about Bai Ditian. Miao and Dongfang Zhengpai had already entered the hall with the plaque. Miao, Yin Chuan. Miao immediately jumped in front of Yin Chuan. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Look, Miao said angrily. Dongfang Zhengpai showed the plaque to Yin Chuan. Ha! Then Chun Ping is here again? Yin Chuan revealed a hint of amusement. Not just that. The literary meet is about to begin. They sent it over in front of almost 10,000 Confucian cultivators. This is a slap to your face. Aren't you going? Dongfang Zhengpai said. Slap to the face? Are these mediocre people worthy? Yin Chuan said disdainfully. Mediocre people? Are you going? Dongfang Zhengpai said happily. I don't have time for now. Let them make a fuss first. Yin Chuan shook his head. Ah, but if you don't go, won't you be acknowledging this plaque? Dongfang Zhengpai said anxiously. Yin Chuan smiled and didn't say anything. He continued to read the information about Bai Ditian. In the Yong Hall, Chun Ping said happily, Yin Chuan is a coward. He doesn't dare to come out. That's right. He will only embarrass himself if he comes. The group of Confucian cultivators smiled as they looked at Wang Long. Senior brother is so thoughtful. Even if Yin Chuan doesn't dare to come, we can still destroy his image. The group of Confucian cultivators laughed. Yin Chuan? Just a clown. Chun Ping said disdainfully. The leader, Wang Long, stroked his beard and said with a smile, It's about time. Let's start the peak literary meet on time. Yes. All the great scholars nodded. Quang. The door of the Yong Palace slowly opened. The 32 great Confucians slowly stepped out of the main hall. Look, the great scholars are coming out. That's great scholar Wang Long. That's great scholar Chun Ping. That's... The peak literary gathering has finally begun. The 32 Confucian scholars became the focus of nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators. The sky darkened, but there were many luminous pearls illuminating the surroundings. The entire Yong Palace became resplendent. On the square in front of the Yong Palace, there was a high platform for the 32 great scholars to step onto. Greetings, great scholar Wang Long. Greetings, grand scholar Chun Ping. Yes. All of a sudden, the Confucian cultivators greeted him. Wang Long stretched out his hand and gestured slightly, and the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators stopped talking. In the blink of an eye, the peak literary meet had begun. Thank you all for coming to participate in my peak literary meet. After traveling the world with my teacher for hundreds of years, I have composed some poems for all of you to read. I hope you don't mind. Wang Long said politely. You're too kind, great scholar Wang Long. Yes, it's our honor to be able to participate in this peak literary meet. You're too kind. Compliments came from all around. Since that's the case, then all of you can sit on the ground and discuss Tao. Let's encourage each other. Wang Long smiled. Okay. The nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators responded. All the Confucian cultivators sat down. The 32 great scholars swayed their robes and sat down under Wang Long's lead. The surroundings of the Yong Palace were silent, and no one dared to make a noise. The peak literary meet had officially begun. Chapter 472. Yonghall Peak Literary Gathering. Close to 10,000 Confucian cultivators sat cross-legged, discussing poems with the 32 Confucian scholars. Chun Ping stood up and stood alone. The purpose of today's peak literary meet is not only to appraise the writings of us 32 brothers, but also to share with everyone if you have any good writings. Chun Ping said with a smile. Once Chun Ping said this, some of them became restless. Who didn't know how to write a poem or two? If they could use this opportunity to display their talents, They would be famous in Jilu City tomorrow. Of course, writing a poem had its risks. If it was good, everyone would read it. If it was bad, one's reputation would be ruined. However, even with the risks, many of them were still looking forward to it. For the first poem, let me attract the attention of others. Chen Ping saw that some of them were restless and smiled. Some servants carried a large amount of brush and ink. Some attendants hurriedly carried over huge steels that were 30 meters tall. Chen Ping grabbed the brush, looked at the stone tablet, and immediately started writing on it. As the brush landed, a white light suddenly appeared. The overwhelming righteousness under the brush emitted a dazzling light. The light was even brighter in the night. In Yong Hall, it was extremely dazzling. In the distance, Dongfang Zhengpai and Miao from Dongfang Hall stood by the side and watched. Just writing about the overwhelming righteousness, that's all. Miao said disdainfully. Miao was disdainful, but the tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators in the distance applauded. On the stone tablet, a poem was written in the blink of an eye. Crazy born, down and out, I have become an old man. Independent study, I enjoy the night breeze. Seeking fame from the bottom of my brush, I throw it into the wild. After the poem was written, the overwhelming righteousness around the stone tablet shot into the sky. White light shot out in all directions. Good. In the distance, the Confucian cultivators shouted in admiration. Good my ass. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. What's the matter? Miao asked. This is obviously directed at Yin Chuan. Crazy born? Down and out? Independent study? Seeking fame from the bottom of my brush? Throwing it away? Isn't this scolding Yin Chuan? Dongfang Zhengpai said angrily. Miao, Miao, that bastard. Miao also looked angrily into the distance. Dongfang Zhengpai and Miao outside of Dongfang Hall. In Yong Hall in the distance, Yong Hall. Many Confucian cultivators understood the meaning of the poem. The poem, Confucius, 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 Confucius. He was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. Of the Confucian cultivators. If Chen Ping. Such a counterattack showed the demeanor of a gentleman. Amidst the compliments, Chen Ping smiled faintly and said, Among teachers' disciples, I'm ranked last, and I'm also the one with the least literary talent. If anyone has any thoughts, feel free to comment. Great Confucian, you are too modest. The Confucian cultivators all laughed. I'm just throwing a brick to attract jade. If anyone has any good writing, you can also leave your writing. This time, we've prepared 100 stone tablets for those who have good writing. We'll erect them here for all generations to admire. Those who leave their writing will definitely leave their names in history. Chen Ping said. The moment Chen Ping said that, many people started to think about their poems to see if they were qualified to be on the stone tablet. Chen Ping squinted his eyes and smiled. He inadvertently glanced at the Eastern Palace Hall across from him and slowly sat down proudly. The first poem wasn't just to attract the attention of others. Sometimes, it was the theme of a literary gathering. It was aimed at Yin Chuan and had already pointed his sword at him. Next, no matter what kind of article it was all for the sake of the first poem. One poem after another. He wanted to suppress Yin Chuan until he was unable to show his face. Chapter 473. The Confucian cultivators pushed and pushed each other. Someone from the 32 great Confucian scholars came out to write a poem. Similarly, a majestic aura soared into the sky and shone brightly in all directions of the Yong Hall. The second stone tablet was erected, and it was yet another popular essay. Good. The crowd applauded. Then, more and more Confucian cultivators came out to write poems. Of course, only those who could write with a majestic aura had the courage to write. One tablet after another was erected. A majestic aura soared into the night sky and into the 9 heavens. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were full of praises for this grand meeting. The event gradually entered its climax. At this time, another great Confucian scholar wrote a word on tablet. Mountains and rivers exist in the universe. Who would believe that swords fly and paint rocks? For words Xian and I once did not speak. What a pity for the beautiful world. The great Confucian scholar's brush fell. Similarly, a majestic aura soared into the sky. It was much more vigorous than before. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in all directions. In the wind, there was a trace of moist rain. The wind blew across the square of the Yong Hall, causing the hair of the Confucian cultivators to dance and their robes to sway. The cultivators in the square suddenly fell silent. Shocking the wind and rain? Suddenly, a Confucian cultivator exclaimed. Shocking the wind and rain, it's really shocking the wind and rain. This. Many Confucian cultivators were excited. This was an extremely high level of calligraphy. Some Confucian cultivators could not reach this level in their lifetime. Shocking the wind and rain? That's the 50th disciple of the virtuous sage Sima Yuntian. Immediately, a Confucian cultivator recognized it. The Confucian cultivators were pleasantly surprised. The 50th disciple could shock the wind and rain? Shocking the wind and rain. After this essay was published, no other Confucian cultivator wrote. Only the great Confucian scholars were left. The great Confucian cultivators smiled. They realized that today's event was really worth it. Not only did they suppress Yin Chuan, but after today, the reputation of Sima Yuntian's 72 disciples would soar again. Meow. Shocking the wind and rain? What's so great about that? Yin Chuan's left-hand writing is 1,000 times better than his. Meow said sourly. Do you think that startling the wind and rain is a cabbage? Dongfang Zhengpai said in disbelief. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Meow scoffed. Next, the 49th disciple, 48th disciple, all the Confucian scholars began to write. The following Confucian cultivators were all like a storm. The awe-inspiring vital energy had already turned the surroundings of the Yong Palace white. Why is it as bright as day? The surroundings of the Yong Palace were as bright as day. No matter where you looked in Jilu City, the Yong Palace was like a bright moon hanging in the sky, dazzling beyond compare. In comparison, the Eastern Palace Hall was completely overshadowed. At this moment, in the eyes of the Confucian cultivators, Yin Chuan was nothing. In their hearts, he didn't have any status at all. The stone steels were like huge mountains pressing down on Dongfang Genshin. All the great Confucian scholars wrote down their names, and only the head of the great Confucian scholars, Wang Long, remained. Wang Long stood up, and so did Xinping. Everyone, 41st Senior Brother is the leader of our group of Confucians. Senior Brother's writings are not just impressive, Chun Ping said with a smile. Oh! All the Confucian cultivators let out excited looks. At this moment, everything seemed to have reached its climax. The great Confucian Wang Long was going to strike. If any of you have any literary ghosts, please take them out and use them to judge Senior Brother's writings. Chun Ping laughed. Chapter 474. Literary Ghosts. The 10,000 Confucian cultivators were surprised. Immediately, many of the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators flipped their hands and green lights appeared in their palms. The green lights flew into the sky and circled around the square of the Yong Hall. It was as if countless ghosts were flying around. Miao looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. This is called literary ghosts. They are vengeful spirits that have been baptized by the righteous energy of the Confucian cultivators. After these vengeful spirits were baptized by righteous energy, they lost their memories and were taken in by the Confucian cultivators. They can sense the good and bad of some writings. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. Miao, literary ghosts? The Confucian cultivators are raising ghosts? Miao was surprised. You can't be considered a ghost anymore. You have no ghost energy and are tainted with literary energy. You could be a kind of demon pet. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. Meow, meow seemed to understand. In the distance, thousands of ghosts flew towards the stone tablet. They seemed to be attracted by the words on the stone tablet and circled around. At the same time, Wang Long also picked up a brush. He stroked his beard and smiled. In the past, I traveled the world with my teacher. When I passed by a mountain temple, I had an epiphany. I hope everyone can comment on it. The Confucian cultivators held their breath and waited. Wang Long picked up the brush and started writing on the stone tablet. As he was writing, the literary ghosts that were circling around the stone tablet gradually swarmed towards Wang Long. Deep in the white clouds is called Zen. I visit the cloud pass to find the problem. The dense snow buries the stream. The spring enters the trees. The birds sing. The 3 quiet rooms are still there. The 5 carrier flow is also fast. The Eagle Peak is not far. The Jade Forest looks at the pill ladder. Whoosh, rumble, strong winds blew, and the surroundings were vaguely covered in clouds. Wang Long's brush strokes shocked the wind and rain, instantly suppressing the writings of the Confucian cultivators. Righteous energy soared to the sky. If the Yonghal was a bright moon before, the current Yonghal was a blazing sun. In Jilu City, countless cultivators who did not come were awakened by the strange phenomenon. They all regretted and rushed over. More and more cultivators gathered around the Yonghal. The brush strokes shocked the wind and rain. It was not over yet. The thousands of literary ghosts gathered around Wang Long's stone tablet. Woo 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 woo. Woo 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 woo. Amidst the wind, the cries of literary ghosts could be heard. His voice was very weak, but at this moment, Wan Ru was quietly standing to the side, watching this scene in shock. When the brush falls, it stirs the wind and rain. When the poem becomes, it cries the gods and ghosts. Immediately, a Confucian cultivator cried out. When the brush falls, it stirs the wind and rain. And when the poem becomes a ghost and god. The great Confucian Wang Long is really. The Confucian cultivators were at a loss for words. When they looked at Wang Long, they all revealed fanatical worship. With the release of this article, tonight's literary gathering reached its peak. Countless Confucian cultivators felt their blood boil. What a grand occasion. Let's have a toast. I have no regrets for what I have done today. The 72 disciples of virtuous paragons are indeed capable of moving the heavens. The sound of wind and rain, the cries of ghosts, praises, and exclamations filled the air around Yonghal. The cultivators who had rushed over were all moved. His voice soared into the sky, accentuating the coldness of the Eastern Palace Hall. Quang! The doors of the Eastern Palace Hall opened with a bang. An extremely discordant voice sounded in the direction of the Yong Palace. It's fine if you're just playing to the gallery, but you're making a ruckus in front of my palace. How am I supposed to calm down and read? This voice was very hooligan and very shocking. The face of the great Confucian Wang Long, who had been flattered, suddenly stiffened. He felt disgusted. Chapter 475. It wasn't just Wang Long. The surrounding Confucian cultivators who were flattering Wang Long also glared at him. When the brush falls, it stirs the wind and rain. When the poem becomes, it weeps the gods and ghosts. Was this trying to please the crowd? All of them immediately glared in the direction of the voice. The doors of the distant East Palace opened. After the beautiful words appeared, the Confucian cultivators almost forgot about Yin Chuan. However, at this moment, everyone saw Yin Chuan walk out of the East Palace. He's not going to be a coward anymore. Chen Ping was stunned. Jumping out at this moment, this caused the originally shocked crowd to reveal a puzzled expression. Yin Chuan walked out, followed by Qing Long Miao. Yin Chuan, those people are too hateful. They're all cursing you. Miao immediately ran over. When the brush falls, it stirs the wind and rain. When the poem becomes, it weeps the gods and ghosts. Yin Chuan, this is a tough one. Why did you come out at this time? Dongfang Zhongpai asked, confused. Is a literary ghost considered a ghost? Yin Chuan said disdainfully. Ah, Dongfang Zhongpai said, confused. They've already kicked in. Let's go over. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Over? Now. Dongfang Zhongpai said in surprise. After all, the other side had 32 Confucian cultivators, and they already had everyone's support. If they went over now, wouldn't they be humiliating themselves? Yin Chuan carried Miao and walked out. Qing Long followed closely behind, holding a large signboard in his hands. Yin Chuan? He dares to come? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. The nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators also showed confusion, pity in their eyes. Although Chun Ping's eyes were filled with mockery, for some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. Uneasy? The two floating islands were not far from each other. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan arrived. Yin Chuan? Wang Long frowned. What are you doing here? A great scholar frowned. Qing Long, show him the invitation. Who sent it? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Qing Long took out the invitation card. Once it was out, everyone immediately recognized the words on it. Wang Long's words. The Confucians stared at Yin Chuan. Although Yin Chuan came late, he still became the center of attention. After all, Chun Ping's poem was aimed at Yin Chuan. Woo 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 woo. In the distance, the literary ghosts were still crying and reciting Wang Long's poem. When the brush falls, it stirs the wind and rain, and when the poem becomes a ghost and God. Yin Chuan showed a hint of disdain. What advice do you have for me? Wang Long maintained his image among the crowd of Confucians. That's right. If you have the ability, write it too. Chun Ping shouted. Yin Chuan glanced at Chun Ping. He waved his hand slightly. Qing Long immediately took out a brush. Close to 10,000 literary ghosts were crying and reciting Wang Long's poem. Yin Chuan picked up the brush and placed it on a huge stone tablet in front of him. Close to 10,000 Confucian cultivators and close to 100,000 spectators were all shocked. This Yin Chuan is really courting death. That's right. He dares to compete with Wang Long in poetry. He doesn't even have righteous energy. What's there to compete with? He overestimates himself. Sounds of ridicule and disdain came from all around. But at this moment, Wang Long suddenly had a bad premonition. His expression did not change, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Meow, meow. Meow bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the group of people who were criticizing Yin Chuan. Qing Long was slightly worried. The Eastern Orthodox faction was shameless, so it did not matter. Yin Chuan started writing. A lifetime of thinking to break the path of the mortal world. The sword is hidden in the cottage and hidden in the woods. "10,000 battles claim not to carry a blade, born with a pair of disdainful eyes." Chapter 476. Xing. As Yin Chuan's brush fell, a powerful, murderous aura filled the entire square. The original wind and rain were suddenly stopped by the murderous aura that rushed out from the stone tablet where Yin Chuan's brush fell. As soon as the murderous aura came out, the people who mocked him all felt a chill in their hearts. Boom! Amidst Yin Chuan's poem, countless clouds rushed out. Within the clouds, there seemed to be a 300-meter-tall figure. It was a burly soldier, holding a long saber in his hand. He squinted his eyes and slashed forward. Under the momentum of the blade, it made people feel a bone-scraping pain. On the opposite side, the Ode to 10,000 Ghosts. At this moment, the 10,000 ghosts suddenly stopped. Under the fierce general that rushed out from Yin Chuan's poem, they all trembled and were inexplicably frightened. There was no boundless righteous aura. There was only 100 tall, peerless general in the clouds. The general's eyes narrowed slightly, despising the heroes. An endless domineering aura gushed out. For a moment, in the square, countless Confucian cultivators were breathless. The 32 Confucian cultivators were completely pale. 10,000 battles claimed that they did not use blades. Born with eyes that despised heroes. A poem, towering to the sky, majestic aura, 10,000 ghosts stopped crying. The wind and rain suddenly stopped. Even the majestic righteous aura was overshadowed in front of the general in the white fog. Showing the atmosphere when the brush falls? Someone exclaimed. That was a higher level. A level that almost 10,000 Confucian cultivators did not dare to imagine appeared today. The Confucian cultivators who originally mocked Yin Chuan now looked at Yin Chuan with endless fanaticism in their eyes. Domineering words, domineering poetry. This is Yin Chuan? Dongfang Zhengpian immediately looked at Yin Chuan excitedly, then turned to look at the 32 Confucian cultivators, revealing a trace of disdain. What did you write? So happy? You. Ping was so angry that his face turned red. But in front of them, Yin Chuan's poem, everyone understood that they could not compete at all. It was not that the difference was not much, but the difference was too big. The brush falls to shock the wind and rain. The brush falls to show the atmosphere. It was a world of difference. Even a fool could see that. In front of Yin Chuan's poem, the original poem that had won the praises of tens of thousands of scholars was nothing but bullshit. The 32 Confucian scholars' eyes were filled with shame and anger. After Yin Chuan finished writing, he tossed the brush aside. In the eyes of the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators, his arrogance was natural and unrestrained. This was a true master of Confucianism. Yin Chuan turned to look at the 32 great scholars. Although the Confucian cultivators were excited, they didn't dare to breathe too loudly. They just looked at Yin Chuan and the 32 Confucian scholars. What a disgrace. Don't come in front of me. It's uncomfortable to watch and noisy. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Was it uncomfortable to watch? Was it too noisy? It was as if heavenly thunder had exploded in the ears of the 32 great scholars. Yin Chuan, what did you say? Who are you calling a disgrace? Ping's face immediately turned red. Yin Chuan glanced at Ping and sized him up. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes seemed to say, "Hey, isn't this a disgrace?" When Ping saw Yin Chuan's eyes, he felt even more depressed. He was so angry that he vomited blood. I've already given the plaque to you. Don't send it back. Take it back and keep it well. Yin Chuan said indifferently. As he spoke, he touched the words invitation on the back of the plaque. The 4 words, fishing for fame, were clearly displayed on the front. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.